the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
Welcome in. 8 minutes after the hour. It is the kickoff hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy out today. We'll bring you up to speed on that. Nothing bad. Hey, look at me. Look at me, YouTube. Nothing bad at all. He's enjoying some time this morning with his family, and we'll explain here in a few. Let me bring him in. Sitting to my left, the real Instagrammed Greg Burgess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm writing some of these great little posts now. I can't believe y'all think I didn't write that.
Greg, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I like the fact that I liked it better when you were standing your ground and not jumping into social media.
Yeah.
Kind of like my dad, who thinks the internet's a fad.
Well,
and
am
still
I
doesn't
really
have a cell
jumping
phone.
into it?
No, you're not at all.
I got a few things I'd like to do with it, but I hadn't quite got it set up.
I sent you a little post last night. Our guy we always watch.
Oh, see, now that's an advantage because I like this guy. What's his name?
I don't want to say it on
Okay,
air, Greg.
but I can't remember his name. But
Speedy is out today.
I didn't get signed up for his stuff.
His son, JC, plays baseball at UAH. I think they're the Chargers.
They are the Chargers.
And the Chargers have been playing some fall ball.
Fall ball.
And Baldy went up there to watch his son play. I think they're actually playing this morning, like at 7:30.
Yeah, that's
early
hey,
first pitch.
Nip there.
Yeah, so he's doing that. But he went yesterday to his parents' house, take care of some yard work and help his mom and dad out.
He's being a good son.
He took some pictures, some before and after, and sent that to us. So he's enjoying the day with them, and he'll be back possibly tomorrow. I guess tomorrow, unless the coach says that they're going to scrimmage again in the morning at 7:30. He may want to watch it. I don't know.
I don't know.
So, how are you, Greg?
I'm good. How about you?
Did you watch? It was a big sports night. We had a game 7. We had Monday Night Football. I came in late.
I saw who won.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah. How about the Chargers? I mean, not the Chargers. The 49ers.
Yeah.
Who everybody really was saying maybe the best team in the league's dropped 2 in a row.
Well, they were 5-1 going into last night, and Bubba's Vikings and Kirk Cousins put it on them.
He made them well.
Well, he did. He really did. He made them like it. We'll say it a nice way.
Yeah.
He made them really like it. He looked fantastic, and they won. So, Minnesota Vikings, your Monday Night Football winner, and then you had Game 7 in the ALCS and the Texas Rangers, 11-4 last night.
Now, I didn't follow it as close. I kept up with the Braves, but the Rangers, I mean, the
Astros jumped on them early in the series.
Yeah, and during the season, they weren't like a juggernaut, were they? I mean, they were obviously.
I don't know enough
good.
about that team, but
how about this? They're going to the big show.
It's been a fun series because this is when you both teams from Texas and they've been rough. There was some controversy a couple games ago. With Garcia getting thrown out after hitting a home run and pimping it. Of course, he's still hitting the ball. Hit 2 last night. Maybe 2. Either one last night and one the night before.
The Phillies?
I know. And so they are going on to the World Series. I don't think they've ever won the World Series, the Rangers.
I don't think so either.
I think they've maybe been once, and that may be a step out.
They haven't been a lot. Now, I agree. I don't think they've ever
won. But I know
won.
They've never won it. I do know that.
Not in my lifetime that I've paid attention.
So they will play either the Phillies or the Diamondbacks, and that's Game 7, I think, tonight.
How about that?
So
I'm kind of pulling for the Phillies.
I am too. I'm a closet Philly fan.
I don't hate them.
I go Braves, Cardinals, Phillies.
Yeah.
That's my stack. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I used to go. I like the Braves, and I used to kind of like the Mets because they were on WOR. That was on our cable system back when Strawberry and Dwight Gooden and all them were on the team.
Yeah.
So they, we had TBS that showed the Braves all the time. We had, I think it was WOR, it's W something out of New York, and they showed the Mets all the time, and we got to watch them a lot.
I have never really found an American League team that I like. It's easy to pull for the Red Sox or the Yankees, and I'm just not that. I'm not that guy that pulls for the American League. And the Astros are weird to me, even being in the American League. I just don't have.
They swap.
I know. I don't have a team.
They swapped with Milwaukee, and did Milwaukee come to the National, and they went to the American.
I don't have an American League team that I'm all excited about. Never
Not
have.
Really?
Never
I'm
have.
the same way.
Um,
No, I'm not, and I consider the Astros national.
I
You
do
know, I'm
too.
sorry because they were my whole life.
I do too.
I'm trying to think of American League team. A's maybe. You know.
I wasn't. No, I mean, I like the movie Moneyball, and when Kendall Graven was there, I'd wear A stuff. But outside of that, I don't really care about them. It's easy. You know, most people choose the Red Sox or the Yankees.
Yeah.
And that's their American League team. And I just never. My dad's a Red Sox fan. My cousin's a Yankees fan.
I don't hate the Red Sox.
I just don't. I like the run they had. I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
But
the tradition
Yeah.
and all that. But now, see, when I was a kid, we were all Braves fans, but they were so bad, you had to have another team also. And mine was the Reds. I loved the Big Red Machine.
Yeah.
They were, and they would come to Atlanta. We'd go watch them play. It was awesome.
I saw too many Reds victories against the Braves as a kid.
Oh, that was a bunch.
Yeah. Especially there. It seems like every time we'd go, they were playing the Reds, and the Reds would win.
Yeah.
It's like, that's fine. Yeah.
But poor Braves. But
tried to like Seattle when Ken Griffey Jr. was there.
I never took Seattle serious as a baseball town. I don't know why. The Mariners
Tried to.
They just
Loved Griffey Jr.
Oh yeah.
But I just couldn't, you know. And
You wished he
Ichiro
would.
brought me in a little bit.
Oh,
Remember
Lily
him?
Ichiro, yeah. Heck yeah.
But outside of that, I just never have. You know, I
Never liked the Canadian teams.
no, that was always weird to me too. The
Didn't like
Expos just went away. They're now the Nationals.
Yeah,
And
which I'm glad.
what about this? I want to, at some point today, I want to ask you about. This is probably going to bring up some ridicule for me. One reason I'm doing it while
Well, bring it
Speedy's
up.
not here, so both of you can't pile on me. Okay, but I got a question about ice baths.
Oh, I'm afraid of ice.
So I want to ask you about that. I want to get more information on this Michigan stealing sign scandal.
Okay, I was dabbling into that today.
And I also want to ask you about this a new soap that's supposed to change the gray out of your hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So that's what
soap is.
That's what I'm bringing to the table this hour.
You've been trying it?
I haven't yet. I'm going to ask you if you think I should.
God. Oh, absolutely.
I'm 100% serious.
Yeah, absolutely.
When we come back, if you don't want to hear about ice baths
Didn't
and
you color your
changing
hair
your
one
hair,
time?
well, I'll get into that. I didn't color it, Greg.
Yeah. You did something like that. There was something about
There's a
it.
new product out that I'm interested in. We'll be back. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's Raycon's 6th anniversary, and they're celebrating with a sale you don't want to miss. 20% off everything on their site with select products, up to 40% off. Raycon made a name for themselves in the premium audio space, and this year they expanded their business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. Use the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link under sponsors at rickandbubba.com. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. A crazy schedule can make it easy to fall back into your old recipe rut, or you could keep mealtime exciting with HelloFresh. Over 40 recipes to choose from each week. There's always something delicious to discover and love. Save on flavorful fall dishes, crowd-pleasing eats, and more when you sign up for America's #1 meal kit. Take 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code Bubba. That's HelloFresh HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll into protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Okay, I'm not here to nag you about all your diets because I don't always eat healthier either. But I will share this. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower blood pressure, and cholesterol, eat 5 servings of fruits and vegetables every day. Folks, I don't do that, and you probably don't either. So I use Field of Greens, and I really like it. If you don't always eat right and exercise, join me and take Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, the promo code Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes after the hour, it is the kickoff hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. Speedy out today. He'll be back tomorrow, we think, we hope. He is enjoying some time watching his son play baseball this morning and helping his family out. Greg, when we went to break, I brought up this. There's 2 things I want to discuss at some point this hour.
All right.
And that is ice baths and this soap that turns your hair, the root system of your hair back to what it used to be.
So it goes back to your original color.
Correct.
It somehow knows that.
So let's start there first.
Yeah.
We'll do ice baths in a minute.
You got anything that grows hair? That's what I need.
So there,
I don't care about the gray. I just kind of like to have it back.
I honestly have been embracing the gray. And have been, I use that line, ooh, there's a lot of wisdom there. I've heard that from people, and I've started using it now that I'm 45.
Snow on the mountain.
Yeah, and so I'm embracing the gray, but I was
like
flipping.
Mike Norvell.
I was flipping through like Instagram or I don't know if it's TikTok, Facebook, something. And this commercial kept popping up that started talking about reversing the gray. And it was just ad after ad, and I thought, okay, first of all, they can actually, I guess, see me because I don't really, how we think the phones can listen to us, and they
see
can
you and hear you.
So evidently they can see us too because they see all this gray and think,
I'm gonna throw this at him.
Yeah. And so you brought up the point, didn't you try to color your hair one time? And the answer is no to that. I didn't.
You had
color
some
it.
product.
So there was a shampoo.
That's what it was.
And I blame Scott Dawson for this.
I think I remember he had a tie to it.
And so, and he probably doesn't appreciate me saying that right in the microphone.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his hair like he likes it.
But I brought it up one day in here, not on the air. He was in here, and I said, I'm using this little shampoo that I found that gradually changes your color, like changes the color of your hair, like brown.
I wish
or
yours
whatever.
would be jet black.
And he said, "Oh, that stuff's great." He's like, "It doesn't like turn it immediately. It's a couple week process, whatever." And so I did it, and it worked. Okay. Now at the time, I didn't have as much gray as I do now.
That's what I was about to say.
It was
couldn't have been dealing with a lot.
This was like 10 years ago.
Oh,
and it
I
was
remember.
Barely,
We were in the
it was
old
just
studio.
just a small amount of gray. And I was just trying to get
Wash
that side
gray
of it.
right out of you.
And so what I noticed was it was turning the bathroom panel,
Oh yeah,
the brown color. And I'm like, well,
good.
goodness gracious, this is not worth it.
I'm trashing the house.
And so I stopped doing it just because of that. Well,
That's a good reason.
now I've gone completely gray.
Oh,
I mean,
you ain't that. Yeah, a little salt.
It's
pepper.
pretty gray.
Yeah, mine too.
And so I
Look
keep
at my beard. Really
I know. I shaved this morning, but I went like 6 days without shaving, and you could really see it coming into my beard too. But then I've seen this soap, and it's not supposed to it's supposed to reverse take you back to your natural color.
I see.
And so what happens is it doesn't color. So basically what happens is you use this soap, and then you get a haircut or whatever, and it starts growing back. Is this real or not? Is what I want to know.
I want you to try it.
Is there such a?
Now,
I
have
think
you got
I'm
to
going
order it
to.
off some weird something?
I don't know. I've seen it on.
I mean, you can't walk in like the Walgreens and get it.
I don't know the answer to that, but I do know.
makes it a little more
I do know
legit.
that there is. I mean, you can buy it off Amazon. You can buy it off.
What
There's
if you
plenty
do
of
it
online retailers.
And it makes your hair fall out or something.
I don't know. Greg.
Or it comes in and it's jet black. I mean,
No, that's not. I mean,
I
it's
passed a guy the other day, and I'm not going to say where I was at because everybody know who I'm talking about. First of all, if you're he probably in his late 60s, your hair's not going to be jet black. I mean, it was as black as you can get it. And to me, I thought, ease into it.
Well, so that's the one thing that I'm worried about if I try this. Am I going to look ridiculous at 45 to go back to my natural color?
Well, not for your natural color, maybe not.
And all
I
I've
want you
done
to
is
try-
use a bar of soap.
I'm down for you trying it. That's my vote. I want to see.
I think I'm going to try it.
Because we can track it right here on the side.
I'd like to see if it works. I mean, worst case, I reverse it back to natural color.
I wish it would.
I don't mess the bathroom up. I don't color the panel.
Well, how do you know?
Well, because it doesn't color it. It reverses your root system.
It makes it grow your hair the way.
Yes, naturally. That's what That's what it claims, Greg. It's a black bar of soap. It has nothing to do. It's like a gray.
You're
or
the
black.
guinea pig.
I'm willing to try it for the team.
I want it to happen.
And one reason I didn't do
And be
this.
an open book about it. That's the good thing.
Well, and
I love. Why does everybody if you lose weight and you use like some type of a shot or a procedure, that's okay.
You don't have to be so secretive.
If your hair all of a sudden is back to its original color, it's okay. I mean, to go, yeah, I put something in it, whatever.
I'm willing to try it. And one of the main reasons I brought it up today with Speedy gone is I just felt bad because I'm trying to go back to natural color, and poor thing doesn't have any
Well,
hair.
no, I fall in there too. You know the old thing, I don't mind it turning gray, I mind it turning loose. I can live with the gray, but mine's turning loose on me.
My hair is so thick. I can bog down some trimmers.
Oh.
I mean, their
down.
batteries better be.
If
They
it's not
just put
full
new
charge.
batteries. I know, and I thank my granddad on my mom's side because Daddy K, he had a thick head of hair, and that's where I'm getting this because my dad and his dad is not the case. They're thinning.
Look at Rick's got a thick head of hair, and I don't.
Yeah.
What you want me to do about it?
So, but I'm gonna try to reverse it. I'll order it today.
I can't.
And I'll
wait.
go through the process and see if it actually works.
And you're gonna tell us I'm starting this day, and
Yes.
every day we're gonna look at
the
it.
minute it comes in. I'll tell you that I'm starting
how
to use
long
it.
it takes.
I don't know. They say it's just a couple of haircut or one haircut, and it starts growing back, natural color. That's what they're saying, and they say you can use it on your face too, your facial hair.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about your back?
Greg, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Just checking.
I don't deal with a lot of back hair, but I don't like what little I have back there.
Yeah, you know.
I don't. I'll try new
as
things.
we get older.
Listen, I especially as we get older, I'll try. I'm not above it.
Okay, well,
So
maybe. I mean, I may get a nose job. I don't know.
Greg,
And act like I didn't. What?
listen, I would like to know if you're out there and you've tried this particular,
What's it
not the
called?
color. I'll have to look it up. I'm not real sure.
Is this some ad that's been flashing up on
It
your
keeps
computer?
flashing up on my phone, but I've done the research, Greg. It looks like it's real. Like I've Googled it after that, and I've gone to the company.
Okay, so you're ready to roll with this.
I want to try it.
Is it expensive?
It's not cheap, but it's not like
It's not like, I mean, you ain't gonna be like put yourself in a bind.
No.
You just go,
No.
I can't believe I paid that.
I think it's like $30 bar of soap
All
or
right.
something. It's
So it's just soap and you rub it in your
it's
hair.
just a bar of soap. That's all it is, and your face too. I'm serious.
All right, I'm looking forward to this.
We're trying it. I might order it in the next commercial break. I'll show it. To
Go
you.
ahead. I want to know when you start so we can track it.
Do you
Can't
want to
wait.
tell? Do we not tell Speedy about this? No, we have to track it. I was going to say.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Do we want to surprise him? But we'll just bring him in. The
I
loop.
think once weekly, because it'll give it time to work, we need to zone in on it and go, okay. Take a picture when you
Okay.
start.
Okay,
And
yeah.
then we'll follow it through
All
pictures.
right, you got it.
In.
All right.
Done.
Next up, ice bath.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands.
That's true, and auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year.
If an unexpected breakdown happened today, would you be ready?
If you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be.
If your car is just over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. We all know our daily drives are more than just getting from point A to point B. Traveling by car is a way of life.
When you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up.
That means for as long as you own the vehicle and the mileage increases or how many claims you file.
They offer plans starting at just $100 a month with no long-term contracts and options to fit every budget.
Now, we appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, choosing the mechanic that we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary complimentary towing and rental car options. Get coverage today and save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order, and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes after the hour, it is the kickoff hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess.
Y'all, this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. Don't take the risk that comes with driving an out-of-warranty vehicle because it's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. How about this? Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year, and that is 4 times the rate of inflation. How about that? If an unexpected breakdown happens today and you had carshield.com/Bubba, you would be covered. When you enroll in a car protection plan through CarShield, you can look forward to locking in your price, and it'll never go up. That means for as long as you own your vehicle or the mileage increases or how many claims you file, it'll never go up. We appreciate their administrators, how they handle the paperwork and repairs. You choose your own ASC certified mechanic. Plus, when your car breaks down, you're stuck on the side of the road. You get 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% on your plan at carshield.com/Bubba. You'll always be prepared for the unexpected. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Thank you, Greg. As you're welcoming back our audience with that nice little brought to you by.
How'd you like that?
We've been discussing. We discussed the baseball playoffs and Bubba's Vikings last night getting the W over a pretty good team out on the West Coast. I know he probably doesn't even know that they were on. But then we got into this soap cover is what I'll call it. What it does is doesn't change. It's dye free. Okay. So I know some of you are emailing saying I use this particular shampoo and it gradually that's not what I'm talking about. That is, I've tried that 10 years ago and it turned my bathroom panel a weird color.
Well, at least your head matched it.
And it worked, but I don't know. I don't want to do that. I don't want to color my hair. This is supposed to be dye-free that actually evidently changes it increases the melanin, and that's what it reverses it back to your original color. So it's going to start growing the way, according to this. Now, I don't know if it works or not. We're going to find out. So that
I
was
can't
last
wait to track
segment, and
this.
we'll track it. Okay,
will
I'm
track
gonna
this.
look. I'll try new things. You know, I went a couple years ago. I went gluten free. Still am, and that has helped me nutritionally. And if I can do
If you can go gluten free and get your hair dark,
I'm telling you what a party.
what in the world would happen?
All right, so I want to ask you something about ice baths. So we all know as former athletes, and that really wasn't a thing back when. I mean, it was, but we really didn't give it a ton.
It wasn't in my day.
And it hardly was
I
in
don't
mine.
think we did anything.
And I know that athletes all across the country, no matter what sport you play, jump in an ice bath from time to time. My players do it at Jacksonville State, and I know about, you know, it reduces pain and inflammation and muscle fatigue. It'll fight it. But I'm seeing it. I want to know if this is a trend or if this is just a thing everybody thinks are sharp or whatever. But there is a thing going on right now worldwide. People buying these portable ice baths and doing these plunges every morning before one of the first things that they do. And they stay in them for 3 to 6 minutes, and it helps all of the things I just described, but it also helps an endorphin rush. So you're getting 2.5 hours of more than you would if just by waking up and doing other things. And it's also supposed to help with mood. Well, Greg, they're making them where you keep these ice packs.
Oh, you just drop
Yeah,
them in
and I mean, I've actually looked into this, and I don't think I think this
Every
is
morning.
different than the bar of soap. Like, I think I'll buy a bar of soap, I'll try it, and if it works, I might do it, and might not. I don't see myself buying a ice bath.
Yeah.
But this is something that is
But it
going
ain't
on, and I'm like, is this a real thing? Is this just a trend? Are we going to be done with this in a year? I want to know what.
Well, you know the cryotherapy, but you know, that's obviously expensive machinery.
It is,
and you can go do that. But to have this, because like a lot of athletes, they have the tubs full, and when they're through with practice, they go get an ice. Like I say, that wasn't a thing when I was coming up, so I don't know nothing about it. But I tell you what, that'll wake you up in the morning.
It will.
I just don't know if especially like old winter day and you're cold.
Well, they make these. I've actually looked at them into them. They make these portable ones that you can fit in, and some of them are even, you can just raise them up and clip them, and then the water's there, and you just jump in. You have a lid on it, and they have these portable ice packs because a lot of people think that it needs to be like 30 degrees or 28 degrees or whatever, like really, really cold. But it's just saying if you get in something that's 50 to 55. That's serving this. There's no study out there that says that 30-something degrees is better than 50-something degrees. You're getting the exact same thing. And so that's why they're making these portable ones that have these ice packs that you just can constantly reuse.
I bet getting through the initial shock and all that, when you get out, it's a good way to start the day.
Well,
I'm not going to do it, but I can see how that would be. And they say, isn't it good for you, muscle recovery?
Oh, yeah,
and all
100%.
that?
And here's the other thing. They say that I don't know anything about that. I'm hearing different people say things. They say, they used to get in them for 10 to 15 minutes, and that's a rough ride.
That's a long time.
And they say 3 to 6 minutes is all you need.
Okay.
No, you don't need any, as long as you stay in there for 3 minutes. Don't go over 6.
I got in that cryotherapy thing that time, and
I
I was
did
in
too.
there. I don't think it was 5 minutes, and I was. Boy, I was
2 or
cold.
3 minutes. Yeah, I don't think you can stay in there.
I was cold.
I saw one of those. I was walking by the training room the other day at Jacksonville, and there was a room, and it had one in there, and I thought, I wonder if guys are using this. I mean, I'd like to go in there and jump in myself.
You ought to have access to that.
I would be uncomfortable getting in an ice bath with athletes in there.
Yeah.
But I would like to get in the cryotherapy.
Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to be good for you.
Well, here's my plan. Okay, there's different stages in this year. I'll try the soap. And we'll do the little study there. And then as the next few months play out, I may buy one of these portable ice bath things.
Oh, my
and start
goodness.
trying that. What if I got up every morning, went outside on my back deck and got in a portable ice bath for 3 minutes every day? Would that change my world? That's what I want to know. And there are people out there that say you won't believe how much it changes you.
Man, I don't know. Somebody cold in the morning.
They also say it helps with. There's nothing like weight loss. It'll help with weight loss too if you're into that.
My goodness.
There's so many. And again, I don't know. I don't know the answer to these things. But I know that this is one of those things that there is so many people talking about it right now.
I just don't think I can get when I'm done, I would be glad I did it, but I just don't know if I can get in that water that early in the morning. I don't know what's got to do. You know, like if I'd been out running, I'm hot and sweaty in the summer and I want to climb in one, that's one thing.
Yeah.
If I get up and get out of the bed and it's a winter morning and I go outside and climb in a thing of ice, that's a whole nother.
Greg, there are people that start their every day like this. And to your point on what we were talking about earlier, for some reason, you know, I know people have to sell ads and stuff like that, but the everyday person is not discussing this. Like most people wouldn't go and get on the air and go, yeah, I do an ice bath every day, and I use a bar of soap in my hair to try to save the roots system and reverse my gray.
What if the ice turns your hair back gray? I don't know. Maybe a counteraction.
I don't know, Greg.
Let me refresh for just a second.
Yeah. You
You just said, and I believe you're going to do the bar.
Oh, I'm going to order it today.
And you somehow worked the ice bath in this year sometime. No drop date, but just sometime.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. Okay, I'm looking at it really hard.
Are you going to work Spanish back in?
I think I got a place that I could put the portable ice bath.
Oh my gosh!
And I'd probably put it in the garage.
Yeah.
And I would just because we're not trying to get the water, like I don't have to take big bags of ice. That's one of the biggest things that people don't do ice baths because they're not going to go buy a big cooler full of ice and constantly refresh that. And so they're making these portable ones with these ice packs that you put the ice pack in the refrigerator, okay, whatever, there's 4 or 5 of them. And then before you go to bed, you toss them in there. Well, by the time you get up in the morning, the water's cold, you come in, you come out, boom, repeat every day. And it takes nothing. It takes 3 minutes of your life.
So you don't have the ice just floating around you, which to me would be horrible.
Right, exactly.
Because, when you stick your leg in there when you was hurt, and until it got numb, it was rough.
It's still cold. It's still real cold. But it's nothing like that. It's not going to numb you. You know what I mean?
No.
But you're still going to have the benefits of it.
Well, you're going to be all iced up and ready, and your hair's going to be looking good.
I'm just saying. Listen,
Let me think. Anything else we can do?
I think that's it at the moment.
Well,
I would like to know if there's anybody out there doing these ice baths. I mean,
I don't know if there's anybody got that bar of soap on their head.
There's plenty of people doing that.
According to the ad.
Well, according to the ad.
Yeah. I say go for it.
We'll give it a whirl. We need content. We need show content.
Oh, we do.
And you got a test dummy right here.
All right. I'm in.
We need to figure out something Speedy can do.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Simply Safe Home Security, your safety is the only thing that matters. That's why you get 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, because every home deserves to be protected. Right now, get 45% off the whole home security system named the best of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to save big today. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Your home, your family, your moments. First Alert is reminding you to be prepared and install smoke and carbon monoxide alarms on every level in every bedroom of your home. Don't forget to add First Alert fire extinguishers on every level, plus the kitchen, and know how to use them. Protect your moments and your home with safety you can trust by visiting firstalert.com and Lowe's stores today.
Thinning hair is normal. But it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
And Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? Yep, I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
From pumpkin spice to apple pie, fall is hands down the most delicious time of the year. But it's also the busiest. So this time around, get HelloFresh and treat yourself to the best of the season's flavors without the stress. It's simple. HelloFresh does the shopping and the planning for you so you can relax. Not only do their chefs create fall-perfect recipes to enjoy, all the ingredients arrive fresh and pre-portioned, so whipping up a home-cooked meal is easy. And make sure and check out all the fall flavors. A new limited-time lineup of easy autumn-inspired eats from HelloFresh Market, fresh on desserts like apple cider cake with caramel sauce, or please a crowd with appetizers like the barbecue pulled pork nachos. And just as always, everything you need to get cooking quick is delivered right to the door. How easy is that? Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Well, it's the best time of year. The leaves are changing colors. There's cozy vibes. And, of course, my personal favorite holiday, Raycon's anniversary, which, once again, they're celebrating with a sale. You don't want to miss this. Raycon is turning 6 years old. In that time, they've really made a name for themselves in the premium audio space. Their everyday earbuds are known for delivering high-quality audio and thoughtful features like a 32-hour battery life and a perfect in-ear fit for all-day wear and lasting comfort. All this at half the price of the other premium brands. And this past year, they expanded their entire business with the introduction of Raycon Home and Raycon PowerTech. So there's a lot to celebrate. To thank everyone who's shown them support in the past 6 years, Raycon is offering 20% off everything site-wide with select products up to 40% off. Hurry now to buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use the special code BIRTHDAY to get 20 to 40% off site-wide. That's the code BIRTHDAY at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
51 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour where we just kick things off. Get ready for the big boys who will join us after this segment. Adler also joins us as well. Speedy off today. He'll be back tomorrow. Greg, this is something that you have been calling for years.
Well, I got a kind of a story. Let me give you the headlines. McDonald's to offer free fries Friday until the end of 2023. Now, what you got to do,
they got a big stock on fries?
stipulations. You have to your payment through the app, contactless mobile ordering. You got to use that in order to qualify to get it. And you got to buy something, spending the dollar items. You got to buy. You have the dollar item menu.
Yeah.
You got to buy anyway. So those are a couple of stipulations. But the funny part is what you don't understand is years ago when I'm at my other job, and when I saw this, that's a good story. But in my world, it's really funny because I had a coworker, the guys that are really pinched their money and are good, probably the best way to be. And this guy was looking for a deal constantly.
Speedy. Are you talking about Speedy?
A lot like Speedy. I mean,
frugal. These guys are frugal.
Somebody had it was one of the fast food joints, and you could get like 75-cent burgers on a certain day, and he'd go buy a bunch of them and put them in his freezer and thaw them out and eat them and stuff like that.
That's gross.
So we were working one day, and if we were ever around town and there was like a fast food place or a restaurant, when it came lunch, instead of eating our old sandwiches that we all brought, we'd walk over there and get something. Well, it was on a Friday, and we're walking on our way, and old Cheapo's with us. I won't call him by name. And then my other buddy, who's a hoot, He elbowed me. He goes, man, I tell you what, he said, I'm excited today is a free French fry Friday, which is exactly what they're calling this. And I looked at him. I said, you're right. So I picked right up on it. And the other boy said, what are y'all talking about? I said, oh, you can go and you get free French fries on Fridays at McDonald's. So he and listen, we went in there and the place was packed.
Sure it was.
And he walked up there.
It's free Friday.
He walked
French
up there
fries
and barked out his order, and he wanted the free French fries for free French fries Friday in front of everybody. And the lady looked at him like, she said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
And y'all were just standing back laughing.
He turned around at us, and he was so mad. But anyway, he ended up, not getting free. But now, I need to call him today if I can find his number. Finally, free French Fry Friday is here, and I promise you this, he'll participate.
Do you think he ever tells this story to everybody?
He don't tell it.
No.
I've got a bunch of stories on him, but I'm not going to call him by name. He's a great guy. We like to pick at him. But now if there was a deal out there, some type of giveaway, look out. Free French. But there actually is a free French Fry Friday. And, again, it was a joke with us. We just made it up, we thought. But anyway, maybe he'll go by today and get him well.
So on Fridays, if you buy at least something off the dollar menu and you got to use the app, those you get free French fries.
Free French fries, medium size.
I like a good fry.
Oh yeah, and they make the best.
Yeah,
they got the best fries. I don't like when I order my food and my fries are soggy. I don't like that.
Listen,
taking them home a lot of times that'll cost you because during the drive they get soggy if you don't eat in the parking lot.
Every day, it's like clockwork that I go in the Jacksonville State University cafeteria. They have excellent fries. You love them. They're what I love about it.
I like a good fry.
They're good. They're crispy. Okay.
Are they free on Friday?
No, it's an all you can eat once you scan your card. And every single day, Greg, I go get a little plate of something, and usually it involves grilled chicken and a vegetable or something of that nature. And I eat it. Like yesterday, it was barbecue. I had it was some kind of Carolina pork and corn.
Carolina Reaper.
And so I had that, and then I went over after, and every day I get me a little plate, I put fries on it, and they put this big thing of seasoned salt right next to it. And I fire the seasoned salt on it, which is probably not healthy, but it makes it so good.
It does make it good.
It's also sitting by all the condiments for like your onions and pickles and tomatoes.
You got it all right there at your fingertips.
So I grabbed me a few pickles and put it on the plate.
Okay.
Just because I like a good pickle.
I like pickle.
And then, you know what I put a bunch of? Barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
And I go over, and that's almost like my dessert every day, where I eat a few fries dipped in barbecue sauce with a couple of pickles.
I will say this, and I think I've said it before, barbecue sauce has worked its way to being my number one condiment.
It is my number one condiment, for sure.
I used to be ketchup, but I've kind of gone away from ketchup. I don't hate ketchup, but I even put barbecue sauce on a burger instead of ketchup.
How about ketchup does not come into my world much anymore?
I don't deal with it a lot.
Meatloaf, I will put ketchup on meatloaf. Yeah. But I'm going to tell you this. Some of you people that make meatloaf and you put barbecue sauce in it, that's excellent.
Barbecue sauce makes everything good.
I know.
I love it. You can just take a pile of hamburger meat, dump barbecue sauce in it, and cook it like loose, like taco meat, and just eat it with something, with a potato. If you happen to be in the cafeteria today at Jacksonville around 11, it'll probably happen, Greg, around 11:47, 11:52. Come by if you see me in there. Come by and grab me a little. So you're telling me
anybody can eat
that
it.
I could pull up there.
Yes.
And I have nothing to do with the university, and I can go in there and eat it.
Correct.
I mean, you got to buy it, obviously.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was open to the public.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know why. I've lived there a long time, and I've never done that.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was available. I may have to go in there and give one of them free French fries.
It's a good. I tell you what you need to do is you and Lisa one Sunday go to lunch there.
That's just funny to me.
Because I have been told several times, I've only eaten in there one Sunday, and both times I went in there, the president and the athletic director were in there, and they said, this is the best day of the week, food-wise. Now, I will say this, it was pretty good that day, but every day is pretty good.
I just never knew, hey, we're going out to eat Sunday. Where are you going? Well, we're going to the cafeteria up there.
There's actually a lot of universities that do this. There's one here in Birmingham that does it. And I know a lot of people after church here that go to this university and they eat in a caf.
See, I used to make fun of a guy. I worked in
and have nothing to do with the university.
I worked in Ashland years ago, and it's a small town in Clay County. Yeah. Great people. I loved it. I worked there for years. And And I got some good friends there, and my buddy said something about eating at the hospital. And I said, what, somebody in your family in the hospital? He said, no. He said, we don't have restaurants like y'all have where you live. He said, that's where we go eat. I said, so you go eat in the hospital on Sunday? He said, yeah. Now, this was a lot of years ago. They may have more places to eat. But at the time, he said, y'all, where you live, you got restaurants everywhere. He said, we don't. He said, so we go eat at the hospital. I was like, okay, sounds great. We all know how good that hospital food can be. I don't know.
I'd like us to leave here one day. I get out of here like minutes after the show's over, but we need to have a day where you just, when you're going back, you and I go to the calf together.
Straight to the calf.
I'm going to promise you, Greg, there'll be plenty of people that love to see you.
But I feel like they're going to throw me out of there.
No, they're not. They're not going to throw you out of there. They don't do any. All they do is collect money. They're not checking IDs.
I never.
They're not checking faculty or student IDs.
Advertising.
Like if I go in there, all they're looking for is me to pay for it, and I do scan my faculty card, but everybody else that there was a time where I didn't have a faculty card. I just go in there and pay. I give them my Regents card.
We need to do that. I'm curious. I need to go in there.
I'm telling. It may become a place you hang out, Greg.
You never know. Be up there drinking coffee, telling stories.
There's a lot of people that do that.
Okay.
It's a really good place.
I've been missing
I look forward to it every day.
All these years, I've been missing this.
I run into somebody new every day that I just get to say hello to.
5 minutes from my house.
Yes. And here's the thing. I know it's a university cafeteria, but it's really good. Really
sure
good food.
Well, I'm going to try it.
And all you can eat.
All you can eat, and it's free French Fry Friday. So
and today, it's Tuesday, so it's Taco Tuesday.
Oh, see, I love taco. Do they have a good taco?
Yeah, yeah, they do.
How about a big old plate of
And
nachos?
it doesn't matter what they have. I'm still going to get those fries every day.
That's going to happen.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll do that one day. 'Cause I can't believe I've been there. I've lived there a long time.
You would enjoy it.
Well, I'm about to check it out.
We'll be back. Hang with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What are those jackets called? They're like windbreakers.
Yeah,
windbreakers. That sound, cats do not like that sound. If you run towards a cat with that going on,
so you were wearing your
that cranks it up a notch.
That
It's
explains
also the noise from Velcro. I mean, corduroy.
That explains why cats ran from me when I was a fat kid in corduroy pants.
Yes.
All right, with this little dog gallop, did you make noises?
He barked.
Did you could you give me that bark?
I was more of like Tyrannosaurus Rex, that kind of thing.
Right, what,
too.
like-
It didn't make sense. There was no logic there. I was just a beast, like a woodland creature that you guys have called me on the show many times. There was some accuracy.
Can you remember
there.
what the
there
noise
was? Some accuracy.
So you
there.
you were your own four-legged creature.
Yes, I was my own thing.
But your mom needed someone
like that.
so your mom needed somewhere to land. So you said you feed me like a dog.
Yes, yeah.
What was that?
That's all you get. You get one.
Do you remember that? Is that accurate? Is that accurate?
It's the secret woodland creature cry, and you only hear it once. It's very elusive.
I can tell he just remembered the noise he made.
I have a question.
I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I've been so stupid my whole life, and I'm still so stupid.
He can't believe he did it. He's realized you were just a kid, man. Don't be so hard on yourself. I did a lot of things.
I need to know.
I started an amusement park back in the woods.
Yeah,
It made people but I did make people pay to come to it.
Did Aaron know about all this before y'all got married?
No. It doesn't come up. It's not something you bring up on a first date if you want there to be a second one.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Now, did your parents
tell her about it?
No, I've never told her.
She knows now.
She's
We're
gonna
still
hear it on
married.
the air?
That's why we're still married, Bubba.
She knows now.
If there's anything I've learned, it's a good foundation for a marriage is secrets, guys. That's a good basis for a good marriage.
There you go.
Secrets.
Don't own up to anything.
That's so good.
Secret.
But what I'm saying
If
is,
there's anything I've learned in 3 years of marriage, listen to me, guys.
if you pretended to be a woodland creature for 25% of your first 10 years on Earth, keep
Don't
it to
tell
yourself.
your wife.
Don't get on the air and do the secret cry you forgot about.
By the way, that cry brought something back.
You realize how ridiculous it was.
Well, it's.
I really did that.
remember it.
Why
This
did
is
I do that?
This is therapy.
It is.
This is therapy.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Colorado. The late John Denver. Experimental aircraft.
You know, every time I see one of those ultralight things flying around, and I think, man, I'd like to do that. And then I hear John Denver's song playing, and I go, no, I don't think that's for me.
No. That's that country road did take him home.
Well, there's always, and we've talked about this, words that shouldn't go together. Experimental.
Oh my gosh.
Aircraft.
Yeah, guys, look, I know
experimental go-kart, fine.
Mm-hmm. If you're saying, hey,
experimental parachute.
Yeah, I understand you're a pilot. I am. What do you fly? Something I make in the garage.
Yeah, I want something that a little more research has been into.
See, Bubba and I grew up in the era of the variety show, and it seemed like everybody had a variety show. Do you remember the John?
Oh
Denver
yeah, I
show?
do very much.
Yeah, he'd come on out and sing "Thank God I'm a Country Boy," and he was on.
And I remember him in the movies. What was it? Oh God.
Yeah. With George Burns.
Yeah, that was quite a combination there.
It was. He made those little round glasses huge.
And he looked like the grown-up version of several kid actors that had that same kind of what I call the shag cut and the little glasses.
The Brady Bunch's little cousin.
Yeah, they had a cousin did that, and there was 2 or 3 more floating around.
If Greg wasn't in there eating with Moultrie, he'd tell us who it was. Remember, I guarantee you Greg knows that kid's name.
Sure he does.
knows his name and his character's name on the Brady Bunch.
And what his pet is.
Right. So we will. But I don't know. He may have been an absolute jerk, but I mean, he seemed like always a nice guy.
I thought he was nice. I think we would have liked him if we'd have got a chance to hang out.
He wanted to camp out more than you and I wanted to, but he still seemed like
But he just seemed, his personality in that movie seemed pretty straightforward.
Yeah. No, but we have no idea he's acting. But,
No,
but,
right. I mean, I'm just saying, based on what you what you envision.
Look, we think Tom Cruise is normal till we see his views on Scientology, and then we realize, okay, maybe not.
Good night.
All right, so Moultrie will be here now.
Will we ever get Top Gun 2? Is that ever going to come out?
I think it will at some point. I mean, we've gone through 4 toy stores and can't get 2 Top Guns.
Well, and one of the more disturbing things I think as an adult I've ever experienced is to look at Tom Cruise and Kelly McGillis then and now. That's disturbing to me.
Well,
I mean, really, I didn't sleep well after I saw it.
I can. It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we get ready to roll through another hour, another day, another show. We start with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. Another one is underway. Greg and Helmsy gave you a kickoff hour. Speedy out today. Eddie Van Adler in as usual with the YouTube experience. He's got that for you live and archived. So you can do that every single day. He also pulls an hour that he puts on Blaze TV for Blaze TV subscribers. Also, there's audio available live and archived. You can catch America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. You can stream on our TuneIn app, or you can catch the daily audio archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. There's all your options. Pick the one that best suits you or have a combination of more than one. There you go. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while. Yep.
Sammy Hagar in the circle. Hey.
The circle.
The circle, baby. The
Will
circle's
not be
ready.
broken.
Will not be broken. We do have a lot to do. A couple things I want to ask you about. And, I meant to get to this story yesterday because we talked about it so much. And I just forgot it, saw it over the weekend, this Pat McAfee story. We can unpack that today. I meant to do that yesterday. I forgot
missed that one. Help me out here.
Well, Bubba, he says that he's kind of struggling with his future because he realizes people don't like him.
It's in there somewhere, maybe in the bottom.
Yeah. I just saw that.
So he's not going to be returning to game day because they said he didn't test well.
Well, if they made it official, he's not coming back.
They said
I know he said it.
Are you adding to it?
No, but they haven't given him a long-term
That's right.
contract.
No, they really are saying, look, the feedback on you is not good, and your future with us is uncertain.
Yeah, they didn't.
Did they do the same feedback on Corso?
Well, I'd love to know that. I would love to know that. So
what a joke ESPN
that's their
has
chair.
become.
I will tell you the only problem. I like Pat McAfee.
I do too.
It just
He's
depends on
just
I do not.
overexposed right now.
I do
You
not.
a little
couldn't-
bit of that.
You couldn't turn on anything that Pat McAfee wasn't telling you his thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Look, I think he does a good job on game day. I really do.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
I don't want to like him, and then I kind of do.
Yeah.
Out of the gate when he's got the tank top on,
know who
I'm
he
like,
is?
what
I
is he?
do not like him. I do not like green eggs and ham.
Some people will take this the wrong way.
Okay.
And y'all know I'm concerned about that.
Oh yeah.
He's the Trump of college football. You either love him or hate him.
Yeah. No, that
there's
is
no
true.
middle ground.
That is true. Yeah.
There's nobody that goes, yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, I just, put it this way: I don't watch it enough to matter.
Yeah.
But I think if I was someone who was really into sports, to Bubba's point, and every time I try to turn on something, I've got to deal with Pat McAfee taking over and wearing his tank top and his chains, and and the problem, I think, if I could sit down, and I think you and I talked about this before the last time we talked about Pat McAfee, so this may be a repeat. But we talk on the air and off the air the same, so sometimes I don't know which one's
what
which.
conversation was which.
I'm pretty sure we said this on the air. When you and I were giving advice to an aspiring radio host one time, you don't have to be a character. Just you yourself is the character you're trying to be.
Right.
So when you try to act that way, it now comes across as too much. And what I would tell Pat McAfee is settle down. Calm down. You're trying too hard.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I'm. Yeah.
He needs to settle just a
You're
little.
trying too hard.
He's knowledgeable. He's funny.
That's perfect.
And he's funny, and he can deliver a line.
Yeah.
But it's like it's almost like he entered the room. He feels like he's got to take over
There
the
you
whole
go.
thing.
Exactly.
Let somebody else talk.
Exactly.
And you'll be fine.
He should have moments, but then back down and just talk about the game, and then you ain't got to be over the top.
I think if Pat McAfee, and I'll put it this way, and it's what we're all saying, and I acknowledge that, but to put it in a nutshell, if Pat McAfee would just be Pat McAfee, I think he'd be more likable than him trying to act like Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
But, I think he thinks he sees himself as this character, and it's not genuine, and he's acting too much. Just be yourself. I think if you'll just be yourself, I think you'd be more likable.
Because it's funny. I love it when
for all the reasons y'all just said.
When he exaggerates about being a kicker and tries to act like it was really tough and hard, and he's got a highlight film of himself. Like, I mean, that's funny when he does stuff like that.
Now that is.
That's where he needs to be. That's self-deprecating humor, which people love.
But somebody else can make a comment without him chiming in every time.
Right.
You know,
And the tank top and the chain bother me.
And when he makes his pick, he's thinking to himself. You can tell he sits down and goes, "How can I be funny about my pick?"
Yeah.
Well, they're not all funny. Not all picks aren't funny. Look, you ain't
got to be 100%.
Sometimes a pick's just a pick.
Just give us a pick. Yeah, who you think's going to win, Pat? And by how much?
Just face it, some of these people don't have enough personality for you to even say anything about their coaching or their team.
No.
Yeah, just pick. But he has not tested well, and he says I'm uncertain about my future with College Game Day because people don't like me.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think some poll by, was it Athletic?
The Athletic.
So like 48, he's 50-50, 48% disapprove.
Yeah, right. Well, nobody in this business really wants the people that need to go and buy the products that one will be endorsing to have this attitude about you.
Yeah.
I can tell you I'm leaving.
Sure.
You want there to be a little more passion that way. It's so.
And when 48% go, no, I don't like it.
Right. Yeah, that's not good.
And the biggest problem with ESPN right now, they're under the gun because Disney is struggling so much right now. Disney's
For
had
stupid decisions.
major problems with their stock price, major other financial issues, all brought on because of their wokeness.
Right.
And now the things that survive off Disney, ABC, ESPN, are all having to make these big cuts because they can't fund them like they used to.
Right.
And all of that's playing into it.
Well, let's go to this. And this is what I don't get. This is why these waters were.
It's all part of the business cycle. I mean, it all rotates through, and it's the perfect time for competitors to come on. I know Fox has, but I'm not too sure we couldn't stand a third sports network.
But I guess, when you were talking about the business side of it, because you and I have been addressing this for years, when it comes to entertainment, the old adage of, hey, man, it's just business, is giving people what they want. See, that isn't true anymore. And that's why these waters can be treacherous, is you see somebody like Disney, and it's so obvious the things they're doing, to your point, and the wokeness is hurting them, but they're picking being woke over being successful.
Yeah.
And that has to concern you a little bit. Now it's not simple anymore. Well, even if you won't support the product, they still keep doing it.
Yeah. I don't get some. Maybe they think that's what makes them successful, but they obviously don't know their customers.
Right. Yeah. Bubba, how hard is it to know the customers of family entertainment?
Well, again, what they describe as family entertainment and what we do is totally different.
Yeah, right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Women in the audience, and they're saying, see, that's what it looks like to age as a male and age as a female. I mean, I can hear them. I can hear them off in the distance.
Well, I'm not going there with that.
Well, they are.
I'm not.
They are.
I'm not making that kind of
they
statement.
Are.
But that's just.
I know.
That's just disturbing.
Well, it's
What's the plot on the new one? Do you know? Because see, I love the movie Top Gun. I know. You are so wrong.
Adler, you're so cruel.
I said it, but I didn't expect you to do it.
Adler pulls it. It's amazing how quick nowadays.
Speedy, did you say that?
I did.
Did you pull that up?
No, that was Adler.
Okay.
Y'all, seriously, it's like there's a time machine involved there. I don't know.
It's an easy go. You'd be amazed when you hit images how.
Yeah, just come right up.
I mean,
the last time we discussed it, which I think was about the fifth time we talked about it, we came to a conclusion that we thought that it was possible that Maverick was now going to be the teacher of the new Young Guns. Or that'd be Top Guns, Rick. Young Guns was the Western.
But
So
how would a maverick be as a teacher, though?
well,
I don't
now
follow
you're
that.
you're interested in the movie, aren't you?
Well, I want to see planes going off the carrier deck.
I know you do, Bubba.
And close, high def and all that. That's what
I'm
I
just
want.
telling you, be
And
very
a really cool soundtrack.
Be
to go
very
with it.
careful with tampering with something like this. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I'll be disappointed, right? I mean, there's no way I can appreciate it.
Speaking of people didn't age well from that, did you ever catch Val Kilmer toward the end there?
I just saw a picture of Val Kilmer from last night.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank y'all for being with us today. 866 We Be Big is our number. All right, so as we make our way back, Bubba, this is a story that you have been following, and our expert on the royal family is one Bill Bubba Bussey.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'm an observer.
Right.
A few things I've noticed.
You were an observer, and I hate to say it, you're a royal noticer.
Right. Thank you.
But you said that you felt like that Queen Elizabeth is just clinging to her power, even though most queens probably would have already stepped down because she knows how goofy her son is and doesn't want him to be king. She's trying to get it to the next deal, and that's his son, William.
I think she is trying to save the British Empire as we know it.
Right.
Because we all think Prince Charles is a victim of that family tree being a little too straight.
Right, a little too straight. Yeah, just a little too straight.
Like a dog that won't hunt.
He's already 72, by the way.
And speaking of dogs,
okay.
I
know you don't.
You just never can leave that alone, can you?
I'm trying to be better. I'm trying.
Well, you're
not working, Bubba.
So how old is she right now?
93.
93.
So she's going to turn it over at 95. And Prince Charles will be the King of England.
He'll be 72 then? Mm-hmm. He's 70 now, right? So she tried. And Bubba, is this a signal? She's
But
put out?
I mean, if
I think she's sending a signal out. It's
But Rick,
somebody's going
why
to
would
take care
she
of
say
Charles.
2 years?
if he's
Why
got
would
her
she say 2
genetics,
years?
if he's got her genetics, are you in for 20-something more years?
Yeah.
I know. Well, you're right.
Yeah.
But do you?
So what will Camilla be? Let's get to the bottom
what
line
is that
of this.
title?
What
She's not the
will she
queen.
be? She's the Princess of Cornhole now or something. What's her name?
That's not it.
Bubba.
Cornwallis. What's her name?
Cornwall.
Well, what's Queen Elizabeth's husband, Philip? What's he called?
A handle.
Oh, he's
Yeah, he is a handle.
He's out there wrecking cars at 98.
Get him a bump.
Uh-huh.
No insurance. Don't forget that he had no insurance.
No, just tearing up Land Rovers like we throw away paper.
Stop it right now!
Okay, so
So I'm not sure what you call him.
yeah, I don't know.
Well, he's Prince Philip, guardian of the
is he?
Queen.
Okay.
Prince,
So
so-
she'd be Princess Bow Wow, guardian of the king.
Stop it right now! We will stop this tournament!
Yeah, they said they had to get a royal pork chop and hang around her neck to get the puppies to play with.
Y'all are so awful.
Not just a pork chop, a royal pork chop.
A royal one! Look like a royal one! What's a royal podcast? Stop it right now!
I'll be honest, we never could figure that one.
Wow.
That one has been. I'm going to put that up there with the mystery of D.B. Cooper.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's right.
that and Yeti and 2 or 3 other things.
All right, I'm going to weigh off on something here.
King Charles.
I'm going to wade off into this and just,
King Charles Spaniel.
and I want to be very respectful. Something that I don't know why I'm even saying that in this conversation because it doesn't belong. But is it? Minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so this was a story apparently that came out over the weekend, but it's possible that Pat McAfee was the one who was telling us about it, which is why I didn't listen. But so y'all were saying it was this weekend. So we've got a suspended Michigan staffer, and Greg, you made the point, and Helmsy as well. For some reason, it's like Harbaugh. He can never completely stay out of controversy. There's always just a little bit of controversy surrounding Harbaugh.
Well, it's like there's always a stink in the air.
It's just a little stink.
You
There's
know,
there's just a little smell of sulfur.
Yeah, you can't see where it's coming
Right.
from, but you keep looking around on the floor to see if the dog has had an accident.
I
You
tell,
know that.
I tell you what it's like. Have you ever walked a city street and then all of a sudden out of nowhere there's been an awful sulfur smell?
Yes,
And you say,
yes.
man, I'm somewhere near sewage.
Yes.
And you
Yeah.
can't quite identify where it's
Right.
coming from.
Something's leaking.
Yeah, there's sewage somewhere. So Connor Stallions, is that his name?
Yes, yes, that's him.
Okay, so he has been suspended, identified as a person of interest in the NCAA's investigation into sign stealing the signs of the opposing team at Michigan. And Bubba, as they were telling us in the break, and it's here in the story, the plan was quite comprehensive. He bought tickets.
elaborate.
He bought tickets to more than 30 games.
Oh boy.
At 11 Big Ten schools in the past 3 years. And Helmsy added he bought on each side where he could watch both teams.
Correct. Yep.
And then he's an analyst with the Wolverines, and what analysts are doing, they want to tell you what the tendencies of a team, and
They do the research.
They do the research, and to have a good one is crucial.
Oh yeah.
And as a matter of fact, Greg, your son's very good at this. Not with this, but being an analyst, I hope he's not doing this.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he would go, and Helms, you said it's okay for you to figure out signs on your own, I guess, in a natural way, organically.
100%.
But it's not.
All schools do it,
Yeah.
and very open about it, and it is part of the rules.
And that's almost like, can I keep you from stealing my signs?
Correct.
It's part of it.
And
Yeah.
that's why you've seen all the changes over the past
Oh, yeah.
10, 15 years with big signs and quarterbacks wearing different colored hats and all that.
A lot of it's just a distraction. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but
there's always a dummy out there.
Yeah.
But what you can't do is go to games, sit in the stands, and record the signs.
And you can't record during the game.
Yeah.
Like if you're in the press box and I'm recording them and I'm sending it to people on the sidelines, that's
Right.
also illegal.
Well, then if he did this, and he's a person of interest, the allegation is that he went to these games, bought these tickets for the sole purpose of recording and getting all the tendencies and stealing the signs through recording them, keeping them, and using them.
Correct.
And so if he did
Over
that
30 games, guys.
over 30 games. So he if he did now, of course,
Harbaugh knew nothing.
Yeah, of course, Jim Harbaugh says, "What's that smell?" I just smell. He has denied any knowledge of anyone in his program stealing opponent signals. So I know the head coach has no idea that somebody coming out of the budget for 30 different games and tickets. You know, tickets to these games are not inexpensive.
No,
especially when you're buying two a game.
Rick,
and this guy made $55,000 a year
Yeah.
as an analyst.
Yeah.
So look at the ticket prices versus that.
And,
Something doesn't wash just exactly.
And Rick, Harbaugh was denying he knew anything after he just served a suspension for another thing he denied he didn't know anything about.
Right.
Something to do with text message.
I will say that after the TCU upset, he did not do a very good job of stealing their signs.
Yeah, that's true.
But
But people just keep this. I mean, in this, because these things keep coming up, he knows nothing about. I mean, people just keep accusing him of all kinds of things. I don't know what that's about.
And I'm upset with Michigan because of them giving us TCU last year against Georgia. I'm very upset about that.
Yeah.
And I blame them for that terrible game.
And you should.
Yeah.
How we
no
may
business
have the
losing
Michigan rule at some point that ultimately resolves this, but there's one way you solve all of this, and that is just do what the NFL does and put microphones and speakers and helmets and let the coach talk to them directly.
Right.
I heard Matt Rule talking about this. He said that this has actually been voted on over the last few years, and the NCAA and football committees that do vote on these things continue to vote it down for whatever reason. So I don't know why they won't go do what the NFL is currently doing.
Right.
But they've actually talked about this in the past, and it has been voted.
Let me ask you this, and maybe it's me. I just have never felt like it was that big a deal to steal signals. That you ought to be better at hiding what you're calling and confusing it so that somebody else can't pick it off. Even with the helmets, you can sit there with a scanner in here. There's a receiver somewhere that would work to pick it up. So, I mean, you've got your little play cards. A lot of them call them in numbers, and you have the same play with multiple numbers on it. So it would be hard to pick it up during the game. If they call 082 and you run something, that same play may be 111, it may be 242, it may be 355, so they can call it different. I don't know. It seems like it's we're going out of our way to keep people from looking at signals. When,
Well, the NFL doesn't have a problem.
Yeah,
and
right.
whatever they're doing is working.
Well, yeah, because maybe that's easier to monitor these frequencies than what we're getting. I would almost be for anything that will remove the circus from the sideline.
I agree with that 100%. I'm with you.
Can
You're talking
you-
about a bip.
The different colored shirts and.
I want you to imagine this. Imagine you've never seen American football before, and you sit down on one of those games and you see all this on the sideline of pictures of ducks and people jumping up and down and people wearing different colored shirts, different hats,
I like
different
the old
shirts.
3-number flip thing.
Yeah.
It seemed the easiest.
And
to
you
me.
see everybody jumping up and down, standing on their head, doing weird signals. Wouldn't you be like, "No, what's up with these people?" Because it looks ridiculous. I mean, it looks absolutely ridiculous. It's so. I would be for anything to get that stopped.
Let me ask you this: they change personnel almost every play.
Oh yeah.
So what happened to the old tell the wide receiver and let him run it in and tell it?
Well, but we can't do that anymore because now we can't go fast.
Yeah.
You know, we have to go fast. Must be tempo. Even though I've noticed the
that's
high
fine
tempo
too, but
well,
you can't.
No, they keep doing that.
You can't run somebody in.
Right. Well, here's the thing.
Because then the defense gets to run somebody.
They hold you up.
The rule changes have taken that away. You're right, but the thing that gets me is the so-called high tempo people. Now all they do is I'll just stand in the middle of the field looking over there and can't make a decision.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then hand it to the tailback.
Right. It's to me. I'm like you. You do have to you got to call this guy if he's doing this, but to me, we've gotten down to the point. I'm not so certain that if you would concentrate on blocking and tackling and executing, that you're probably going to win more games than trying to be sharp and outsmart everybody.
Because that messes everything up.
Right.
If I physically whip you, and now, guess what?
Because it's because there's so many factors now, so many things going on. They've really complicated the game to the point that at times it looks really sloppy.
Yeah.
Because it's so complicated.
Yeah.
It's just smooth execution. I love smooth execution.
Exactly.
And like I say,
people not jumping off sides and all that. You know, when you have like a real football game with a good coach.
Now it looks like the offensive line can't ever get settled. Nobody really knows what to do. They keep looking the sideline, changing the play, moving the back. Receivers in the slot. Now he's not. He's running past me. Went back the other way. You know, it's like, and then all of a sudden it's a 3-yard loss. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
When you saw that Prince Charles was married to Princess Diana, which we all thought for him was a pretty good land for him.
He outkicked his coverage. We all admit that.
But does that also signal something that maybe she was a tremendous handful? I mean,
correct me if I'm wrong, though.
How could you be drawn to the arms of Camilla from that situation unless that situation was undesirable?
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I may be.
Is that a fair statement?
Didn't Charles and Camilla have
They had history. They did.
And then, of course, it's a range deal. You know how the Royals will arrange one in a second. But still, I think I would go, hey, that's a pretty good arrangement.
Absolutely.
Compared to,
Look, your mom and daddy could bring you worse.
Oh, yeah, much
If
worse.
you look like Charles.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's and I don't know.
I mean, can we not consider that would and look, I'm taking all the just getting down to just normal people. If we had the guy that we love who had the crazy to beautiful,
right.
What's it called, diagram or whatever it is,
fine and crazy.
He done to fine and crazy axis.
Yeah, the fine and crazy
Matrix.
axis.
Yeah.
And so is it possible?
Can we watch that again?
Is it possible that she was not more beautiful than she was crazy?
Possible.
We don't know, Rick.
He ran to the arms of Camilla. Guys, you can't just.
Well,
you
Rick,
have
there
to
has
look,
to be.
and that may be
Rick,
one.
there
That
has
one
to be-
decision may have cost him the crown.
Rick, there
Camilla
has to
looks
be,
like a man dressed as a woman.
Greg, Derek, my
Rick,
gosh.
there has to be what we call middle ground here. You're talking about two ends of the spectrum.
Well, Bubba, I know.
And one, if I was Prince Charles, and I was going to have my pick of the kingdom, why didn't he go for a Spice Girl? But Baby Spice was available at the time.
We always go back to comfort. That's what he was doing. He had history, and he went back to comfortable. That's all he's doing.
Well, you have to wonder.
I know
what the word comfortable means there.
Well, I know, but
you know what I mean. Is it possible that you look at this too? That
we go back to the things we're used to.
There's people who prefer to sit and look at a beautiful meadow, and there's people who like to go to the circus. Okay,
look up there.
yeah,
guy.
and that was the same question I was about to ask. Speaking of circus, maybe.
Well, don't you think that's a good, nice way to
was
say
Camilla
that?
in the circus at one time? Do we know? Maybe a trapeze artist or something? I don't know.
Bearded lady.
You know what I'm saying? Some people say I like sitting here looking at this beautiful meadow. It's calm, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, yeah,
But
sure.
but then there's a circus. It's not near as beautiful, but it can be exciting.
Sure, it can.
You know, I'll just put it up there, one of the great mysteries of our time.
Well, and I do think, and you've often said this, and I think you've got some legitimacy here, that you have said this is one of the reasons Queen Elizabeth has tried to hang on.
Yeah, I think she thinks Charles is nuts, and he's a bad front man for the kingdom. Now, if she could jump it down to William, because I think they look good, they a good-looking couple, represent well, they handle themselves well.
50 kids.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have plenty. I think they would be all right, but I think she thinks Charles is maybe a little out of touch. And, you've heard him on his global warming speech. The Queen don't buy that garbage for a minute. She don't.
No.
Rick, no
What does
way.
that have to do with my lady's
If you
hat?
live in a house, it's a palace, how
Look at
can you
this
believe
hat.
in global warming?
Right.
And again, for him, how are you going to stand up and give a speech about how people ought to cut back to save the planet when you've got a house that's got 9,000 rooms in it?
Right. Sure.
I mean, how you going to keep a straight face?
He's
and
got
do
a
that?
pretty big footprint. Right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
Well,
real big footprint.
He probably took some royal money and bought some royal carbon credits.
Yeah. Right.
Let me go back to this though.
With
You
the
know
box
something I
of
noticed the
royal
other day?
pork chops.
Talking about the beloved Queen Elizabeth. You and I, Bubba, have caught tremendous flack from our wives for finding a style of shirt that we like and buying it in 5 to 8 colors.
Yes.
Queen Elizabeth does the same thing.
She does, Rick.
She
She's
wears
got
the
that
same
one
outfit,
suit.
and it's nothing but a bunch of different colors of the same outfit. Good enough for the Queen, good enough for me.
You're right. That hat and that
If you pull it up, it's the same outfit, just different colors every time.
colors.
Y'all think
It's
about
what we
this.
do.
She is
So a queen can do it, but I can't.
Rick, she is the queen now. Of course, she, under their current rule of government, is basically a mascot. We've talked about that. A very rich mascot, by the way.
A very expensive mascot.
Very, very rich mascot. But, I mean, not too long ago, a couple of generations back, she could just order you to have your head cut off, and they carry you out and chop before noon today,
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah.
Don't you know the Queen just says that?
How'd we let this get away?
Well,
If we
she's
had
been there
that
a long
power, how did we vote to let them take it away from us?
It's the great question, but you and I know the answer. When the first comedian I ever heard say, so women got the right to vote when they couldn't even vote. How'd we lose that one?
Well, I think I know.
And we all know, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Will we ever see Prince Charles put that giant crown on?
It is 35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com. Yes, sir. Now more than ever, you kind of want to know that you got a secure business or secure home or property, and nobody does it better than SimplySafeBubba.com. 24/7 burglar busting protection. And you can go right there to SimplySafeBubba.com. You need to look into the revolutionary monitoring innovation, the 24/7 live guard protection. Man, this is the next step. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Yes, as it's happening. If an intruder breaks into your home or your small business or your property, their professional monitoring agents can actually see the person, speak to them, deter them, tell them that they're about to get arrested or shot, and you can you put that together with the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, and buddy, you got yourself a plan. So right now you can install it yourself in about 30 minutes, or a Simply Safe expert will set it up for you. Either way, it's easy to protect your place. For a limited time, we're getting you 20% off the new system when you sign up for the Fast Protect monitoring. This huge offer is only available for a limited time, so go to SimplySafeBubba.com and find the link also at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. Bubba, in the break, you mentioned, and I can't even imagine what this was like, that you got your wife to attempt to watch a Vikings game with you?
Well, I was actually trying to catch up on some bills last night, and but Hunter was watching the game, and we've been watching him, with this kidney stone thing. It still hadn't passed.
Oh my! Come on now.
Yeah. Still hanging in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Betty got sold, and Betty does not really like football.
Right.
Okay. She faked football when we were dating.
Right.
And she will go through the whole process of watching a game, but she's more into the social aspects of it before, during, and after. She would be a threat that if we're tied going to overtime, she might say, well, let's just go on and beat the crowd. That kind of thing.
So she really doesn't care. Right. So she's basically me.
So, but she's fun to go with, but she just doesn't really get into the competitive part of it. But she had been talked into watching Monday Night Football a couple of times, but she likes to watch the Manning cast, and she's kind of got into the Mannings.
So have you talked her into watching it, or Hunter? Who's doing it?
Hunter probably went further than I did.
Right. Yeah.
But I heard questions like, now which one's older? Now which one played quarterback?
Right.
That kind of thing. Well, they both, honey. They both.
Right.
Well, why are they doing this now? Are they out of money? No, they've made plenty.
That's funny.
She goes, that older one with not a lot of hair is kind of funny. He's always saying something under his breath about his brother. And I said, I am amazed at how funny Peyton has got with his dry delivery. And it, when it all started? When he did that skit on Saturday Night Live where he was talking down to those kids and drilling them with a ball, like, for instance, he will be diagramming a play that just happened. And he'll say, hey, this guy come over here, he did this, and said, look, the tight end is so wide open, Eli could make this pass.
Right, yeah.
And he'll just say it under his breath as he keeps going. So, and the fact that they have different guests on, like 3 different guests each show, I think has captivated her. They had Aaron Rodgers on last night, which was pretty funny. They had the guy from the Golden State Warriors, Klay Thompson, which was good. And they brought out footage. Eli brought out footage of him playing in like Little League basketball and wanted to know what he thought about it. And it showed Eli going down the lane and spinning around and scoring. Clay was giving him a play-by-play. Then they had Clay playing football, and they were breaking down his film too.
Funny.
So, I mean, the whole thing was pretty entertaining. And I myself have found, even as good as the announcers are, this is so much more my style of watching the game. But Betty was really getting into it because of the Manning brothers and the way they do it. And I hate to bring this up. Should I mention it?
No, please do.
Many years ago, I suggested this format.
Here we go.
It was a radio version.
Mm-hmm.
I suggested this format to a big-time college football program that they offer their normal guys doing the broadcast, and they let us do a Rick and Bubba version, which is what the Manning cast is.
Right.
Okay. And I was told that they couldn't do that, even though they had satellite channel availability. They couldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. And I said, do you not think it would be good and people would like it? And he said, no, right the opposite. I'm afraid of they might like it too much, meaning it will put me in a handle with the professional guys.
Wow, yeah.
And so I feel good about the Manning cast. I like it, and I think we're probably going to see more of it in the future because you got to get the right people, obviously, to do it.
No, sure.
But I really like the way they're doing that game.
Well, I'll agree with you, and I'll tell you.
It's growing on me.
To me, it's twofold because something like that is going to bring in people like Betty that normally are not going to be intrigued with the X's and the O's and how the game works. They want to be entertained. The other is, and I don't know why Monday Night Football decided to do this. It might be like radio, where they want to get bland so they don't have to write as big a checks as they did when they had high-profile personalities. But the Monday night broadcast on the regular network has become so bland and so vanilla,
right,
and so uninspiring and unentertaining that something like this also, I think, is desirable because of that.
they're basically like a Dandy Don used to be in a Cosell.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, they were
Frank Gifford.
They
and-
were more colorful than the guys are now.
Now they're just so
Yeah.
professional, it's almost boring.
And
You
I
know?
think Aikman does a great job. And
oh, sure.
and who's
Buck.
the,
Be Joe Buck.
Yeah.
Joe
Yeah.
Buck.
Probably one
They
of the
do-
best in the business.
They do a great job.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I listen to them. I
Yeah.
enjoy the game, but the Manning cast just has so many oddities to it and things that I don't expect. Have you seen the thing where he can diagram a play that looks like a virtual electric football game? Have you seen that? Have you seen what I'm talking about? He's standing there in front, on top of what looks like an electric football field,
Right.
but it's computer generated players, and he can move them around and show how to play. It's like a 3D version of the whiteboard.
Yeah, I have seen that.
You
No,
know
you're
what
right.
I'm
I have
talking
seen
about?
that. So wait a minute. I didn't think that was the Monday Night Crew.
Oh yeah, they swapped last year. Remember when?
Okay, see, I haven't even seen the
when
new crew.
Joe Buck and Troy left Fox and went to ESPN. They got the Monday night gig.
Okay, see, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
See, I'm
Yeah.
still making that comment off last year's bunch.
Yeah. So they
last
do
year's
that.
bunch, boy, they were boring. Well, that was that was a bland
hence
bunch.
the reason they brought.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they even agreed with me.
Yes.
But you know, Rick, if they tried to get too funny, they're sitting there with their jackets on with the logo.
Oh,
and
no,
the
no.
tie.
Yeah, no,
They'll
yeah.
tell them, no, just calm it down. You know, where the Mannings can do anything they want.
Oh yeah, I still agree with that, but now the difference in the two is not as severe as it was say last year. Yeah, if you've got Joe Buck and
wonder
Troy
what the
Aikman,
numbers
that's a
are on
much better crew than what they had last year.
Do you remember when they tried to hip it up in Dennis Miller?
Yes.
Did y'all forget about that?
I did.
Was he 1 or 2 seasons? Wasn't many.
Yeah.
And I think he's great, but it just didn't work.
It didn't work.
But
Sometimes
they were trying.
it doesn't
but they were
work.
trying to do what we said, give it some personality.
Right. Yeah.
And,
well, to me, what you need is like they used to do it back in the day. You have the Frank Gifford. He's going to keep the thing in the middle of the road.
Yeah, yeah.
But you then have him with a cast of color characters.
OJ.
I'd
say bring OJ back.
Right. Yeah. See what it is. I think that Pat McAfee wants to be Dandy Don Meredith, but he can't pull it off.
Yeah.
That's who he's trying to be, but he can't quite do it.
Yeah.
It's just because you want to be a character doesn't mean you can pull it off, or that it sits well with you. It seems natural.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, it worked. The Manning cast got Betty involved, right?
Yeah.
How'd you Vikings do?
Well, they ended up winning, but we all know that's just a fake flag. So don't get excited.
He can't even get excited about a win.
Beat a 5-1 San Francisco team.
Bubba.
That's really,
Okay.
really good.
Bubba,
Yeah,
come
a
on.
lot of people think it's the best team in the league.
Yeah.
But they had a bunch of hurt players. Bebo wasn't playing, so it's a whole different deal.
You can't even get excited about the Vikings giving you a win and a Manning cast.
No, I'm used to the Vikings having big wins during the regular season.
I got hung up.
no
I got
big
hung
deal.
up in the book of Manning. And that footage of them when they were kids is priceless.
Fantastic.
And it's so good.
Fantastic. Yeah.
You get to cry.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. The website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pushing butter. You remember that?
Imperial bread. I forgot about
that big one. I mean, it was that big one.
That's a good one.
You know? Will we ever see that?
Did she send a signal? You got 2 years to handle this.
Somebody help me out.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so other things to talk about. Home Run Derby last night. I did not, it was interesting because, we have Gabriel, little Frenchie, staying with, and he's just having a ball. If you'd have seen his little face last night when I pulled up the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel in HD quality on the big screen TV, and he watched himself on the show, I told the boys he lit up like a little French lamp.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so excited and couldn't believe it. And he said, "I was nervous." And I said, "You didn't seem to be."
No.
And he was mad at himself because some of the things we asked him, he said, "I was nervous." And
it was rapid fire in here too. That's very, very difficult.
So he is preparing for Friday's show when he'll be back with Big Love. He said that Bubba asked him to tell Bubba some interesting facts about France.
Y'all know about his life. What's life like in French?
So he's going to sit down and write it out, in English, and so he can deliver. And he's all right. He was nervous. I was nervous. But
He's had y'all guys. Can I tell you his reaction to things that we think nothing about? So we take him through, the beautiful botanical gardens here in our fine city, and there's squirrels everywhere. I mean, this is squirrel paradise for them. Nobody can bother us. We have all the food we want. There's plants and trees everywhere. And so, you know how you're just not prepared for different cultures? So we're sitting there, and all of a sudden I notice he keeps reacting to something around me. Look, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, he'd be like casting his eyes over. And I'd look around, and I'd be like, okay, I don't know what he's looking at.
Like a burglar snicking up.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, look, he'd do his face like that.
Like he's cutting over at something? Like, hey,
like
check
he's
this
cutting
out?
over like, hey, are we good? And I was like, what's going on, buddy? You all right? And then he started pointing, and it was squirrels running up and down trees everywhere. And he's like, what in the world?
So they don't have squirrels?
Well, I got to the bottom of that. They have squirrel. They have something like a brown, but he said to walk around like we do and they be everywhere is unheard of. He was like, it would be like us walking around and like you just looking deer running everywhere. And you're like, are we not going to acknowledge all these animals running around? Because, I mean, there's probably 12 squirrels, and they're running up down trees and flying around, chasing each other. And then their little tail. And he was kind of like, do y'all just walk around with squirrels everywhere? And I was like, oh, yeah, this is not a big deal. And he was.
Did you tell him we know some people who eat them?
I did. By the way, I don't know what it was.
We have to show him the elusive fox squirrel.
Well, we crossed over a big bridge last night, and I can acknowledge to the vendor that I bought them from, he finally ate a pork skin last night. He just could not wrap his mind around. Do you pick at the skin?
Oh, wow.
Z pig?
Z pig?
Z pig. And he pointed, skin? Pig skin? And I was like, yeah, eat it. It's just like a chip. No. No. Because she's very straightforward. You like this? Yes. You want some of this? No. And I was like, eat one. No.
A little peer pressure.
No. So then finally last night I'll pick the bag up every now and then and shake it in front of him. No. I said you're trying everything, and I said just it's like a chip. And so finally last night he bit into a pork skin, and he goes,
nice.
Very good. I said, yeah. You want another? No.
Put a little hot sauce.
So I think he's got a mind block on it in his mind.
Okay.
So anyway, found out last night too. Big problem. Doesn't like hot dogs.
He doesn't like hot dogs.
He didn't like the idea of a hot dog, but I told him he's going to have a spiral dog. And I said it's not like what you're picturing.
Well, if you think about what a hot dog is, it's tough to get over.
He's got a block on the hot dog.
Yeah. Just don't break that down for him.
Let me tell you what he loves though. He said last night, he goes, "Is we going to have another biscuit?" And I said, "What'd you say? Biscuit? How you say biscuit?"
He likes
I said, "Are you saying biscuit?" Yes. You want another biscuit? Yes. Okay, we'll get one.
We'll get one.
So in some parts of Europe, a biscuit is a cookie.
Right.
They call a cookie a biscuit.
Well, once he meant, I said, you mean like our biscuits? Yes. So anyway,
cat head. You got to teach him cat head.
Yeah. Well, last night he brought up can't have nothing again. He wanted to understand it again. But we're getting there. By the way, if
you need to abandon,
somebody has asked, have we going to put his can't have nothing on back 9? If you did not hear him trying to get that yesterday, go back and listen to it. All right, so he wanted to watch sports, so he watched some of the home run derby.
Yeah,
he was trying to figure that out.
Was a show.
Yeah, wasn't it? By the way, don't try to explain the All-Star game to a foreigner.
Oh,
yeah.
He said, wait.
And here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. First phone troll of the day. Fire them up. All 10 lines are available. Let's go, America. Let's go. 2 1 2. I say, hey, mama. The real Greg Burgess takes the realms, and you can call him right now. He'll get you lined up ready to go. 30 seconds a pop. We've talked about quite a bit already. And if you want to chime in on anything you've already heard today, chime on. Or you can bring up your own topic. There'll be no meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, nothing like that. All those get an instant buzzer because we want to keep everything moving. But we do want to hear from you. What would you like to say? What comments would you like to make? And you have that opportunity now. Some things you need to be aware of coming up this week. I'll have the honor of speaking over in Leeds, Alabama. That's where you hear us on 104.7 WZZK. And the Blowtorch, Valley View Baptist Church, part of a revitalization partnership between them and my home church, and I have the honor of being the person bringing the message this Sunday. It's a one service, 10 a.m., and I look forward to being there that night.
From themanchurch.com, we kick off the men's discipleship strategy in the home of the Lenores, First Methodist Church, Clanton, Alabama. Man Church, the kickoff, I'll be there. All they need to know is that you're coming. They are providing dinner for the men, and then we'll also get you into one of our 40-week curriculum. If you are another church, you'd like to kick the tires on the men's discipleship strategy, you can be there for that too. All right, to the phones we go. Let's get started. Let me find my little, where's my little mouse over here? Right?
Hey, mouse.
Greg, was it Hams? Were you sitting here? Were you the one cleaning that over? You guys ready to go? That's all right, I found it. So I found it.
Get it out of the way.
It is in the way. I will give you that. All right, let's get started with Shane in Georgia. You ready, Bubba? Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Shane, 30 seconds and go.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope you're having a great morning so far. Hey, Rick and Bubba, just wanted to ask you guys what your take is with biblical reference, Revelation, Rick, as far as what's going on with Israel and Hamas, and how would you relate that to end times prophecy and stuff like that? I'm just curious to hear your take on that.
That's really kind of tough because, when you get into birth pangs, Jesus throws those out. As a matter of fact, I was reading today, good gracious. I mean, just go take a look at 2 Timothy chapter 3. And read that today when it talks about here's what the state of people will be. And when you run that list, you go, well, that's been going on for quite some time and only getting worse. I am not in the Gog-Magog camp because I think they've got their timeline off from Ezekiel. I know you see we now have an alliance forming between Iran, China, and Russia, and that is very intriguing. But, Bubba, it's really hard to make the call because this is something that Jesus told us, are part of birth pangs. Now, how close that is to the end times, who knows? And so I don't really know because the Middle East is going to be unstable until the end. Is this just another, instability? I don't know.
I think it's another bump in the road, but obviously closer than we've ever been. I think it does fulfill several prophecies. We see Jesus crying over Israel, wanting to protect them, but they would not, believe in him. And he said they're going to have a lot of trouble. They're going to be scattered. We also know they were brought back together. We knew that they're going to be troublesome, but with them and their neighbors. So it does fulfill several prophecies. I don't think you can point it to the final 2 minutes of history. I may be wrong, just my opinion. I think, really, to me, and I may be wrong in this, Rick, and you may disagree, and it's fine, but I've really always looked to that temple being rebuilt as the key that we have to really, when you put that key in the lock, then you got something right there.
Yeah, and I agree with that when it comes to the tribulation. Now, it really all is what your worldview is. Are you pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib? If you're pre-trib, the church can be raptured on any day.
Yes, that is correct.
Any single
day.
Yeah, we don't need the temple for that.
Right.
But
I think you're going to see it getting built or plans to be built because we know it's 3.5 years before it's defiled by the Antichrist. And I know we're talking 400 level here by a couple of good ones. But
but that's our job, to take 400 level and make it palatable for good. But I will
back
say,
to the Manning cast.
But let me tell you where I agree with you. That's what I meant by the Gog-Magog thing.
Right.
The temple's got to be in play. We got to have another temple.
Right.
Now the temple goes away in the new heaven and the new earth.
Right.
But we're going to get another one. We're going to get a third one here.
We got to get that cornerstone.
Right.
And right now I don't see any path forward on that. But you could see it being a path forward for a big peace deal in the Middle East. So all of this is in Scripture. All of it is taking place, but I don't think it is the last chapter or the last verse or the last song to be sung.
And I don't mean this to divert your question because I do find these things interesting.
That's just me now.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with having an interest. Obsessing over it is probably wrong because I think sometimes we obsess over this if we're being honest. And I'm talking about my flaws. You may not have my flaws, and boy, I hope you don't. But sometimes our flaws is we're trying to figure out how much time we got before we get our act together.
And that's not a good way to go about grace.
And what Jesus told us is
that we are to be about his business. I mean, he did parable after parable after parable that was not for the lost. The lost is simple. He calls them to repentance. But once you have been redeemed, he's given you all kinds of instruction. And the instruction that Rick, the C student from Calhoun County, can comprehend and is the most difficult to apply. Be a disciple and make disciples until I return. Don't let me return and find you not doing what I told you to do. And even though and so that kind of takes up all my time. And unfortunately, I spent most of my life not doing that. So I'm doing it now. And I will tell you the commitment to me being his disciple, being sanctified, learning his word, growing, and being a disciple and going out and teaching others all that he commanded like he told us to do, frankly, takes up all my time. Whether they build the temple or whether Israel does this or Jesus comes back or, pre-trib, mid-trib, post-trib, none of that really matters if I'm just doing what he said. And as Bubba just said, and he's right, I will tell you this with zero hesitation, Shane, we're closer to all that today than we've ever been.
Rick, you've pointed out many times. I do think it's great to study that because you're in the Word, you're asking questions, you're praying about it. That's always good. But the rapture will more than likely happen for all of us in the way of natural death, cancer, car wrecks today. You're not going to have to worry about it. So to your point, and you've pointed it out many times, you need to be about the work like it's ending today, and then you'll be fine.
Well, that's what we were told to do.
Yeah.
And if he wanted us to know the timeline, he would have told us.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
It is funny. 2,000 years ago, the disciples were sitting there looking at heaven right after Jesus ascended, and then they had to get a little push to go, "Hey, what are you sitting here looking in the sky? Get to work."
Well, and see the thing we misunderstand, and Scripture tries to tell us this, and it doesn't say it literally, but it's trying to make us understand that God is above time, and what we consider to be slow and taking a while to Him, it's tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's all been quick. But his version of quick and our version of quick is two completely different things.
Yes, it is.
And so I don't know, but it is interesting. And the Middle East is a big player, and it is the center of the universe. But Sherry and I were reading this morning. I mean, Jeremiah's talking about Gaza. In Jeremiah, I think we were in 44, somewhere like that. He's talking about Gaza.
It's been going on a long time.
And of course, it belonged to the Hebrews. It didn't belong to the. Yeah. So anyway, just
have you ever looked at the map what they were actually promised?
Yeah,
to Abraham.
They don't have all of it. All right, we'll take the rest of your calls next. Sorry.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Why are they on the same team? And I said they're not on
same team.
They're not on the same team. Yeah, they wait. I said, no, it's two different teams. Look at the logo. They're different.
All-Star.
And then I'm like, it's an all-star. And then I realized what he didn't know. Yeah. So, and then to try to explain the National League and the American League, you don't realize how complicated some of our things are that are so normal to us.
Yeah.
And then he got locked into American football, watching an old game like of the Steelers versus the Packers on the NFL channel, and he was blown away by that. He was all in. So we watched this last night. So all I saw. Bank on yourself. We've talked about it quite a bit on the program, and a lot of you have responded. And I'm taking part. Unfortunately, some of the stuff that I put into the old school stuff, there's not much I can do about that. It's very complicated. But I will tell you this: the stuff that I'm planning going forward outside of that, bank on yourself is the way to go. I really didn't know about all this. I was uninformed. But maybe you still, are thinking about what you're going to do for, your retirement. Well, I will tell you this: the old school IRA and 401k. You're on the Wall Street casino. Also, you're also not being told everything. Because the person who actually invented the 401k said it's a failed experiment and should be destroyed. If you want to follow the investment advice that you'll retire in a lower tax bracket, many retirees who followed that advice find themselves in the highest tax bracket of their lives. There is another way to do it, and that is bank on yourself. It's a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. This retirement plan alternative has never had a losing year in over 160 years. Never. So how does it work? Well, there's guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income, okay? It doesn't go backward when the market tumbles. Your principal and growth are locked in. You get tax-free retirement, so you'll know what your tax burden will be, none. You're in control. You get access to your money for any purpose with no questions asked and without government penalties or restrictions. You know, right now on the old school stuff, the government tells you when you can take it out. They tell you, they penalize you if you don't follow their instructions. There's built-in inflation protection on Bank on Yourself. And, of course, peace of mind, your minimum guaranteed value of your retirement savings, you'll know it. And when you can tap into it at every point along the way. So why don't you get guaranteed, predictable annual growth, control of your money, and tax-free retirement by going to bankonyourself.com/RBS. bankonyourself.com/RBS. And, of course, you can also find out by putting it, getting all the details. It's a free report, by the way, they send to you. Again, bankonyourself.com/RBS. Because he wanted to watch multiple sports. All I saw was just a little bit of it. But I know that we have a rookie that won the Derby.
Yeah, it was a rookie final there. And how about this, Rick? He makes the league minimum for rookies like $555,000, and he doubled that in one All-Star home run derby winning. He won $1 million last night, and we're talking about the Mets, Pete Alonso. But really, and the finals they were good, but on the American League side, the semifinal round is really what everybody's talking about. And
I think that's what we saw.
Okay.
Was that
it just kept.
Was that Guerrero?
The first round,
Yeah, it just kept going.
The first round with Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Yes.
And Acuna. And Jock Peterson as well.
Right.
But then their first rounds, we saw things that we have never seen in home run.
That's
derby.
what Frenchie and I
did we see?
Frenchie and I landed there. You know what was confusing? When Guerrero couldn't speak English. You ever seen me try to explain that?
Well, and he had a translator.
Oh, yeah. He looked at me. He goes, "It's Spanish." And I'm like, just
seven
you're
years
asking
ago,
too much out of me from baseball.
I think
I can't explain all this to you.
Years ago, Josh Hamilton hit 28 home runs, and I thought I would never see anything like that again, ever. I mean, I really, because it was one of those things that, what in the world is going on? Normally in the first rounds, Rick, they'll hit anywhere from 13, 14, 15. You may have an 18 here or there. But Josh Hamilton hit 28. Last night, this young man, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., whose dad won it in 2007, had 2 rounds of 29.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, 2 rounds.
Well, if he wasn't hitting them juiced balls.
And how about this? I mean, to go a little bit further, there was only one guy in home run derby history to hit 60 home runs in the derby, and both in the semifinal American League matchup, Peterson and Guerrero Jr. both hit over 60. Guerrero Jr. hit 91 and didn't even win. You know, and that's because he represented the American League, and then on the National League side, he lost in the finals, but took the last second hit. But it was just something else between Jock Peterson and him.
And that, but like in the first round, Acuna Jr. for the Braves.
Yeah.
Everybody in this region knows what's going on with this kid. He was hitting oppo shots that were just ridiculous.
Yeah.
He was slinging his hands out there and hit. You're supposed to get an inside pitch. Middle in is what you want in a home run derby, so you can pull it down the line or, he's out there. The guy's throwing them over the plate outside. He's just hitting them out wherever they're being thrown. It hit spray chart with a tracer was ridiculous.
It really was.
It's crazy.
It really was.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. No Name Studio from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go! That's right. No Speedy today. Greg Helmsy Adler here.
Our phone call lines, all but one line is available, and we will roll through those. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Back Porch Radio Network, better known as Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, when you get a first call in a phone tro, and the first call is, let's talk end times.
Yeah, and we've wrestled that one down a few times here the last week or two.
It's very intriguing, and of course, these kind of wars get everybody talking about it, which is probably why they're allowed to happen. People start trying to think about what's going to happen to me if it all ends. As you said, we probably should think about that every day because we're not promised to live through that day. But I know, look, I'm as guilty as anyone. You think you got all the time in the world to.
Sorry for all of you driving on 65.
Everybody really appreciated that. Yeah. Ben in Alabama, we'll continue. Ben, you got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Monkey grass and Green Acres, guys.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, boy. Go ahead. Yeah.
So the kickoff hour this morning, Greg was talking about utility workers and talking about free French fries Fridays. I don't know if y'all got that, but he was telling a story about a guy he worked with, and y'all are missing radio gold right there. I think that you need to have a segment just for Greg on his stories of his utility career.
Oh, look, we've had some great ones.
Oh, it goes all the way back to one of the CDs called "Hey Buddy, You Broadcast."
Hey Buddy, You Broadcast.
Yeah, that's before Greg was even on the show.
Look, just the Creeper Jackson stories alone.
And we met a lot of those guys. They came and were in the golden ticket seats.
Legends. So. Yep. Lisa, Alabama.
We never met. Greg, which one was it like to tear the sugar up? Whaley Taylor?
Whaley Taylor. We never met Whaley Taylor.
Did we never meet him? Who'd tear that sugar up before he left?
When he was telling his girlfriend goodbye in the parking lot. Lisa, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning. How are you?
We're great.
We're good.
I don't know if y'all have ever seen the show Peyton's Places on ESPN Plus.
Yes, I've watched that.
I know of it.
Oh my gosh, it is so funny.
Fantastic.
See, Helmsy's seen it and it's told us about
you're gonna have to pull the string a little tighter on that Dixie cup. Yeah, that was something was happening there.
We continue, Josh.
What is that? I'm not familiar with that show.
He does different documentaries on different topics.
Yeah, he's funny. He's really made a lot of his time after his NFL.
He does one called, I think it's Peyton Places, and he goes around the NFL, and I think his brother does one in regards to college.
Yeah. Let's go to Josh in Mississippi. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, it's Tuesday, so it's time for Dan's Match Mortuary. Today's question is, what biblical character best describes Dan and his questions? And I got the answer. It's Legion the Demon.
Was so much more severe than I ever thought.
Yeah, wow.
Wow. Jason, go right ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds.
Good morning, fellas, and God bless.
Back at you.
Hey, Bubba, I know you've got a pep in your step this morning after that big Vikings win last night.
Well, I didn't know they'd won till I got here to work. I went to bed at halftime, and I tried to make a little friendly wager with my family on that game, and they should have took me up on it.
I got a suggestion.
But
it
don't
blow the Viking horn. You need to blow the Viking horn before one of the home games. You need to get it on your bucket list, brother.
You know, I would like to I have never seen the Vikings play.
That's sad.
Live.
That is sad.
Now, I've seen some of the other teams, but I've never seen the Vikings.
I think with your attitude towards them right now, I don't think they'll ever invite you to
you never
do
get
the horn.
to.
Well, I've actually been invited. You know, we know one of the players
to do the
now.
horn.
No,
That's
just
what
to
I'm
come
talking
to the game and all. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to. How about that guy beating the drum though? Did you see that?
No.
And everybody yelling "Skol."
Mike in Alabama. Mike, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey guys. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, since you guys are talking about end times, tribulation, that kind of thing, my question is: if I'm a born again, blood bought child of God, and someone comes to me wanting to know, hey, I think the tribulation is going to be post-tribulation or mid-tribulation or pre, or whatever it's going to be, why would that be important to me if I already know that I am a child of God and I'm going to be in heaven?
Well, I will tell you, Mike, I mean, you just want to talk about human nature because the tribulation is going to be hell on earth.
Yeah, nobody wants to go through that.
And I know that you and I'm the same way. Well, no matter what, I won't turn on him
But let me tell you something. If you're sitting there, and I'm not saying you wouldn't, but you realize the people that come to Christ during the tribulation and those, if you believe that we all go through the tribulation if you live long enough, I mean, you're going to get down to the point where to stay committed to Christ will be instant death. It will be torture. It will be being skinned alive. It will be being gutted. It will be
or watching your loved ones.
It will be all those things. So it's not that hard to understand that some people would like some reassurance that if they are redeemed, they don't have to face the tribulation. There's no doubt that people come to Christ in the tribulation, but boy, it is a rough ride. That is not the plan. They basically, most of them become martyrs because they have sealed their earthly death and torture by not taking the mark of the beast and not bowing to the Antichrist. So you know,
but a martyrdom crown on the other side is a good thing.
It is, but a lot of people are going to get those without having to go through the tribulation. I mean, you look at what the apostles went through; they certainly are going to get one. And there's people that, you know, the Coptic Christians we saw get beheaded on the beach. I mean, it certainly goes on, but you can see how people would want to avoid that. And I will say this:
I mean, we all know, Lord tarries, we're going to pass away one day.
Right?
We'd all rather pass in our sleep than know that we had to go through some agonizing disease or you know.
Yeah.
I hate to bring that up again.
Yeah, thanks.
But you know what I'm saying.
But we don't get to pick that.
Right.
But
we don't.
But I have studied all three of them. I'm not the final word. People disagree. There's people that disagree that I respect. I don't know the answer, but I will say through my study of the Revelation that we're doing right now, that reading what I have read and Scripture that I have clung to many times, I do believe that for the church pre-trib, if I had to sit down and convince a court of the three views, I think I could convince pre-trib with much more support scripturally than I could the other two. But I'm not the final word, so I don't know.
I agree with you 100%.
But to your point, sir, I'm devoted to Christ, and I have been redeemed, and I know whatever He will allow me to endure. That I will endure, and with His help, I will never ever renounce Him. And I've had some tests here on earth already that I hope shows that that's not just something I'm saying. We continue 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Clay in Alabama. Clay, go ahead.
Hey guys, Green Acres.
Thank you for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Just talking about earlier when y'all were talking about football, I think the world and football altogether went to crap whenever we got rid of the I formation. And another thing is, you know, you were also talking a couple of days back, can't remember what day it was, but you're talking about all these 4th and 1 situations, 4th down situations. What happened to a jumbo package?
Well, I don't understand why everybody's not doing the Eagles format. When they changed the rules that you can push the person forward, why anybody's doing anything else on one or shorter, I don't know. I mean, that's like candy.
You know, the only thing I would be concerned is getting your quarterback hurt in that mob with everybody pushing in different directions. But it's just, I mean, the numbers, the stats don't lie. That's an easy yard, 2 yards. If you've got everybody pushing. So
you want a red heifer call before we go?
Sure, let's hit the red heifer.
Lee in Alabama, go ahead, buddy.
Yes, I was wanting to say that they have gotten 5 red heifers over there, and they got to be 3 years old. There's a man there that owns land that he's got the land ready for the new temple. And also one other thing that I've learned in the last 2 weeks is there's a guy that a lot of the Jews are calling the new Messiah. He has done 5 miracles already that has been, they have, what do you call it?
No, I've heard about all that, and you know that's all. Like I say, back to birth pangs again. None of that is surprising, but you're right. All that is going on. There's no doubt they've been.
Now, I've been hearing this red heifer thing since I was a kid, but you know, without a temple, the red heifer doesn't matter.
Got to have that.
We know where that temple's got to be on that Temple Mount.
Yeah, got to have that temple. 16 minutes past. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba when the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Strength these guys have.
Yeah. Hey, what do you speak Spanish? But anyway, but Justin Verlander
says that the Major League is juicing baseballs and turning the game into an effing joke.
No, let me tell you something, and I brought this up on the kickoff hour with them. The guy that won the home run derby was doing an interview with the guys commentating last night prior to him hitting. And he actually made the comment, and I don't have it word for word, but he said, I'm expecting everybody here to do great things tonight because the baseballs are juiced.
So he called it.
And I thought, are you supposed to say that?
He said
he
it.
said it out loud.
He called it. He called it.
Who owns Rawlings, Greg?
MLB.
Major League Baseball.
Bought them a couple years ago. That's what Verlander said. Hey, they
And home runs
makes
have-
the balls. They dictate how they're made.
Home runs, not in the Derby. In the Derby, yes, but in regular season playoffs, they've been up
Way up.
substantially over the last few years.
Well, like one of you said when we sent the exhibition game to Paris, was that where they played? Where was
England.
that?
It was like a football game.
Yeah, it was in,
the Yankees and the Red Sox.
Where'd they play?
It was in England.
It was in England.
It was in England. 15-13 was the game or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if you want to send it
They say,
abroad.
by the way, that it made so much money and there was such a following for that they'll end up going back. I think the Cubs and Cardinals are going next year.
Yeah, it'll be like the NFL now.
They packed it out. They played 2 days in a row.
and they saw a lot of offense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, they may have wound that ball a little too tight.
I want to think that the executives from Major League Baseball, when he said that, had to cringe
Yeah,
because
like,
he
what are you
used the
doing?
word juiced in baseballs, and I'm expecting exciting things tonight. I mean, the baseball's juiced. We're ready to go.
And then it happened.
I looked around like, is
And then
anybody
they
else
bro-
here?
or
Did
then
he
they broke
say-
records.
Did he say that
He was
just
right.
because he knew it would churn everybody up?
Well,
I don't know.
But then look what happened.
I know.
He said it, and they hit more home runs than ever. I mean, like not a few more.
And we're talking
A lot.
470 footers. Don't forget
And
that.
it was fun to watch. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you heard the kickoff hour, they talked about this, but there was a brawl that took place. What is the latest now we're having with parents? The parents of today, it's just, I mean,
You got to understand with this is a family. This is like a family got it together. Instead of going to Thanksgiving or Christmas and getting everybody together, they took everybody to Disney. And they got into it with one another, and it is it really,
I thought that was the happiest place on earth.
And they some big ones, too.
the whole
They
thing
some
is
big
full
ones.
of gold.
They
okay?
big ones falling.
all right, so this is California, right? This
Yes,
is Disneyland.
yes, yeah.
So see, I started to say now, if you go to Orlando, if you go to Orlando this time of year, I could see getting in a fight with your family because it's hot and miserable. But I mean, in California,
There's
it's
one
probably
guy
pretty comfortable.
that's slapping, I think, either his girlfriend or wife.
Slapping her.
Oh, pulling her hair.
yeah.
There's so much to this, Rick.
In Toontown, where all the small kids are.
Everybody's walking by. There's kids walking around.
You're not going to believe the size of a couple of them that go down.
You got a mama that's probably in her 70s, probably. She goes down.
We think she's faking.
I think she's faking it.
And too much language.
Oh, yes. You can't have it up.
Pink shirt. The instigator, his mouth.
He's got a mouth on him.
You know,
and we don't know.
I don't know
to say.
what started it.
Rick, and how about
Okay.
this? We haven't seen security show up yet.
I love this headline. A violent brawl broke out between guests at the happiest place on earth.
Yes. Okay. So evidently I don't know when this happened, but they evidently got away. And
Oh, yeah.
Disney's having an investigation now, and that's what brought this back up.
Surely they can
Please.
ID.
Can we play? Can we
So
watch
when was
it?
the
Where's
fight?
it at?
When was the fight?
hang on.
Rick, at one point, there's even one of those carts, and Big Mama Wop Wop carts involved.
Oh, I like it.
They end up putting the kids
These poor
walking
kids
around.
are in the stroller, and they're in the middle of it.
Little kids
Yeah.
are in the
Yes,
stroller in the
little
middle of the fight.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So here we go. How about this? Since we've played it, they asked for parental
really?
Advisory?
age and all this kind of stuff because of the warning graphic. And the graphic is that there's kids and women getting hit, kids in the middle of it.
It is 22 minutes now past the hour. We are back, and we thank you for being with us today. So, a couple of things. We actually had a caller, and I thought I didn't understand what was there, but there was a guy that said that when you were having trouble with your alarm and it wasn't
2 days.
it wouldn't work. And he said that he used that to help himself at work when he too was late, and he used the excuse that his phone alarm was messed up, and the phones right now were so bad off it was even affecting the Rick and Bubba show.
Yeah,
and he told everybody that.
Who said that?
Well, the guy's name was Dick, and so I mean, there are people that's still their name, and I don't know why we have to act like we're children involving that, but that was his name. I probably would have gone with Richard, but that's.
You thought I was messing with you.
I'll admit that I did. I looked up and I saw that on the board. I saw that name and wants to thank Bubba, and it scared me to death.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't take it, and that's on me.
So was he just using that as an excuse, or did he have the same problem?
Yeah, Greg. Was it?
I think he just used it.
It was just I think he was just using it.
He said we're having trouble with these alarms that even affect Rick and Bubba's show.
Right. Okay. Bubba, did you read the email today? I think you did because we talked about it from Stephen about the dream he had last night.
I did.
Have y'all read this one?
I did.
I have not.
Good morning, guys. Just thought y'all would want to hear my dream I had last night, and the answer to that's always yes. He said, honestly, I hope it's not prophetic. In my dream, JSU had a football game and won the game, so there was an after party. At the after party, there was a swimming pool with a huge balcony over it. Oh, my goodness. Greg Seitz came out on the balcony and said, congratulations, Gamecocks, well-deserved victory, but I have a JSU alumni that would like to say something. Bubba walks out, grabs the mic, starts running back and forth screaming, "Go Gamecocks." As Bubba's running and screaming, he stripped down to his underwear, then did a belly flop into the pool.
From the balcony.
Yeah. Bubba then did a lap around the pool, then got out of the pool and fell asleep laying on the ground. I remember in the dream thinking Bubba's really as hairy as they say on the show. Not sure what this dream means, but thought y'all might get a kick out of it. We do. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing the visual.
Yeah, that's
It almost looks as excited you were when the Birmingham Bulls made a goal. Sound a lot like it.
Another one, and anytime you spend time talking about end times, there's always, and I get this question. I kid you guys not. I probably get it 2 times, 3 times a month. And this is this thing about cremation. I mean, I get this all the time. Here's another person.
I get the topaz question all the time.
Yeah, so maybe, I'm not saying we'll put this in documents yet, but I am getting this a lot. So maybe this will help some people here. Good morning. I've been struggling with landing on a decision about cremation. I know that the Israelites and even the Hebrew people predated Israel made a pretty big deal about bones and where they were buried. I've also been following you through the exploration of the Revelation and know there are references to sentences on how the redeemed are resurrected. Where do you believe all Scripture taken together points regarding cremation? Well, it's from Dennis. The Scriptures don't talk a lot about cremation. I will say the issue of the resurrection, don't even put that in consideration, because we know that the sea will give up her dead first, and there's people that have died in horrible ways and explosions and eaten by animals, and their physical bodies no longer are in any condition.
Listen, when God tells you to get up, you gonna get together and get up. It don't matter where the atoms got scattered to.
Yeah, so that would not be I wouldn't worry about that. That's not going to be an issue for the Lord. But I will say this. It is the only thing I would say that might be a possible negative to consider, and I'm not saying that Scripture, because I honestly don't think it really matters, but this was something that pagans did, which is probably why you didn't see the Hebrews doing it, and they were probably forbidden to do it. Remember, there are a lot of things the Hebrews were forbidden to do that was part of the Old Covenant.
To set them apart.
Right. Which would not be in play in the New Covenant for the church. But
the morality is, but not the other.
The moral law never changes. Right. The requirements of hygiene and what foods to eat and not eat and all that, it's clear, and Jesus even takes this on, that those things were designed for the Hebrews and the Old Covenant for them, like Bubba said, to be set apart. Now, the moral law never changes, and that's clear because you can see that from the Old and New Testament. But this cremation thing, I certainly am not the final authority on it, but that would be my only deal, is that was kind of a pagan practice, which is probably why you don't see it being used by God's people in Scripture.
Yeah, look, I think if you want to really play it safe, do what Jesus did
Right.
He
There you
was,
go.
he was laid in the tomb.
Yep.
That would be equivalent to our burial. He was immersed when he was baptized. I'm not saying the other.
Bubba at rickandbubba.com.
I'm not saying the other way is wrong. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying if you just want to absolutely be 100% correct, why don't you just follow the perfect example? That's all I'm saying.
I don't know how anybody could argue against that.
Yep.
So there you go. That's kind of it. Now, do I think that's a salvation issue?
No.
Yeah, but it's
operational question.
Look, like Bubba and I say on that one, not sure about it, so we ain't taking no chances.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I know for some people, and I understand.
Well, what about these people that maybe had told somebody to do it a certain way and they went a different way?
I know.
That's another thing
Yeah.
you have to ask.
Yeah. Well, and some people look at it on the cost thing. They're like, the cremation is, and look, let me tell you something. When you're going to put somebody in the ground, people are serious about it. They'll charge you. Look, they will. These places where people know they got you, buddy, they know they got you. Oh, well, if you don't want to get a nice casket for your loved one, I guess that's okay. I'm sure that cheap one will be fine for your beloved daddy.
Yeah, I'll get up out of that pine box as well as I will that titanium.
I'll tell my family, cut if you want to cut costs.
Yeah, that's the place to cut.
Well, and the key is like you said, Helmsy, but sometimes people won't follow it. But if you go ahead and get it locked and loaded and get it paid for ahead of time, then everybody
See, that's something I feel like I need. I don't have a burial plot.
Yeah, you need that.
Yeah,
sure.
And you have yours ready.
And a living will is nice as well.
I do have a living will.
Yeah, right.
Okay, but now it doesn't have any instructions about a burial plot because we don't have one.
Yeah. Well,
I may have an extra spot or two if you want a good view of the tennis court.
If you're serious, let's talk after.
Right. Sure. That I get that question a lot about cremation.
It's a good question. It's a good question.
And I'm not the final word on it, but the things we just said though are kind of hard to argue with. Just follow a perfect example.
Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll come back, more stories to cover today. We'll get more of your phone calls before we're done too. We do have some of our video clips, too, ready to go. We'll jump into some of those when we come back. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fire extensions.
No, they got on it.
Travel.
The guy with the stuffed animal did more damage than anybody as far as breaking it up.
He did a good job.
He was done with it.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes now past the hour. Field of greens, baby. Love it. Already had my first shake this morning. I'm all in, baby. You know why? Because I've never really been successful
and taking my diet and say I'm going to get all the servings of fruits and vegetables in that are recommended. I just never have been able to pull that off in my daily diet. But with Field of Greens, it's been accomplished. Thank you, Field of Greens, and the results have been great. I've never felt better. And of course, there's a lot of things that have changed. But this is part of the regiment, and if you go to fieldofgreens.com right now, we will get you 15% savings if you use the promo code Bubba. A lot of you have asked a lot of questions about this. I hope I've answered those for you. They've got different flavors, for your taste. But the bottom line is this. They even have one that has some extra stuff in it for, your brain to keep it healthy as well. I tried that for a month, too, just to see if I saw some results. But I will tell you what I have seen is blood pressure, much better. The Mayo Clinic says if you want to prevent heart disease, lower your blood pressure and cholesterol, 5 servings of fruit and vegetables every day work. Fieldofgreens.com will help you with that. And it's also, I know there's some competitors out there, but most of that is kind of they don't have the relationship with the proper fruits and vegetables that have been scientifically studied coming from the farm to the folks there at Brickhouse Nutrition, which produces Field of Greens. So if you'd like to find out more, and of course right now more than ever, you're going to see a lot of scary stories again today. Here comes the flu season. Here, respiratory. And all these things. Well, one of the best things we can do is to make sure our immune system is healthy. How about this? If I get sick, I don't want to be one of those people that because of my immune system is compromised, that I'm at high risk of having a hard time with it. So why don't you make sure that your body's getting the fuel that it needs? And Field of Greens can help you with that. Get 15% off today by finding the link at rickandbubba.com or going directly to fieldofgreens.com. And if you have any more questions about that, I can certainly help you. All right, so we got the Biden stuff today. You ready for old?
There we go.
Now keep in mind the state of the world. Please don't.
Where to go?
Keep in mind the state of the world.
Where to go?
And that this man keeps telling us he's running for a second term.
Basement Joe.
He's running for a second term. Here we go. Once again, Biden making up his history. He's going to claim again that he was awarded, that he once awarded his Uncle Frank a Purple Heart he earned at the Battle of the Bulge. No evidence any of that's true. So here we go about Uncle Frank. Here we go.
And by the way, I told you about my uncle who won the Purple Heart, the Battle of the Bulge, and my father's younger brother. My father came to me after I was a senator, and he said, his brother's name was Frank. And he said, Uncle Frank never got his Purple Heart. I think you could find out about that. I was a senator, so I found out, and sure enough he did, so I got a Purple Heart for him. I invited him over to the house of the family to give it to him. He said, I don't want the damn thing. I said, why? He said, the others died. I didn't. I don't want it. And an awful lot of brave people died as well there.
Yeah, we've heard that.
Greg, I don't want to be insensitive here because that's not my nature.
No, right.
Notice the people's faces because we don't know how long he's been talking. We're just pulling the clip. Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen
from the look?
Look.
Have you ever seen? We love our dad so much, have such great respect for him, but in his current state, we sit around a lot of times and hear him go on monologues. That maybe are not as updated or maybe a little bit of a loss of a touch of reality and those kind of things. And how you're just sitting there patiently waiting and talking and saying, okay, yeah.
And then they go, cameras are watching.
Right.
What I do.
Yeah. So people are trying to find this Uncle Frank thing that he actually gave.
He said this before.
Yeah. And
I
nobody
can't remember exactly if the story has changed.
Yeah. Next, Biden is he just I don't even know how to describe this clip. Can you help me with this, Adler?
Yeah. So that last clip, that was him speaking to his cabinet, I guess, and now he's going to go out and address the public, and he's going to come up to the podium here, and evidently there was a plan, and Biden forgot it in between the time of him walking to the podium. Okay. So here we go.
Bubba.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm not introducing me. Mark is. I forgot Mark. I'm late I went straight to the podium. I apologize.
No problem.
Oh my goodness.
Good afternoon.
Guys, this is not good.
Hey, Mark, my bad.
Mark, that's on me. You get
Please.
your big moment to introduce the leader of the free world, and I just robbed you of it.
Sorry, Mark.
You know, and then he like does like finger guns almost to the crowd, like of somebody like, "Hey, I'm here."
I feel like somebody's in
Look at Mark. Look at Mark.
That's what I was wanting you to say.
Everybody watch Mark.
Please
Everybody watch
Mark's
Mark.
like,
Everybody watch Mark.
From the start. Back it up one more time and watch.
Back it up one more time.
Watch
Watch
right
Mark.
here.
Mark the whole way.
Mark
Watch Mark.
sees where he's going. Uh-oh.
Look.
Oh,
Sorry,
what did I do?
to me, Mark.
Did you see her push Mark the other way?
Forgot Mark. I went straight to the podium. I apologize.
Hey, look, this one right here says, "I wish I could scratch your eyes out." I'm so sick of dealing
Did you
with
see her give Mark a little push? Like,
Yeah.
just go over there.
Now let's
I don't
watch
know
the
what to
woman
do
in the
with it.
pantsuit the whole way. She is so done with dealing with him.
Watch pantsuit when she pushes Mark.
Okay, and watch pantsuit when Biden looks at her and says, "I forgot."
I'm not introducing me. Mark is.
Watch pantsuit.
I forgot Mark. I went straight to the podium. I apologize.
I hate you so much.
So
Done
he
with
actually looked at the paper and it reminded him. That's what happened
Yeah.
here, right?
Look at the little finger point he gives somebody. And
That's the one.
Finger guns.
Hey.
What is he doing? You know, Rick. I know we have ways to deal with this.
Yeah. My bad, Mark.
But you know, a lot of times sci-fi leads the way on things,
Yes.
and we saw that especially with Star Trek
Oh, yeah,
and some of their
Sure,
ideas that
sure.
move forward. But you know, even on a starship, the doctor can declare the captain unfit and take over.
Right.
You know what I
And
mean?
on
Do we
the
have
starship.
that? I mean, is it? Where's McCoy at? You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh! All right, next this is just a bunch of trouble with the teleprompter, and here we go. I'm sorry.
And I want to thank Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senator Todd Young and Representative Representative Joe Morelli and Susan Wild for their work to make this happen.
Bidenomics.
Oh my goodness.
Bidenomics.
I'll be honest. I don't know that we can take much more Bidenomics.
I'm with you.
4 more years of this, we won't have a pot to pee in.
All right.
Bidenflation. Bidenomics leads to Bidenflation.
Now Biden, of course, turned the world upside down by not thinking through what he says right here. All right, here we go.
U.S. supporting the hostages for a ceasefire deal? Why did you?
Look, we should have a ceasefire. Not a ceasefire. We should have those hostages released. Then we can talk.
Any comments?
At first he said we should have a ceasefire. Then he realized, oh my gosh, what have I said? I mean, we should have the hostage released. Then we can talk ceasefire. Thank you for the correction, but for a minute there, I'm glad we got the correction in.
Oh, that turn.
Words matter. Words matter, Mr. President.
Well, when you're the leader of the free world, they really matter.
Yes.
They did.
You know, you have to worry about the mental health of not the president, but the electorate right now. You know, what were we thinking?
Well, here we go. Now, Jen Psaki is going to respond to the clip of Biden on the beach vacation while the whole world is falling apart. And she's going to try to defend this?
Yes, she's on MSNBC now. She's just went straight from being the press secretary to having her own show on MSNBC.
I like the title. I like the title Adler has given her in our daily videos, propagandist.
Yes.
All right, so here we go.
Absolutely.
Even the clumsy efforts by the RNC and the usual suspects trying to make hay out of a video showing the president and first lady walking on the beach in Delaware this weekend. By the way, he also did many, many calls with foreign leaders and even the Pope.
Oh, wait a minute! Even the Pope? What? He plays phone calls from the beach.
Well, I tell you what, he wasn't calling when he was sacked out.
Oh, that
I don't see a phone in his hand right now.
that footage of him.
At what time did he make those calls?
Called all kinds of
There,
people.
Jen Psaki.
He called all sorts of folk, including the Pope. Why is he calling the Pope?
Yeah, what's the Pope gonna do? Besides have like weird carnivals at his place.
I almost said something to that question that would have gotten us all in trouble.
That's good. That's good.
I felt you grit your teeth.
It would have been tied back to our end times.
Look right there. Look at that picture. How many calls do you think she's
Who's
made
he
right
calling
there?
right there? Huh? We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we have John who's calling out of D.C. We were discussing last hour the U.S. women's soccer team that seems to be squandering this opportunity to bring new fans to women's soccer and soccer in general by having their new agenda today or something new they're mad about. And it says that his daughter plays professional. Is that right, John?
That's correct.
So, so what was your comment? Go ahead.
Well, it's funny because I've had this conversation with my daughter. Now she's playing in the UK, but the funniest thing about it is there's a huge push over there as well for the same equality of pay. But yet I go to the premier games over there, and I watch the men's games. A lower tier team over there, men's team, can bring in 35,000 people into the stands.
Right.
A women's top premier team, best of the best, champions for the league, bring in maybe 2,000.
Yeah.
And I ask them all the time, where's this equal pay? How do you think you deserve equal pay? And my daughter was raised in Alabama and a fairly conservative young lady. But the push to me is Nike. Nike is this great, wonderful savior for America. They sponsor the women's team, one of 14 national teams that they sponsor. They made $50 million off of the women's team and only made 49 off of the men's team. So they made $1 million more, but yet gave none of the extra money to the women's team for sponsorship. So that's where I get to. They have an opportunity. Women do sell. They sell a lot more jerseys.
Sure.
Little girls want to buy the jerseys.
Sure.
Nike's making the money, but the women aren't getting it.
Well, why do we not hear them talking about that? Because you can't speak out against the great Nike.
I guess so. I guess Colin Kaepernick is holding them hostage with that.
Well, let me ask you this. When you say they made that money, don't they pay to have the rights to generate those uniforms, those jerseys?
They absolutely do. And like I said, last year, Nike made from the women's game generated $50.8 million, and I believe it was only $49.9 for the men.
But who do they pay the rights to be able to do that to?
They pay the U.S. national team that. There's 14 national teams that are sponsored by Nike, and they pay that team just like they do Alabama or any of the Under Armour pays Auburn. They pay for that sponsorship to that university or that team, so the national team gets that money to be able to be sponsored, and then they earn more money as they win. My daughter's sponsored by Nike at Dundee United, but yet they don't get that. That money goes to the ownership. It doesn't necessarily funnel down to the players. Now, what happens with the players is the players do get specific bonuses if they score or do specific things, but that's contract negotiation.
Yeah, well, they need to negotiate a better deal.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But your point is,
but it's not equal pay on the argument they're making now. That's a sponsorship deal. That's totally different.
But the point you're making is where are they saying where they would have a legitimate case? They keep making cases where you can make a case against them. Why are they not coming out and saying, well, Nike is the one who's underpaying us? Not, look, we drew 2,000 fans, they drew 35,000. We made $73 million. The men made $4 billion. So that we can't really make a great case there, but you're saying there's a place they could probably land and make a case that they should be getting paid more than they get paid, but they're kind of silent about that.
Absolutely. It would mean they would have to go against a specific Trump supporter or an anti-Trump supporter. They would have to go against Nike, against somebody that supposedly stands up for everybody's equal rights. Well, they would have to go against that. And as we know, they're not going to do that because they are getting money, and you never know what they are getting behind the scenes.
Yeah, well, you're right. It would be great for them to say Nike's a hypocrite. They present one thing, but look how they're treating the women's team on jersey sales. It would be great, but they're not going to do that.
Nike may not be under any obligation. No. We don't know what their agreement is with the team. We don't know what the players' agreement is with the owners. I mean, we don't know all that.
No, that's true. He's just making the point that there's a certain silence toward Nike, and there's a reason why that is, and that's really the main point.
Well, they can either take up the issue and be real about it, or play politics with it and get paid a whole lot less. It's kind of their choice.
Yeah, that's right.
Ball's in their court, no
Thanks,
pun
John.
intended.
John, appreciate
or their side of the pitch.
But here he is, and you know that he wants his daughter to do well. He wants women's soccer to do well, but he says, look, I also understand the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
And for folks like him and his daughter, he and his daughter,
this is a opportunity for women's soccer that you have to be screaming to the U.S. women's team, "Y'all are killing us."
Yeah, if I was the management running this operation.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us today. Bring it in. Find out what's going on with the Rick and Bubba Show by going to rickandbubba.com. You'll check upcoming events, a couple of opportunities coming up over the next few weeks. You can go out and see different members of the show as we are out and about. Also, you can shop the Rick and Bubba store there. If you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, you can do that there and find that. You can follow all the guys on the show on various social media platforms. All that can be found at rickandbubba, spell out the word and.com. All right, Bubba, you sent out a couple of stories today, and one of them is this ongoing discussion about the super volcano in California.
Rick, there's a story out that says, is California's super volcano set to blow?
Mm-hmm.
Scientists identify more than 2,000 quakes along the Long Valley, and I don't know how you say that word, Caldera, Caldera? Is that how you say it? That says are precursors to an eruption. Now, they're seeing this. You know, this is where you get a lot of those warm springs and all that. You know, there's underground activity going on through there.
Yep.
Caldera?
Yeah,
Caldera, is that how you say it?
It's a large cauldron-like hollow that forms shortly after the emptying of a volcanic eruption.
Caldera.
California's supervolcano, they say, has the power, now get this, to bury Los Angeles in more than 3,000 feet of ash and is showing signs of activity.
Mm-hmm.
Scientists at California Institute of Technology has identified over 2,000 earthquakes rumbling through the Long Valley. How do you say it, Adler? Say it again.
Caldera?
Caldera.
Caldera.
In recent years.
Mm-hmm.
The team conducted an investigation to see if the seismic activity was a sign of an impending doom or the risk of a massive eruption. The researchers created detailed underground images, finding that the recent seismic activity results from fluids and gases released as the area cools off and settles down. The author of the study said, we don't think the region is gearing up for another supervolcano eruption, but the cooling process may release enough gas and liquid to cause earthquakes and small eruptions. For example, May 1980, there were 4 magnitude 6 earthquakes in this region alone. The critical finding with the images reveal the volcano's magma chamber is covered by a hardened lid of crystallized rock formed as the main liquid magma cools down and solidifies. So, I mean, this whole area is so active. It's really incredible. You know, we have another one, a super volcano that's at Yellowstone.
Yep.
You know, the whole Yellowstone Park.
Oh, don't get him started on
sitting
Yellowstone. It's only second to Savannah, Georgia.
Yeah. Kicking time bombs, both of them.
So let's take politics out.
And then you got the lost hydrogen bomb in Savannah.
Oh my God! Well,
Broken Arrow.
Yeah.
An MK-15.
Yep.
She's a big boy.
So let's talk a little bit about. Let's take politics and remove them.
Yes.
Okay. That cannot be in play. Let's say the politics of every state is the same.
Right.
All right, and you're all okay with it, even though we know it's not.
Right.
You're strictly going for the best environment, but all environments, because we believe in a fallen creation, have got their own problems. We, of course, if you come here, you can't be bothered by tornadoes. Because we got a beautiful place to live, but our downside is tornadoes.
Right. Or schools that are let out for 1 inch of snow or less.
That's right. And we do not handle winter weather at all.
I understand.
Yeah.
We don't have the things to do
right.
with it.
That's right. Or you can go to places that are beautiful, but they got hurricanes. Hurricanes are a problem.
Yes, it is.
Tropics. Or you can go to California where earthquakes are a problem.
That and
ash.
Wildfires.
the wildfires.
And don't they get mudslides too?
Well, you get mudslides after you've had the wildfires and you have torrential rain.
What weather phenomenon would bothers you the most on where you're going to live? Is it? And I know that earthquake's not weather; it's geological. But any kind of thing. Does an earthquake bother you?
hurricane bother you? Tornadoes bother you? Which one are you like, I don't want any part
I've
of it?
had to deal with damage from hurricanes and most recently tornadoes.
Mm-hmm.
Hurricanes are very predictable. We see them coming with satellites now. There's no excuse being caught off guard by a hurricane.
But I don't like the having to leave and go live with family or hotel.
Oh, it's a hassle.
Or have to rebuild my place.
And the size of the destruction is massive. Okay. Tornadoes, we've come a long way on those. We usually have some warning with those.
Yeah.
It's not widespread, but boy, where it is toe up. You know, it can get you quick, and we've got firsthand
Unpredictable.
experience with that. Right.
Not a lot of time.
Mudslides, I think we can see. Wildfires, I think, are more preventable maybe than some of the others, even though there's no way to totally prevent them. I will say supervolcano has to rank up there as probably the scariest one. That and an earthquake. You can't do much with it.
There's no doubt that volcanoes and earthquakes, you just don't think they're going to happen to you, because if they happen, they are the worst.
Yeah.
You just have to say they're not going to happen.
We've had some here minor. You may remember one morning we were coming in, and we had I don't remember how much of an earthquake it was, but we had a pretty good tremor in our part of the state. And I never even knew it. I didn't sense it. I think I was half asleep. But Betty told me she remembers the mirror, the dresser on the mirror shaking, waking her up. And so, we have some of that. We have a big fault that runs, through the eastern part of the country, too. It's just it doesn't get the press that the ones out west does.
I think that, and I've lived this way my whole life, I think even though tornadoes happen more often than hurricanes, earthquakes, and volcanoes, my survival rate, the earthquake, I understand I don't have to be killed by the hurricane, but I don't like having to flee.
Yeah.
I don't like having to come back and rebuild my place.
And
every time I build
one.
it gets knocked down again. I don't really like that.
And on the coast, if you live in Florida, you're going to get one every so many years. I mean, you can look at the numbers on that.
And the whole up to it, are we going to play our game? Are we going to be in school? Are we shutting our business down? Hey, we got to all flee. The interstate's backed up. We're all trying to get to safety. Did it hit my place? Did it not? How much damage did I get? When can I get back in? Rebuilding communities. Earthquakes, guys, the earth is just opening up and we're falling in.
It's shaking.
And shaking everything. Volcanoes, here comes lava. Greg, you're right. We can get away from lava, but everything there's done.
Yeah.
But when it's spewing out and you can't get away from it in the ash and all that stuff.
I've come to the conclusion that the tornado is probably the easiest to live with. Because the odds of it hitting your
widespread.
The odds of it hitting you are not real high.
It's kind of like playing disaster dodgeball.
Yeah,
you know that you're in the ring and there's danger, but you can get out of the way of it. You try to, or you put in a storm shelter and try to ride it out. But your chances of being directly hit are fairly slim. But then again, it happens.
I'm gonna put blizzard in there too. You want to live anywhere where there's blizzards?
Ooh, blizzards! Blizzards are. I mean, that just shuts everything down. You can survive it, but you just got to get through it.
You lock down for a minute.
Yeah, with a blizzard and tornado, you lock down, you go underground, you get warm, you get safe underground. With a volcano, it's like, okay, there's the volcano. I'm going to run in the opposite direction. But with the earthquake, it's just like, you just look around. You just look around. You're like, what do I have nowhere to go.
And you have some prediction on volcanoes, like what we're getting now. Right. With earthquake, you get a little maybe when some tremors, but it's hard to nail that. That one to me is probably the one that can sneak up on you because, you be on an overpass, you're in bad shape.
Oh, yeah.
Bridge or something. Yeah. I would say the worst one, based on what we just said, would be earthquake.
Yeah, I think so too.
That's tsunamis. That's bad too.
Yeah, you don't see that.
I'll put that over in the hurricanes and all that.
Well, you don't know it's coming though.
Yeah, that's true.
Underwater earthquake can cause it.
That's true.
Oh, here comes the ocean. Great.
Yeah. It's 40 foot high.
Oh, wow. It may wake up President Biden.
Rick and Bubba.
I would say we have totally failed this. I would tell them to be apolitical on everything. You don't have to love Trump. Don't hate Trump. Don't drag the flag around. Talk about what a great opportunity this is to represent your country. Win that baby, and come back and sign a lot of endorsement deals. And you move the bar forward every time you do that.
Put together little girls all over the country, come see us. We're doing soccer camps. At this price, your daughter gets a jersey, and she gets a chance to come meet the team and see what the problem is. And Hamzy made this point, and all of the other guys did too. Right now, they seem satisfied with their radical fan base who doesn't care what they do, but they're really messing up on the opportunity to grow the fan base. They're really dropping the ball.
If they traded the radical fan base for the conservative, it would be larger. If they just were in the middle neutral, they could have some from both sides and have even a bigger group.
Well, where they're making the mistake, the radical fan isn't going to leave you whether you're agenda-driven or not.
Right.
The only people you're upsetting are the people you're trying to get.
Right.
So you're not even making a sacrifice by just being wiser with all this. It's not going to affect your fan base. But it is. But you sticking to it is keeping you from growing that base.
Yep.
I mean, if I was sitting in the conference room, I'd just be screaming, "Ladies, you're killing us!"
Again, it's just not very wise. They're great soccer players. They're not very wise on marketing. And I would sit down and say, "Look, you brought in with the last round 131 million, was it? Or that's what they're anticipating this time." Versus $6 billion. So how do we grow that number? Where are those other people? Are they radical people living on the streets of San Francisco, or are they mom and pops that have a son and daughter living in the flyover states? How are we going to get them?
And just like the guy who called, all right, daughter, let's talk about the best women's team we have in this league are drawing 2,500 people. The bottom tier of the men's league are drawing 35,000. Why?
Yeah.
Let's get down to why. Let's see if we can't. I'm not saying we can get up to 35,000 on our bad teams, but maybe we can get 35,000 on our good teams. Why are we not drawing more? Why do we not have more? And and I would say now, I mean, stay away from things that like you have cotton candy hair doing now. If now the big thing is look how many LGBT, part of the LGBT thing is that gender doesn't exist at all. You may, if you get your way with this, you may end up having a soccer league that doesn't have male or female acknowledged, and good luck making those teams.
Yeah.
Considering a U15 men's team beat you in an exhibition game,
it's almost insanity, really.
Yeah,
if you look at it.
Do you think? Does Cotton Candy think she would even be on the team if gender was not a factor? If she had to go compete against, I don't even want to use the word. Because then I'd have to say there's actually gender. Let's say that we just said, all right, now we're just going to field soccer teams of soccer players. And gender is never acknowledged, even though the body of a biological male and the body of a biological female, I hate to break it to everybody, it's not even a Bible. If you don't believe the Bible, fine. Science tells you they're not the same. We saw a bunch of students walk out when a scientist tried to say that men and women are not the same. They're not interchangeable. They just aren't. Science says it, Bible says it, everything says it, common sense says it, walking around chewing gum says it. So if Cotton Candy got a genderless world, she's not even going to make the team. And you're going to see a bunch of whatever you call them running around out there with very hairy legs and big old muscles, kicking the ball a lot harder than you can and running a lot faster than you can, and you're suddenly not going to be in the sport at all. So some of these agendas are just they're going to destroy from the inside out.
And the women have so many advantages to the men here in the U.S. because the U.S. team's no good. Okay, they don't ever go to the finals and compete like the girls.
And there's a reason for that.
And I've always thought that the women were easier to market than the guys anyway.
Oh yeah,
they've squandered it. It's very bad.
Oh yeah, because we have a good women's team. We have a good women's program.
Oh yeah,
and
instead of celebrating what they can do on the pitch, they're whining and crying about all these things that nobody cares about and certainly don't want to hear.
No, not if you're trying to become a new fan.
No.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know yesterday was kind of a weird day, right?
Yeah, you okay, buddy?
I'm great. Yeah, we got a lot out on the air yesterday. It was good.
I noticed when I left, I saw what I thought was a couple of teenagers in the parking deck down here, leaned up against a vehicle, and I noticed it was Adler and his lovely wife. And
there it is. It was.
But I usually don't get to see Erin coming by here, so I didn't know, did she come by? Was this part of yesterday? Did she come by to
Did she hear your cry for help?
Or to talk to you about it, or what was that?
Yeah, she was checking to make sure I was okay. No. She had to drop some. She dropped off my passport, actually. I'm trying to get TSA pre-check. Have you guys seen this before?
Yeah.
You're in the airport, and there's like one short line, and then there's one really long line.
Is that star thing we were going to get?
I think that's separate. I think that's a different thing than what he's trying to do. But the star gets you going too.
Yeah. Do we have the star thing?
It's supposed to be a
probably got it.
pre-clearance thing for you to get in the shorter line.
So
now, where are you going with the passport? Did you need that?
Well, just to get TSA pre-check. I'm flying local, but you have to have either your birth certificate or a passport to go, even just for the appointment. And then at the TSA pre-check appointment, they kind of scan your fingerprints and stuff like that.
So it's inconvenient on the front end.
It is. I'm not.
Yeah, they should. 6 minutes past the hour, you got the Rick and Bubba Show. Working our way to the completion of 30 years at this. Our birthday coming up in January, Lord willing, we'll get there. The gang all here, except for Speedy. We got Helmsy, we got Adler, we got Greg, and say hello to Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Yes, we do. Bubba, do you watch the John Wick stuff with Keanu Reeves?
Oh, John Wick.
Oh, yeah, I watched the first 2 I know of, and I don't remember about 3. Now, if you don't oh yeah, excellent.
So I don't know why I haven't watched
If you don't
like
shoot 'em up, it's not for you.
So if you like a little shooting action, this is where you need to be.
But speaking of that, people are confused because the actor, Keanu Reeves, apparently went to a shooting range and was continuing his training, and everybody thought John Wick had showed up. so here he is.
Yeah, he's legit, you guys.
Can
it's
I,
pretty wild.
Can I tell you part of the? Can I tell you kind of the plot of the whole John Wick?
Yeah, tell us about it.
Yeah, I've never seen one of them.
Well, let's hear him shoot. We got the. Can we hear the audio of it?
I mean, he's plinking like crazy.
Oh my God!
Wow.
4 feet from him.
No, there's farther ones too, Greg. There's far away ones.
That's pretty good shooting with a pistol, by the way. Now I will give you this, Greg. The person was pretty close.
Y'all, he's good. He's legit. He does all kinds of weak hand. He does weak hand shooting, strong hand shooting.
Here we go.
No.
Jiu-jitsu.
He does jiu-jitsu too, Greg. He's all about it.
So the initial show.
Oh, look at him reload.
Oh yeah, go Wick. Oh yeah.
The shotgun.
Listen, he's gonna get kicked out of Hollywood for this.
No, I didn't think about that.
He can't be this way.
He's been doing this for years now.
Remember, though, Hollywood just talks about violence is bad. They don't really live it out. So this is
Alec Baldwin said, "What's the big deal?"
Greg.
Okay.
Wow. By the way, he's still in trouble.
He's
still in trouble. Yeah, he's still in trouble.
He keeps thinking it's going away, and it keeps going back.
It won't go away. No.
So the initial plot of this is that he was a really Johnny Bad assassin.
Yeah. Johnny Bad one.
In his day.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
Johnny Bad.
He is retired.
Or do you mean Billy Bad?
I'm saying.
Remember Billy Bad?
Listen.
I tell you who he thinks he is.
There's Billy Bad, and there's one step above that, Johnny Bad.
That's his older brother, Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny's right above him.
So that's Billy's brother. Now that's so good.
But he retires. He retires. He literally buries his guns in concrete in his garage. Okay, he is done with it. He just wants to be. And his wife passed away. His wife sent him, had it set up before she died, to send him a puppy on his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
He gets this puppy. He loves this puppy. He's enjoying just living the quiet life, him and his dog. He still misses his wife. And there are some bad guys who are still harboring bad feelings for something he did in the past.
Sure.
Of course.
Been there.
They come in and try to kill him. And he narrowly survives the attack at his home.
They kill his dog.
But they kill the dog.
I knew it. I knew it.
And that made him really mad.
I guessed it.
And he went and tore up the concrete and got his stuff out and said,
I'm
It's
going to
on.
get him.
And that led to 4 movies.
Yeah.
Has he not killed everybody? Killed his dog yet?
Who's after now?
Well, he
How many
went-
dogs did they kill?
What happened
He
is
loved that dog.
The big
Apparently.
the big boss found out it was his son that decided to go after him to avenge somebody else.
Understood.
And the dad, the crime dad, is furious because he said, "You have unleashed a monster now,
Right.
and this guy will not stop."
Right.
So that's kind of the
Okay,
preface
I need to
that
watch
sets
that.
it all up. And one of the more intriguing parts of it is there's a hotel in the middle of this.
By the way, this is not me talking. This is Bubba. I
No,
know.
this is the first movie. I mean, if you ain't
know.
seen the first
I
movie
agree
now,
with you. I agree with you. I just take flack
Yeah,
for
it's
this.
in
kind of
2014.
I'm not telling you what happened. I'm giving you the plot.
Bubba, I'm not.
2014. I'll give you a
All
pass.
right, Bubba, you have
So-
a green light.
Yeah.
There is a hotel that all of these professional assassins have agreed is a non-killing zone. If you get
Sanctuary?
in the hotel, it's a sanctuary. You cannot
Sanctuary
You
hotel.
cannot kill anybody in this hotel, each other, whatever.
So we have
You-
a code amongst the murderers.
You go out on the street, you can do whatever you want to, but in here you don't do it. And the penalty is if you do it in here, we all put a warrant out. We put a tag out for your death.
A hit on you.
A hit on you, and everybody here has to go after you. All the assassins of the world are going to go after
And
you.
everybody knows that.
Is that parking lot too? Everything?
So they want anywhere
That's a
on
good
their
question.
grounds,
Okay.
and they've got the guy who runs the hotel who always
The
reminds
minute I
them-
hit pavement at Sanctuary,
I mean, there'll be a guy
I
who
have to
is
leave my weapon at the door.
They've got guys that had a shootout. They get inside here, they go in the bar and sit down, and they'll be having a meal at a table across from each other, and they don't even raise an eyebrow.
well, because it's understood.
It's yeah.
I got to watch this.
So
That sounds good.
in the later episodes, that is violated in a way,
Uh-oh.
and you
Who
see how.
did it?
Well, I'm not telling you all that.
Okay.
Somebody tried to set John Wick up, I bet.
I'm gonna say, but if shoot 'em ups bother you, you're gonna see more people killed in more awful ways per second in these movies than
Right.
you have ever witnessed in anything in your life. They will kill them by the dozens.
I heard John Wick 4 is just it starts and then the whole thing is an action sequence. The entire movie.
Well, I hope they don't get Preacher.
I was
I'm sorry, that's Virgin River.
the first.
It's close. It's close.
I saw the first 2 John Wicks. I don't think I saw 3. I'm not sure.
I have this
flip back.
weird
What's
thing
the other
where
one we
I-
watch? It's a person's name. It's got
Jason Bourne.
no. This guy, what's his name from The Office in it?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Reacher, Jack Reacher.
No.
I get yes.
No,
it is.
Reacher is Tom Cruise.
That's Tom Cruise.
No,
I'm
well,
sorry.
there's another one.
Johnny Franklin.
No,
But
this it's a guy's
Reacher
name.
is
We
a
watch
Johnny
it.
version
Bad.
of John Wick.
watch it all the
It's
time.
similar.
It's a guy's
Yeah,
name.
they run together.
We watch it all the time.
I mean, remember we've talked about it. 'cause
Yes,
I
y'all
kinda-
have
I kinda
talked about it.
cooled on
Y'all talked about it. It's the guy from The Office that we didn't think we would buy as a
but
Billy.
It's
But
not a. It's
It's a person's name.
Rick, what you will
John
like,
something.
what you will like about John Wick when he
I
goes
know what
to
you're talking
load up, like when he would go to the gun store per se.
Jack
or-
Ryan.
there it is.
Ryan.
There it is.
See,
You got
John
it.
Wick, Jack Ryan.
That-
Jack
could be
Reacher,
not.
Jack Ryan,
He has so many guns.
Machete.
Stuck in so many places.
Johnny
on him.
Van Zant.
He has long guns, short guns. I mean, didn't it? A knife.
Hey,
I
hey,
mean, he's got all.
Well, he's a killer,
everything. Yeah,
Bubba.
he is. I mean, they're walking, and you can tell all during this he didn't want to go back into this life. He
He's
saw
just mad about his dog.
the way it was, and he wanted out of it, and he got out of it, and now he's been forced back into it, and it's rough.
It'd be like if I was an assassin, somebody took Buddy out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've got this weird thing with John Wick that I see myself retiring. When I retire, I'm going to watch these movies.
You talking about Jack Ryan?
That's odd.
John Wick. Yeah, I've got this weird thing. John Wick. I've never seen any of the movies, but it's like, all right, when I'm
You
70,
can only watch it when you're 70.
It's like, well, in
70.
retirement, at least I'll have John Wick. It's like I'm holding.
You're
on
holding on to
I'm
that. That's almost
holding-
like your retirement plan. It includes John Wick series.
It's weird. I don't know.
I'm serious.
I need a
why.
certain amount of money. I know I got John Wick. That's already in.
Yes, I don't know
Okay.
why, but it is part of
That's
it.
interesting.
Yeah, I'm like, I'll retire. I'll watch those.
I thought that was going to be my approach to Lord of the Rings, and somebody finally crumbled.
Okay.
Because it took me forever to ever watch one of them. Yeah. And then
They're long.
They are.
Long time to get to the mountain.
But that's good. I'm okay with it. I love that series.
It's good.
I've never seen it either.
Oh, it's great. It's
Really well
good.
done.
1, 2, and 3 are really great. There's a total package right there, Gray, if you want to watch
I
it.
might have to do that.
Uh,
that
see-
and John Wick.
Sam,
If
I
you
love
like
you, Sam.
Rambo, you'll love this.
All right, I got to see if I can get all
Oh,
these
yeah.
right. So we've got Jason Bourne.
Yes.
Okay, we've got Jack Reacher.
Correct.
And
Well,
we
that's
got-
Tom
there's-
Cruise. No, but there's Tom Cruise, yes, but there's also a new Reacher on
different
Amazon
guy.
Prime, different guy, same storyline.
But Jack Ryan and Jack Reacher, that's different.
Jack Ryan's
That's
a
two
CIA.
different stories.
Jack
Yes.
Ryan's a CIA guy, and it's Jim from The Office.
Got that. But that's not
Which I can't
that's not
picture
Jack
him being a
Reacher.
mean
Correct.
guy.
So there's
He's
two
not
Jacks.
CIA.
There's two Jacks, but there's also two Reachers.
Wow.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to stay away from that.
They'll
one. Too
do a
confusing.
reboot.
No, it's really good. I think
Two
you'll like it.
Jacks?
Mm-hmm.
You got
But there's
Jack
only
Ryan
one
and Jack
Rick.
Reacher.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But there's actually two Reachers.
Right.
That's true.
Oh, and
Boy,
Jack
that's-
Bauer. Don't forget Jack
My
Bauer.
goodness. Whatever happened to him? He got woke and it killed the whole show, didn't it?
Oh, that's right. That happened. Yeah.
We'll take phone calls next on any topic. I have a feeling what one of the topics will be.
Yeah, how we trashed the whole
Well,
series.
No, we did good.
We do our best.
We did great, I thought.
Really,
Rick, the boogeyman looks under his bed for John Wick.
That's funny. So it's one of those things.
yeah.
Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waiting room, I'm like, isn't the whole point of this so I don't have to wait? And so I'm sitting in a room for like 20 minutes yesterday, and but they called me back there, and I'm waiting to hear back. So, you know,
I don't think this is going to go well. I think
don't
you were
think it's-
better off to keep living your life and
yeah,
not trying to create trouble.
yeah, you're right. I think you're
I don't know
right.
if you fly enough to go through this, but
So
that's fine.
you're going back to? Did you say the Grand Canyon?
It lasts for 8 years.
Okay.
It's 8 years is what they give
Okay.
you. So I think that's 8
Where
years.
you-
Maybe that's when my passport expires. I thought it was 8 years.
Until they mandatory do the star thing that
Yeah,
Bubba's talking
oh,
about, and then we're
great.
all going to have to do that.
Where are you going this time?
I'm going with Aaron's family actually to Yellowstone. We're going on a family
Oh, yeah.
Yellowstone trip.
Now, in a
So-
camper?
Yes,
Are you driving?
I'm driving the camper.
Oh, wow.
This time I'm getting a 4-wheel drive camper, guys. It's like my dream van, like the sweetest van ever.
With her parents?
Carrying her parents.
With her family?
I will be.
How far out are we going with her
Are
family?
they following y'all, please?
I
tell
will.
me.
I will be transporting her family for short legs of that, but they have a cabin at Yellowstone. And Aaron and I are going to stay in the van at Yellowstone. So we got the van.
Who-
So the van will be a rockin', and then there's the lodge over there.
It'll be a talking.
hey, this is not the foot you want to get off of. No. Are you?
Oh, just because of 4-wheel drive is what. Okay.
Are
yeah.
they going to ride with you in the vehicle?
That's at one point because they're flying in. I'm flying in. I have to fly into Denver because in the whole country, there's one of these 4x4 vans that I want. This is
Is
actually
this that
the
one you
model
looked
that I
at, that
want.
gray one that's the big?
Yeah, buddy.
Wait a
He
minute,
wants
stop.
This
that
is
van.
the model that I want.
You're going to have to be on great behavior. This is where they see who you really are.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
You know how you
It's
get
gonna be good.
frustrated?
Yeah.
I don't get frustrated.
You do.
Yeah, you do.
Sorry, America.
Adler, I am worried about Yellowstone. I want to go on the record. Y'all mark this down. It's a super volcano just sitting there.
Is that what keeps you from going out there and visiting?
Yeah.
It affects
absolutely
every time
gorgeous.
I think about it.
You know, the cool weather, there's not many ticks or snakes.
Well, we've had these earthquakes in California, which it's
We just
all
act like we didn't
tied
have a
together.
6.4 while we were gone.
Oh, we had 11.
Oh,
didn't we?
yeah, it was up there.
Yeah.
It was over 7, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trips
That
canceled.
was no.
There's a lot going on there at Yellowstone. I mean,
Yeah.
Rick, you realize? I mean, it is a super
Predator
you can't
city,
have
too.
hot water. You can't have hot springs without magma. You know.
I can't wait to see that drone footage you're going to take.
Well, I'll have to do it outside. National parks don't
they
let
don't
you
allow it.
fly. I know. 'cause-
Oh, come on.
I know, but think about it. Like if you're going to see Old Faithful and like over your shoulder, you hear like,
Yeah.
you're like, all right, this is
Yeah,
messing
that's
me
true.
up.
That's
Yeah.
true.
So
Yeah.
I'll be flying it in the perimeter of the national.
I'm still
parks
stuck on the
portion.
fact you're flying to Denver to get the I guess the RV
Mac
that
Daddy.
you own or
Yeah,
whatever you call
buddy.
it.
This is a Winnebago, and you know when we think
Shit, if it's a
Winnebago,
rock and don't knock.
you think
How far to Montana from there?
like 4 hours, I think.
That's not.
Oh.
Yeah, something like that.
Montana's really on your mind.
I love Montana.
Do you have to drive
That's
it
where I'm
back
gonna
to
start living
Denver
in
and fly
summers.
back?
Yes. But luckily they just started that cheapo airline. So when my wife and I fly back, it'll be really cheap.
See,
Is that
She's-
Spirit?
she's
Which
actually-
one is it?
She's actually leaving on Friday to go on another big road trip all across the country.
But is this when
this
she goes
time-
by herself?
But she's going with her dad this time.
Oh, okay.
And they're actually going to cross Montana as the last of his 50 states off on this trip. So there's a lot. It's a big trip, guys.
So let me get this
Where
right
are you
real
getting
quick.
the van at? Is it in
Denver.
Colorado?
It's Denver, Colorado. So
you got a picture of it? I want to see it.
Yeah. Speedy, Google Winnebago
Revel.
He can't spell Winnebago.
He can't spell.
Y'all get off me.
Or just
I
do
couldn't spell it.
REVEL, 4x4. And so when you think Winnebago, you think the big clunky, RV, right?
Oh yeah.
But they finally stepped into the off-road camper van world. It's a Winnebago
this is nice.
Revel or Revel. I guess
Revel. Yeah, I got you,
Revel,
baby.
okay.
By Mercedes?
Yes, yeah. So they built it on a Mercedes Sprinter chassis.
This is that what you have wanted.
Yeah.
Is this it right here? I got you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What a key
Adam,
just to
that is
file into
pretty
billings.
sharp.
So
I mean,
I'm pumped, guys. I am
sharp.
pumped up. If that van is a rocking, I'm going down the trails a hawking.
what is that? What is that?
What does that mean? That's how the saying goes, guys, right?
And then you think, well, and then all of a sudden it hit me. This is the day that I will do Uber Eats.
Oh, really?
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
Here we go. 21 minutes now past the hour. Phone calls. You want to join us? Come on. 866 We Be Big. Roll on in for a chat. We'd love to hear what's on your minds today. Any topic is fine. Tom out of Birmingham, Alabama gets us started. 1047 WZZK. Tommy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
For two good ones, this show has a lot of wisdom, and there's one thing that just absolutely slays me is when the master of the King's English talks about somebody being ate up with something.
Oh, I love it.
It gets me every time. It's like Gary's ate up with turkey calls.
Oh, yeah.
Or John Wick's ate up with shooting.
Yeah.
What I think y'all ought to do is you follow the you might be a redneck if. Well, you might be ate up if, and then follow through, and you could do a bunch of them on Biden.
Yeah, you could.
Boy.
Yeah, that's a phrase we forget. It's so common to us in the culture we grew up in.
Yeah.
But you never
Somebody's ate up with it.
you never think about people hearing it for the first time. Okay. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Chris. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. How you doing?
We're good,
great.
Chris.
We're great.
Thanks for calling.
Good deal. Hey, Bubba, I didn't know if you remember this from the first John Wick. Do you remember the character that actually from the insurance commercials, Allstate Mayhem was in it?
The
guy who said,
yeah, I know who you're talking about. It's been so long since I saw the movie, and several people have pointed out that the son of the mob guy actually wanted John Wick's car, and his
car.
They came to steal it, and the dog was like,
over
collateral
the car.
damage
They
in
killed the dog trying to just simply get the car.
Yeah,
Good
so
no wonder the dad's mad.
So
it was like a '69 Shelby Cobra, is what it was, I believe.
Yeah, I believe he was in that. I remember something about it. That guy's been in a lot of movies.
Where are we on the? Are we done with him now?
Several.
Mayhem? Do we think that's not funny anymore?
No, I think it's still pretty good.
Is it as funny to you as it once was? It's not to me.
I'll be honest.
I'm not done with it.
I've never been a huge fan
What?
of him.
There were some good ones.
I don't know, something about him gets on my
I feel
nerves.
like they've run out of ideas. That's how it feels to me right now.
I don't
when
know
you
what
talk
it
about
is.
Keanu Reeves, though, people, and I don't know him. I don't have any. I mean, nobody even close to knowing him, but I've heard a lot of people say that he is really a nice guy. I mean, when it comes to the Hollywood type, he's probably an exception.
Yeah, he's got his reputation as a human being seems to be pretty good.
Yeah.
I think, like I said, I would prefer him as a human being more than I do as an actor.
Well, I like him in this role better than I do some of the other because he's very focused.
I got you.
He's also known for the Keanu Reeves hand float, meaning
What?
when he takes pictures with women or just fans in general, he floats his hand behind them like he doesn't wrap them up because of all the weirdness that we have going on. People trying to David Copperfield people doing pictures.
Now, where'd you get this information?
No, it's there's tons and tons of pictures where he's doing the Keanu Reeves hand float thing.
I didn't know he had his own hand float.
He also bought Rolexes for the entire crew of The Matrix. So he's a nice guy. He rides.
I see articles all the time where like just fans would come up, he'll buy their dinner.
Yeah.
Like he was somebody a whole busload of them one time. And he bought the whole bus.
Yeah, he went into somebody's wedding too not too long ago. Reception.
Yeah.
Are we just going to act like he's not in the band?
And
got
he's
a band.
Dog Star plays the bass. Come on.
Are they any count?
He's a cool dude.
I've never heard of them. Are they any good?
I don't think I've ever listened to a single song.
So
They said that you go to the show. It's not that great, but they're so nice you let them get away with it.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
Let's go to Nathan in Chattanooga. Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Just wanted to point out on this John Wick series, there is a prequel to this. It's a 3-part series called The Continental. It's the story of Winston, who is the manager at the Continental.
Is that where everybody stays where you don't get shot? Is it called the Continental? Is that where Sanctuary?
We talked about this. It's got Mel Gibson.
Okay. I've never seen that.
But didn't that actor just die recently?
I don't know. But this is, from the world of John Wick. It's the Continental, Mel Gibson on Amazon.
What does that mean from the world of John Wick?
Well, the Continental
It means
is
it's part of that story.
Yeah, it's the
It's
hotel.
about the hotel. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I think the guy who tended it, though, I think the actor actually passed away.
Really?
I didn't hear about that.
John Wick killed him.
Hank, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
John Wick didn't kill him.
Hey, good morning, guys. I totally apologize if I'm late on this. I had to turn the radio off for a little while, but I've been thinking a lot about the whole football thing that y'all have been talking about, as far as Pat McAfee, and I was listening yesterday when Greg was talking about
That'd be Pat McAfee.
We're not talking about the guy that started Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. Hey, master of the Kang's English.
Right. We ain't got nothing to say, man. That's something we would say.
Yeah. But anyway, Greg was talking about the celebrations and things like this. You know, and I'm asking you a question. So is it, I'm 50 years old. I coached middle school, high school football. Is it an old school versus new school thing that we're dealing with here?
You mean people who like him and don't like him?
No, I mean the whole football
probably
world that we're looking
probably
at.
So. Yeah, probably so.
The whole Travis Kelce and what's her name and all this.
Taylor Swift.
I mean, is there? Yeah, that's her.
I'm just.
Is there a struggle between? Is there a struggle between old school and new school? Is that what we're dealing with? Or
yes.
You mean with Pat
Well, it drives me nuts.
Well, everything. Yeah, he's just saying, why do these things annoy him? Is it because of his age or because they're just bad? And you know, that's been, we do know this, okay, throughout time, as far as we've been alive, which is now 60 years next year, okay? Mm-hmm. As long as I have been alive, there's certain things that are constant. Every single group of men thinks the group of men after them is weak.
Yeah.
And not tough.
It's almost like contract.
Right. It's just I was thinking the exact same analogy.
Who did this?
So we know we know that's always been the case.
Right.
But I do think there are things that when you reach a certain age, you no matter what people try to do, you're never going to like it because it just won't appeal to you because of your preferences in the generation you came up with. I've quoted this a lot on the show. And that is the Gary Cooper quote. And that is in the Western Man of the West. He said, I've outlived my kind and I've outlived my time. And I think there does come a point where you go, I relate to nothing that's around me. And I cling to the things that I always found familiar and preferred. And some of that is just age. Now, if you're in the industry, they got to find a way to keep an audience after we're all dead.
Yeah.
So some of the things
it's ever changing.
Yeah. So,
you're right.
So it is hard to answer the question, is it just bad because that's the truth, or is it just annoying because of my age? And that's a great question.
Yeah. And like we talked about the other day, and I can go back into it. I'm not anti-emotion in football. But I'm
not either.
Us doing choreographed dances for a routine play.
And so he would
if you make a play that just won the game, that's one thing. But every single routine tackle, we stand up and we do 900 hand flashes and this and that. And now, like I say, the game just started. Hang on.
And I do think if you remove things from the game that made it desirable, then it ceases to be the product that you liked anyway. That's kind of where I am. It's kind of turning into a game that is not as entertaining to me. But that doesn't mean that could be my age. back to your point.
Yeah,
but
I'm done with reviewing plays stuff.
I think wearing the same number, two different players. I just think that's truth. That's not age.
That's right. Rick and Bubba.
Guys, I got to tell you something. It was so wonderful. It was so wonderful. I mean, I thought I got out my phone, and within 5 minutes, I've got food on the way from a multiple choices.
Yeah.
Tell me
it doesn't
this.
have to be just pizza anymore.
Is it
Anything.
Is it its own app? How did you do that?
It's its own app.
Okay.
And then you go ahead and set it up for the first
think
time.
I'm in an area that they won't deliver.
What?
I think I'm.
Oh, they can't get through the gate.
What?
No, I'm in an area. We miss
But
out
I'm not
on
that
everything.
far from you.
Yeah,
I'm
but
right. I'm barely in it, aren't I?
We don't have a lot of the.
I think he's right about that.
Services
I was shocked.
A lot of people have.
I was shocked how many
Come on,
choices
I'm out in the country, Rick. You forget.
I was a little bit overwhelmed.
I'm unincorporated county.
Right. Hey, I was a little overwhelmed by the choices. I mean, I was almost like, wow, do I want Asian? Do I want this? Do I want that?
So how much more did it cost, and how long did it take? Let's get to the important stuff.
I can tell you exactly this.
It's worth the difference. I know that.
The whole order was about $11.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because there was a $4.99
Let me be sure
charge.
I got that out.
Okay.
There was a $4.99 charge.
Sure.
For Uber?
Yeah, it's something like that. $4.99, I think.
Yeah.
For this, what I want.
Yeah.
I think it might vary.
It varies depending on what you get.
Yeah, and so I ordered what I wanted, and it even has on there to tell them, all right, what side you want with this. Any notes you want to tell them, like no mayonnaise or no whatever. Put that in there.
But it's a different app. I can't use my current Uber stuff, right?
I don't know.
You can't use the Uber car driving thing.
Okay,
you have to have
Uber Eats its own thing.
And so you got to have a whole other thing, another password, put your credit card in.
Yep,
That's good.
yep.
Another way for them to steal it.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you're right. That's all I thought about when I was typing it in. But I was so hungry I didn't care.
That's great.
You know what I mean? I was so hungry I didn't care.
There's times I wouldn't care.
But here's what you'll love. So I ordered it. Are you ready? I ordered it at 5:40, and the minute my order was complete, and it took seconds. It says, your restaurant has your order, and then it starts giving me.
Oh yeah, give you a status.
They give me a needle like this, like here's how far along we are, and then they put up there 6:05. Be at your door at 6:05.
Ooh.
And
pizza places have been doing that for years.
Is it black with Uber and white and then green Eats under it?
Yeah.
Somebody help Pop all out.
I think
there's 2 or 3 different ones.
Bubba, I don't know. I got to look. I'm not sure that one's it.
There's a few other. This is
something about that didn't look right.
Let me see yours.
But it may
looks
be.
like. Show me what it looks
I
like.
can't even.
I've used Yelp before, and then their delivery because you can go through and
I
use
saw
it.
there were some other options, but I went with that. I just went with the first one I could come up with.
Hey Rick, what does it look like?
Wait a minute, did I use Yelp? Which one did I use? But anyway, Bubba, I don't even see which one I used.
It's through the Yelp out.
If y'all got Uber Eats, what does it look like? What's the?
I've used. I don't have the Uber.
It's the one that says Uber Eats.
So it is that one, Bubba. It is that.
It's Eats in green.
Yes.
That's it. That is it, Bubba.
I'm gonna get it.
Now DoorDash will try to grab you when you go. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Right here. That's the one.
That's how they get you.
That's the one, buddy.
You got to watch out, y'all. I'm up on this fishing.
Guys.
Y'all are gonna have your ID stolen.
Listen, this guy. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm gonna eat good.
This won't surprise you at all. I was so hungry I didn't get it.
I got to ask a question
Hope
here.
you got your life lock
So
up to date.
it only costs
right to the door.
$5 for them to bring it.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm that
That
driver,
depends on
I
what
need
you-
I need a little bit more than $5. Well, that's a lot of effort.
Well, now, if you did a big family deal or something,
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
right, but it was just me, and it was a very simple order.
So I'm gonna go home today and order something just see if they'll bring it.
Can I tell you, it was fantastic.
Huh?
It'll tell you
Guys,
before.
it is
when you put
made.
your
It
address
is
in.
made for the moment I was
got a
in.
bad
It
feeling.
was made for the moment I was in. Golly, I've already gotten home. All the leftovers are out. I could cook something. I don't feel like cooking anything. I don't want to make a mess. And I just got out of the shower. I'm ready to kick back and be done for the night. And all of a sudden, I walk. And by the way, I gave him a tip. He was a little shocked by that, so they're not expecting that either. It's kind of all inclusive.
Yeah.
I was like, here he goes. Oh wow, thanks, guy.
So, hey,
you said thanks, guy.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Not guy, man.
Hey, thanks, guy.
Who Tat showed up?
Sure.
Yeah, you showed up with some food though, didn't he?
He was tatted up and looking at his phone.
Well,
But you know
said,
what?
If
Try
you
to make
said
a
it,
living.
I was doing some research. If you said, what did you go with? Did you say that yet?
I went with a turkey burger with a fried egg
Wait a minute.
and some bacon.
That's
And
a good.
and a
that's a
side
good
and
burger.
a side homemade pork rinds.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Do you want it again?
And didn't have to do anything.
It was fantastic.
But a couple clicks on your phone.
Rick,
We don't deliver to your address quite yet. We're expanding soon and can let you know when Uber Eats arrives.
Bubba, I'm so sorry,
buddy.
You know, you could throw a rock off Bubba's house and land in my yard, and I've got multiple choices.
Why don't you order it and then just say, meet me at a parking lot?
Bubba, you can see 1,000 restaurants from your back.
Oh, I know.
And none of them can come.
From your office.
I can see 1 million people from my house. I can't have nothing.
Could you see me eating? It was just.
Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, mypillow.com/Bubba. Right now, at mypillow.com/Bubba, since Speedy is out today, I'm just going to point you to something we call Speedy Savings. You know, Speedy does not respond to, I mean, you give Speedy 15% off. He doesn't, here goes Greg. He's not fired up. You know what I mean? But I mean, if Speedy wants you to go at least half off. And but listen to this. Right now, if you go to mypillow.com/Bubba, Greg, that was the worst effort I've ever seen of you trying to go under the camera. You didn't even get close. I mean, we saw your shoulder. We saw your shoulder. I mean, you didn't even remotely get down.
I accidentally stepped on the wood.
Yeah, Rick, I saw you under Greg's arm.
Yeah, I mean,
I normally do good at that.
Yeah, well, that one right there was not the effort we're looking for.
From the bathroom
yeah, if I was looking at film right now, I'd stop this. And I say, this is not what we're looking for.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's kind of like the time I became the highlight reel at Troy for how not to take on a trap block. You talk about demoralizing. Burgess said, we're going to show everybody how not to do it. That felt great.
Well, at least you were useful.
Yeah, at least I was useful. Men's and women's sleepwear at mypillow.com/Bubba, 80% off. Now, that's Speedy savings. That gets his attention. Some others right now, 25% off. My sandals are only $19.50. Kitchen towels are 25% off. And so find by going to mypillow.com/Bubba the 2.0 right now too. The new MyPillow 50% off in the king or the queen. All that right there, or go to rickandbubba.com and look for it right there under the sponsors. Bubba, I know that when a lot of people turn to this show and all the different ways you can get it now, a lot of them, you may be surprised, turn here to hear us talk about health and nutrition.
Oh,
and,
Rick, yes.
and they're saying, let me tell you what, first two guys that you can bank on how to live a healthier life, and especially addressing weight. I want to hear from Rick and Bubba, who have spent 30 years calling themselves the two sexiest fat men alive.
Shirts with it on it, coffee mugs.
Right. Yeah. Who at one time chanted, a waist is a terrible thing to mind.
Well, it wasn't a call to be fat. It was don't let fat bring you down.
Don't let it bring you down.
Or the lyric, fat is where it's at. But do you remember that one?
That's where it's at.
And I'm a fat guy.
I can tear up an ice cream cone.
But just because I'm fat don't mean I ain't got it going on.
I mean, everything was based around
Oh,
that.
sure, yeah. But anyway, so you want to go to us to find out how to, but our credibility, it hurts just a little bit. But we do know what it's like to try to deal with weight. How about that? That's a good way to look. Yeah, we know about that.
Well, there's an interesting story out. We're just reporting on it. We didn't write it. Scientists claim to have found the root cause of obesity for most people.
Is it stuff in your pie hole?
I believe Rick, I can have a mount on him.
Is it cramming stuff of high calories into my pie hole?
While sitting on my rump.
While sitting on my rump, while eating chips, watching something.
It's
Maybe
kind
that's
of the story is kind of painting a different picture of what we thought was going on.
Oh.
They're saying fructose in corn syrup and added sugars in our food that make it taste great, by the way, uses up fuel for the cells, leading to hunger. The finding gives insight into kinds of interventions useful in preventing obesity to begin with.
Right.
They also say that your metabolism can speed up just 8 days after ditching fructose.
No,
but I like fructose.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Now, it's the most popular sugar in American food. But it causes biological changes in the human body that make it physically easier to get fat and harder to lose weight.
Yeah, the American diet is full of some of the things that we have. It's a tough road, and I actually had been told that this fructose before, and you just hit on it. Now they're doing scientific studies. So there are foods you eat that really turn you into a high calorie food addict.
Yeah,
that make you crave it.
and your body's craving it. And,
They say high fructose corn syrup is used in countless food products, even those considered to be healthy, including protein bars, whole grain bread, and cereals.
Yep, remember that?
The new analysis of previous studied food found it slashes levels of the fullness hormone, stops the body from using fat stored for energy, and slows the metabolism, making it harder for the body to burn off energy from food. The findings challenge long-held belief that the sole dictator of obesity is overeating and expending little energy, leading to an accumulation of fat in the body.
Yep.
And it's spelled fructose is what it looks like for people looking
I
for
think
it
that's what you say.
on the labels.
Don't you?
Thank you, buddy.
Well, thank you. Buddy.
Yeah, I just
trying to help.
Next spelling, chickpea.
Well, it is one of I was even. You have to be careful too. And I know we've talked about this before, and it ties into this. There are certain. First of all, labels are meaningless. You got to really dig deep. I mean, at the point now, I even on a protein bar, I was like, hey, on these protein bars, what are the best ones? And of course, I go and talk to Sean, the trainer. He goes, these are bad. That one right there is the best. You know, I mean, just because it calls itself something healthy or whatever, you really have to look into it. And there are some of these so-called no-calorie drinks. Be careful with what they're using because they're actually, to this story, there are actually some of them that use a product that actually causes your body to stop burning calories and slows down your metabolism.
Now, the protein bars, the one way you can tell it's the ones that aren't good for you is because they taste real good.
That is correct.
Yeah.
The ones that are good for you taste like cardboard.
Yeah, you're right. I remember eating it.
That's
going,
how you can tell.
Great. I remember eating one going, I tell you what, I can do this. This is just like eating a Three Musketeers.
Yeah, like a Snickers.
And then I was like, yeah, there's a reason it tastes that way. But
a lot of fructure.
I will tell you one, though.
How you spell that?
The one that I found that actually is good and is also good for you is the ones they're called pure protein, Pure. Those are actually they taste good and kind's okay.
Yeah.
But I think you'll like the pure better. They taste
pure
Pure.
You can buy them at bulk too.
Yeah.
You can buy a big box.
They seriously, is it good enough?
It is.
Great. They're
it
not
is.
great.
It's not bad.
No, they're not bad, Greg.
I'm telling you.
They're not bad.
To me, you bite into them and go, hey, I got something. Then there's that.
Right. Well, there's a little bit of that, but not bad.
Yeah. Okay.
What is it at the end?
Like there's a little taste there added to it I didn't really know about.
Yeah. So really, there are certain things that are in foods that make your body just really struggle. And
that's from one of the two sexiest fat men alive.
That is correct.
Well, no, we're just reporting it. This is a study.
Yes,
so.
They're expensive, but the RX bars are good too.
Oh, I like those.
They are good.
Yeah. Now I'd like them to be more of it.
Yes,
correct.
Well, that's the whole point, Greg.
I know.
We don't need near the food we put in our body.
Greg, remember?
We do not.
Remember?
Well,
maybe
you don't.
No, we don't.
Those are good, by the way.
Greg, remember?
I like the one with the salt on it.
Greg, remember the evangelist who talked about sexual purity while seeing a woman on the side? What he said was still true. Okay, right? You know what I mean?
So hey, if I'm stuffing my face,
that's right.
It doesn't mean it isn't true.
Right.
I'm just refusing
what we're
to
saying
go
is
by
true,
it.
whether we do it or not. It still is true.
It's a fact.
That's a great illustration.
But isn't that true?
It's very true.
Well, if he preached out of the Bible, it was true whether he lived it or
That's
not.
a fact.
Yes, yeah, that's true.
Now you'd like to see him adhere to it
Yes.
to have some credibility, but I mean, but it doesn't change what the truth is, right?
It's so funny. I was talking to my grandma about just sugar and stuff like that, and I was saying how to get through Rick's son's wedding, I went through 3 or 4 little lollipops with Ruby. And my grandma was like, well, I'm sure you guys got the healthy ones or whatever.
Oh, my goodness.
And I said to her, it's actually, well, yeah, we did. We got them from like a local health store here.
Oh, my goodness.
But the only thing that makes them healthy is it's actually just sugar in them, not the high fructose corn syrup.
Correct.
That's the thing.
No, it is
got to
true.
shake your head like you're telling someone.
Well,
you know, that's how I talk to my grandma.
It goes back to this
Take
again.
that, I thought you got some
Eat that, Granny.
showing up good lollipops.
Yeah,
Oh, no, I should have, though.
Yeah, well, no,
To get through the
Healthy
wedding.
lollipop.
right. The talking about like the ones we're hocking now.
Yeah, some of those with a little added
Right, yeah.
kick to them. Yeah,
Yeah, that was the out there right now. The things that are being hawked, you have to just really, you got to really look into it. Again, labels, you got to really look into labels.
Here's what I love.
You remember how many times you've seen those documentaries where they go out everything that was claimed on this label? Let me tell you, none of this is true.
What about when they in huge letters they have like 20 calories? And then you look, says per serving size, and serving size is like 1. And you're like, well, good.
And you've eaten 2 handfuls?
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute. I'm up to 150 calories.
I saw that big thing on the back.
It says 20 on here.
It is tough to figure out what's a trend and what everybody's on fire about.
Yes.
Everybody's trying to be sharp about versus
sure.
what's actually healthy. It just goes back, you take it away from food. What I brought up this morning about this ice plunging, these cold things everybody's doing every morning.
You're gonna start doing that?
And I'm considering it because of what's happening in our country and our world, talking about how good it is for you. But it may just be a trend. I don't know if it's actually working.
Well, no, what's going to happen, and we've all seen it, something will become a trend, and then all of a sudden, if you could see the future, 10 years from now, there'll be lawyers doing commercials asking, did somebody trick you into doing this?
Yeah, I've seen nothing that stays consistent.
No.
Eggs, like we've talked about that. The egg has went just like
the poor
this.
old egg. It's been tossed, no pun intended.
But I've heard that cold plunge does work great for like inflammation.
You wouldn't believe the emails I got from this listening audience this morning that actually do it every single morning. It's the first thing they do.
It's hard enough for me to get out of bed knowing I got to jump in cold water. Ain't gonna happen.
I think I'll just take Relief Factor. I ain't jumping in an ice bath. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From the 1997?
Somewhere in there.
Fat Chance CD.
7, 8.
Available now on iTunes. Just search Mr. Lucky Rick and Bubba. You'll find it with all the other Rick and Bubba stuff. All right, so, Bubba, we've got much to do today going forward. It's just we were kind of laughing last night. I mean, you have that deal where sometimes you and your wife, just those great moments, you just get to laugh and just laughing so hard. And so Sherry got back from orientation with our the son going off to college and all of that. And, then you start trying to get out the calendar and you think about what's coming up next and all this. So, we finish up and now we say all 3 boys are home because we now have our French son and little Frenchie, little Gabriel. And so.
How's he doing?
But let me tell you, this is what's so very funny is when something like this has now become like almost normal because he's been here like 7 days or whatever. So we're going by and there's a staircase that goes downstairs to, where they go hang out, watch TV. One of the bedrooms is down there and all that, where Tasmo stays. And so Sherry and I are going to bed. Hey, boys, good night. And you hear, big love. Night, Dad. Night, Dad. Good night. And you hear this little French accent. Good night. And Sherry looks at me, and we just get to laughing and tears. She goes, we got a French kid living in our house. and I said, yeah. I said, well, we just. I said, so you're sitting there. We're talking to his mom. You're talking to his mom on Skype, and she's like, my son wants to come to America. What? We just take our hands and say, send him on. Come on. I'll take him for a month. But it is. How about he said for the first time last night, on his own, you can't have nothing. He did.
He's learning.
What was that thing? I told you what happened with the bike?
Yeah.
So I come up here like that, and I'm just sweating profusely about, me wasting my time on something, which is one of my favorites.
Yeah,
and,
I love it.
And we just got sweat pouring off of us, and he's trying to get – he had some problem with his phone. That his SIM card didn't work, and he went.
Did you get that worked out?
Well, he went online and discovered that there's a problem with his phone in our country and the carrier. And
well, just get him a phone.
So you know what he said? Do you think I could? Is he maybe find a iPhone? And I said, hey, baby. We walked in there, and I just got a drawer full of them. And I said, hey, pick you one out. And so he gets one, and so we start trying to activate that, and he's trying to figure that out. And we had this issue with the bike we're trying to get fixed, and it didn't go the way it needed to go. And finally, now he doesn't say he can't do the flow of it, but he goes, you can't have nothing. and when he did, I just started crying. I was like, oh my gosh, by Jove, he's got it.
It translates.
I mean, he's got to get it. Well, what it is, and of course, then Sherry gets home and has to, Miss English major. And she goes, well, he's trying to get you to say a double negative, which is not what you need to be learning. It's supposed to be that you're not able to have anything. I said, but Sherry, that's not funny.
No. It's not nothing. It's nutting.
Yeah, it's not. It's country. It's nutting. You can't have nothing. And so anyway,
But he said it on his own for the first time, and he was frustrated too, which was great. He said it in a frustrating way.
So you used it the right way.
Yeah, I thought, my gosh, this thing, we're going to send this kid back to France. He's going to be ready.
He's going to be life changing.
You know what? I told him, I said, you might want to consider just, I don't know how the paperwork works out. Just don't even go back. And then I get a call from my oldest son. You know, when he checks in, you think to yourself, oh, Lord, what's going on? You know, when you look in like the older kid who's out on his own actually calls you on his own.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, all right, how bad is it? He said, what, Dad? I'm just checking in. Nah, something's going on. You know, and then he was letting me know that he has been booked in the Wizard of Oz that will travel to Saudi Arabia.
Oh, really?
I said, Saudi Arabia? Who in Saudi Arabia wants to see the Wizard of Oz? And then of course, we finally got to it. What was it? Well, yeah, I got to get my passport. Yep. And I got to try to see if I can get it expedited. Okay. Oh, now. All right. Yeah, it's a little more than that. I just want to check on you because I love you. Found it. But what kind of Saudi Arabia? Yeah. What are you talking about?
I'm off to see the wizard.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness. He'll probably end up a hostage or something.
Rick.
Well, you never know how these things go.
Show. Thank you for being with us today. If you are listening to the program, watching the program anywhere around the world, and you're kind of looking at 2024, and you're a dude, and you're like, you know what, I think I'd like to go to one of those man church conferences. Well, we have two markets next year, one in Birmingham, Alabama, our home market, February 16th and 17th at the Wright Center, Samford University. Robbie Gallaty, Bubba, your hand buddy, will be speaking in our guest slot. Then we'll have guys from the team, Rich Wingo, Andy Blanks, and I'll be speaking, and Chuck Hooten will be leading worship. So got a ticket update on that today, and that room is now beyond half full. So if you need to make a move on that, guys, with your group, I would, if Birmingham is your choice. If Starkville, Mississippi would be a better choice for you, or you just want to go to both of them, different lineup to some degree in Starkville will be on the campus of Mississippi State University at the Bettersworth Theater. Those tickets are moving quickly as well. There, James Spann will be speaking in our guest slot. Also, Scott Dawson, and then Andy Blanks and I and Chuck Hooten will be there too. We'll also be introducing the new resources in 2024, a brand new 40-week curriculum and a brand new individual resource, another 31-day devotional, and we'll give you the latest with our strategy. You can network with other churches that have been doing our strategy. If you want to make your way to either one of those markets, just go to themanchurch.com, click on, you'll see the logo right there of the conference. Click on that, and then it'll give you all the options. All right, so a couple of questions that I want to throw out here in front of us today. First of all, on the ice bath, here is someone that I know. When I was training for marathons, I would have a long double-digit run. I would take 2 bags of ice from the Chevron station, put it in a tub, lay in it for about 13 minutes. I don't know why he wouldn't go 15 minutes or 10. For some reason, he chooses 13. And maybe he was going for 15, but and said every time the recovery, it made me feel great. But I can't imagine doing that first thing when I wake up.
So this is I mean, yes, obviously all these things, inflammation, joint pain, recovering quicker, all these things are at play. But what this is saying is don't stay in it longer than 6 minutes. It doesn't have to be freezing cold. It doesn't even have to be ice.
Understood.
It can just be 50-something degrees if you want to. And this gets endorphins going.
Understood.
It actually helps with metabolism and weight loss and all. That's what everybody's saying. And so there are people that are doing that. There are actually companies out there now that are doing these little, like, that you don't have to go to this extreme.
That's way over the line.
They have these portable pools that are less than $100. And they come with ice packs, and you put the ice packs in the freezer, and then before you go to bed, you throw the ice packs in, and then when you get up in the morning, there's your pool that's 40 to 50 degrees. You jump in it, 3 to 6 minutes, you're out, you go about your day, and this is supposed to change everything.
Mm-hmm.
And
Now-
I just don't know. I mean, I keep hearing so many good things about it.
Is it
I've never
overhyped?
done it, but I don't know if it's overhyped. I don't know if people are trying to be sharp, but I'm considering it at this point.
But as you know, 10 years from now, those that were convinced to get up and get in cold water now being hospitalized.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Now, Helms, if I'm not mistaken, it works like the cryotherapy did, and I don't know. I guess that's still
It's
going
still
on.
around, yeah.
That it all you want to do is create a fight or flight response in your
Correct,
body, and then
right.
it dumps all the chemicals and the growth hormone and everything naturally into your body, right?
Yes.
I know you've moved hormone to hormone.
Hormone.
What did I say?
Hormone.
He's always said that.
He's always been hormone.
Yeah.
What is it?
We've just
It's
let
hormone.
it go.
Hormone.
Yeah.
You call it hormone.
You're
I'm uncomfortable
almost
saying it that
I
way.
knew you would be, yeah.
Easy.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Are you just trying to get away from saying that word? Are you
scared? Probably.
Yeah.
Hormone.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah.
But when we did the cryotherapy thing, I
remember
tell you,
that.
it gives. I saw a tremendous change on the days we did that. As a matter of fact, she called me the squirrel after we did that. She said, "Man, you're running around here like
and
you're
all
crazy."
that and all that is fine.
Isn't that part of it? Yeah.
But that's part of it, but that's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about you start your day like that.
I got you.
Not go in the afternoon,
To
jump in
recovery and all
cryotherapy
that.
for recovery and inflammation. All that's fine. All that's
This
good.
guy says 6 minutes
But
for
I'm-
candies.
Huh?
He said 6 minutes is
But
for candies.
yeah, but that's fine, and that's
Well, it's not a competition.
It's not. It's not a
Once you
competition.
get
Trying to get
numb,
that fight or flight
but once
response.
you get numb, you could stay in there forever.
Right.
Oh yeah. You
Well, I don't even think for numb and cryo, you were just trying to cause that response.
I
in your
got
body.
told in that.
Yeah, but I remember doing treatment, when I played a little ball, and you're right. You start out going, I can't stand this, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm fine now.
Yeah.
So you really just kind of want that first deal, aren't you?
Yeah, the shock and all of it all is really where you get the punch.
Another question. I don't see an out for Travis Kelce now.
Yeah.
When you,
I don't either.
Why did Travis Kelce take on Taylor Swift? I understand. Is this something that they've agreed to, as we would say here, off the air to benefit each other and their empires?
Is the NFL behind it?
Right, but because if he's picked her just to date, I mean, there's sometimes a guy that's out there looking for his wife, and you might date a woman you have no knowledge of their life, their background, their history, and you fall into something that is bad, but you had no way of knowing. You didn't check any references, you didn't know who this person was, but Taylor Swift, it's on record that if you decide to break up with her, it's not going to go easy. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be public. You're going to be in a song.
Yeah, it'll probably be a number one hit.
Her little Swifties are going to hate you. Is there an out? Is it not once you start dating Taylor Swift, you must marry her or forever be ruined?
I mean, you think at some point he's going, so she's going to come to all the games? It started out.
he may be there now.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
No, he's
okay,
claiming
right.
he's claiming she is his good luck charm.
Yeah, but that ain't the same as I'm in love with you.
Right.
He's won a lot of games before he met her.
Let me tell you, he's had some good luck charms along the way.
He sure has. Yeah.
And they don't really seem to be the same pattern.
No, they don't.
This.
They don't.
But I don't. I mean, that's to each his own.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is, Greg, to your point, she has a public history that the minute you said, I think I'm going out with Taylor Swift, he knew that her entire background is to go from zero to hero. You're not going to
supporters.
You're just not going to go to dinner. You're going to be full blown boyfriend girlfriend, and we're together forever. Amen. I mean, in record time.
And if her supporters feel like you're not holding your end of the deal up, they attack you.
And they seem to kind of be the burnout factor. They go off the launching pad wide open. There's no easing into top speed. So what does he do now? So what does he do now? I mean, to all this good publicity to break up with her means it all turns into bad.
Yeah.
They all turn on you at that point.
I tell you, the one to watch is his brother Jason.
Mm-hmm.
Just like his brother Jason broke the news that they were dating.
Yeah.
When they were not admitting it.
Right.
I think Jason is the one that is going to give you the insights as to what's going on. And he has been quoted here in a story today that we have that said that Travis Kelce has nervous alarms going off in his head over the new level of stardom, according to his brother.
Jason, that seed in his head.
Jason says he believes his brother will be able to adjust to the newfound fame. But he said Travis has begun noticing even the most routine parts of his life are now making headlines.
Well, yeah. But don't you know that if you start dating Taylor Swift?
You do.
I mean, that's all well documented. You can't be surprised. No.
I heard a stat that was like,
well, every game
over the course of his career, just having this association with Taylor Swift will mean he can get more endorsements, more deals, and result in between $20 and $50 million more in revenue over the course of his life.
Well, that helps.
Just for being associated with her.
He said he got an email from Kanye West saying, "Hey man, watch out. What are you doing?"
It's not always worth it. Not worth it.
I don't know. I just. So you, Greg, you think, wow, there's another game.
Oh, she's at this game too.
Oh, wow.
Don't you have a tour?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Let's talk about a couple of things that have happened. We did mention late in the show yesterday that Ross Perot passed away. There's an update on that today.
H. Ross
Perot. And then you also have Emmy-winning actor and very funny man Rip Torn has also gone on in.
Oh, yeah.
And we're trying to decide.
He played some classic roles, Rick, in Dodgeball, Men in Black.
Oh, my goodness.
Patches O'Houlihan.
And Larry Sanders Show as the producer of the show.
Can I tell you?
He was great.
In the Larry Sanders Show.
He was a forerunner of Speedy.
Larry Sanders Show was a little bit.
Yeah, it was a little spicy, but it was
It
funny.
could get spicy, but it was underappreciated in my opinion.
Right,
To me,
I
to me,
agree.
the humor there was right up there, which can also get dicey at times. It was right up there with Seinfeld and The
Yeah.
Office to me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, making fun of the neurotic, egomaniac talk show host,
Right, mindless talent.
that has terrible self-esteem problems and all this, and then Rip Torn, playing the guy who has to handle him with kid gloves and walk on eggshells around him all
But
the time.
still keep the ship running.
Yeah, but what I love is when he do things like this. What do you think about whether maybe here's an idea? What do you think we have so and so? No, I don't want to have him on. You're right. What an idiotic idea. That's exactly what we're going to do. You know what I mean? And of course, the famous Werewolves of London scene on Larry Sanders, which I will never forget, which owned me. He didn't want to do Werewolves of London. And
Right.
Hey, what do you think about Werewolves of London? And the angry Warren Zevon playing it with angry face, playing the beginning. God, that's good.
Because let's face it, if Warren Zevon was going to be on this show, he would have to do Werewolves of London.
Well, or not be on.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
just like when we had Tommy Two-Tone, we had to do
right.
Of
course, now we get
famous hit too.
Now we get Warren Zevon on now. It's a really big show.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
but I mean back in the day,
back when he was alive. Yeah. But anyway, so he went on in. So we're trying to decide, and we don't want to be insensitive here because that's not our nature. But what I'm saying is Ross Perot passed, Rip Torn right after him. That comes in threes. Does this make a three?
No.
Or is there still?
I think we're still looking for the third.
I know, and it's a tragic story that the young man that was on Disney that he passed away. But I don't know that that's a big enough name for all of us across the whole deal.
Cameron Boyce.
See,
20
it's
years
a terrible, sad story. Because 20 years old, that's horrible. But I don't want to make light of that. But what I'm saying is, I don't think that makes the three. I think we'll need a more well-known name to make the three. Do we agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. So, but maybe we're missing one, and if we are, let us know. But the Ross Perot thing has gotten interesting because now, we can't even let we can't even let Ross be dead. That they're now talking about that they looked at his last donation that he made. It was to the Trump campaign.
Yeah, his last documented political act by the self-made billionaire and 2 times presidential candidate. He wrote out 2 checks to President Trump's re-election campaign before he passed away, losing his battle to leukemia at 89. Now, we were talking about it last night. Betty and I were even talking about it while H. Ross Perot was somewhat of a thorn in everybody's side back in the day, and certainly, a lot of the target of a lot of fodder. He was a forerunner to the Trump movement.
Well, did you see James Carville's comments back in 2016? He said exactly what you're saying. Now he says it in a way that. But I can just hear him doing it. I'm not going to do my James Carville impression. But in 2016, he said if Donald Trump is the Jesus of the disenchanted, displaced, non-college white voter, then Perot was John the Baptist of that sort of movement.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that comparison.
Right. But it's still the point you're making.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He was a trailblazer, and he came in a political figure, a businessman, a self-made billionaire, and just took everybody to task and really cost George H. Bush a re-election chance by splintering off some of the Republican vote. Now, they said, well, he took some away from the Democrat too. Yeah, but not as much. Him and the Trump family had a long-running him and the Bush family had a long-running feud. A lot of people thought he did that just to knock Bush out. But he got, 18, 20% of the popular vote? So, he made a dent in it, and Clinton went in with a minority popular vote. First time we'd had that in a while.
Well, don't forget, too, and you said
he went out with 48% or something.
You said it yesterday, but it should be repeated since it's a new time and a new day. Now, keep in mind, the Democrats they act like if you don't win the popular vote, but if their candidate doesn't win.
Yeah, they didn't care about it then.
Now, if their candidate doesn't win, then the popular vote, it shows you that people really didn't want this candidate.
Right.
But now, back when Bill Clinton didn't get the popular vote, well, that's not the way we elect presidents.
That's right.
And they're right. That is not the way we elect presidents. But you remember,
all of them that want to go to the popular vote, I don't think they even realize what they're saying. You would have never had a Bill Clinton.
No, because more people voted against him than voted for him.
Yep.
It
would have gone to the House, and they may have won it then, but I don't know. I think the Republicans had control of that at the time, so they would have picked Bush.
But I actually understand how we elect presidents, and I realized that Bill Clinton was the president because the way we elected, he actually won.
Right,
yeah,
right.
So,
not the way I think it ought to be done. It's the way it's outlined in the Constitution.
And the founders did that so we would have more equal representation, and I can follow that.
Well,
even though I'm a good.
And this is the thing people don't get. It was and again, I'm amazed that people don't understand this about our history. When the British gave up the colonies.
Everybody say, my people, all God's people. Here we go. A brand new hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. Coming to you on every single platform we can possibly get, live and or archived. So catch the show on your own time or catch it as that baby's happening. Helmsy, Greg, Adler here, Speedy out. Welcome back. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much to me.
Yep, that's it.
Thank you for being with us on the Rick and Bubba Show 30-plus years. Thank you very much.
How about that? So now as...
it sounds weird to even say it.
It really is.
I can't believe it.
So we're looking at this dash cam footage, and we have an NBC package. It'll kind of sum it up for us. Everybody thought that we, unfortunately, might have had another murderous driver trying to kill people in a parade, for some sort of jihad or, hey, I'm off my rocker or whatever. And you're telling me, Adler, that we're figuring out it was just some person in a hurry to get home and they didn't like the parade and they tried to get around it?
Yes, they had traffic blocked off. This guy's trying to evidently get home, and he just goes crazy. And there are several bleeped cuss words in this, so just so people.
So this is the parade here, the parade route, and they've got it blocked off because was it a homecoming parade or something for a high school? Or something?
It was
That's what it looks like.
It was a big parade. I think it was in Seattle. I forget. I've watched the footage a ton of times because it's insane how crazy this guy is in his attempts to get through traffic. So.
Courtesy of NBC News. Here we go.
Tonight, new harrowing footage of road rage and a close call that sent families at a parade in Portland running. Dashcam footage obtained by NBC affiliate KGW, submitted by prosecutors as evidence in court, providing several views inside suspect Sidney Metcham's pickup truck.
Oh my God!
In the video, you see Metcham frustrated, stuck in traffic due to road closures clearing the way for Portland's Grand Floral Parade. His anger boiling over.
They got it all blocked out. The Lloyd Center exit, the Convention Center exit, every motherfucking exit. You
Oh my goodness! Oh, what in the world? Oh my! This is
He's lost it.
Metchem then plowing through traffic cones and blowing past crews blocking a highway exit ramp.
What is he doing?
And now he's just in a parade.
Bystanders sent running as the Chevy Avalanche lumbers onto the parade route. Thankfully, no one was injured.
We would have been the first victim that he would have hit.
Watching the parade that day with his family, a ref Muhammad Ali.
Go! Get him! Get him!
He took this video of the chaos unfolding before him.
Is this guy going for a rampage? Is he going to be killing families, at the parade? Or is he just angry at the blockage? Or what's going on?
A police motorcycle and an unmarked police car unable to stop the vehicle as it exited the parade route. Sidney Metchem eventually parked his vehicle and was later arrested.
Page 18, line 2, last
Hi, Greg.
Charged with 38 counts, including attempted assault and reckless endangerment. He has pleaded not guilty.
Not guilty.
Residents in Portland still shaken by this close call.
I know it's pretty scary. It definitely makes me doubt what we're going to be doing, in the future. Are we going to be continuing attending these parades and events in the city?
No, you're going too far.
Are we going to just stay home, watch it on TV?
What's the odds
According
that
to police,
happening?
he was driving on a suspended license and didn't have insurance.
Oh, I
Court
can't believe
documents
that.
show Metchem
It's a
from
shocker.
Portland.
Wait a minute.
So I'm confused. Why did he have dash cam of himself?
Thank you. I was going to ask the same
he really
question.
wanted to
It's
show
his
it.
own dash cam.
Or did the police grab that once he was arrested, and because the way he was acting, they were able to seize that as part
No,
of
I'm
evidence?
saying, but why was he?
Why does he
a lot of
have
people. No, a lot of people do that.
On
a lot of people
himself?
have. Yes, a lot of people have dash
Now,
cams.
I know looking out.
Yeah, I know. Listen, a lot of people.
Well, if you're a nut job, I wouldn't be recording myself.
No, but they don't. He doesn't think what he's trying to do is capturing the back through the mirror, and so a lot of people have dash cams that go both ways so that they can record. That's unbelievable, by the way.
He is really,
Boy,
really
he is
angry
saluting.
about about not being able to get. His wife must be a great cook. I mean, this guy. What is he saying?
What I don't
face.
What I don't understand.
He's psycho.
And I'm seeing it again here is when I was recently with a player in court proceedings where everybody who has any kind of ticket, I was amazed at all the traffic tickets, how many people pled not guilty.
Right. Yeah, but
And-
like
and
this guy.
just
you're
like
thinking,
this guy,
what is
he's
his
pleading
defense?
not. Yeah, what he has zero defense. Why would he say not guilty? What is the play there?
He's going to somehow say it was unreasonable to block off the exits, or I don't know.
I mean, I'm not guilty because I was mad.
I want to take this story home because my wife says the way I act in traffic is to this level, and it's not.
It's not.
I'm gonna
Clearly
show her.
not.
I'm gonna say, I said, this is what you're saying I am. I'm not this.
So good.
I'm not this. It's,
Well, you like those construction workers
No.
at
Guys,
all.
he just lost his mind.
He did. He did. When the police officer on the motorcycle comes up next to him while he's in the parade, he goes, "What did I do?" He screams that to the police
What did I
officer.
do?
He goes, "What did I do?" So yeah, and a lot of times you got people that are doing like the Uber thing, so they want to be able to see also in the cab with these dash cam footage because you got people hitting Uber drivers in the back of the head and stuff
of
like
course.
that.
I hope he's not my Uber driver.
No,
I also want to know
well,
this.
no, I actually would like him as an Uber driver.
Hey,
making great time.
I also want to know this. Where was he going in such a hurry?
Well, like
He
I
was
say,
going home.
is his wife that good a cook?
My goodness.
Or maybe she'd given the
Sure.
green
he was
light.
on the phone
I
with
don't
somebody.
know. I don't know.
He was on the phone with somebody telling them that
He
they
was
got
trying to
this.
get
telling them where all the
somewhere, I
blockages
realize.
Right.
And he's hitting the vape throughout this whole entire thing
Of
too.
course.
So
Of
that's
course
That's
he
not
is.
good.
Of course he is.
I had an Uber driver doing that, by the way, one time.
Vaping?
Yes. Like nervously vaping on the interstate. I'm like, sir, should I drive?
Right.
This
Do you need
this
help?
is concerning.
He might have been like that guy I had in New York that counted himself in my party. Well, we don't count you.
Yeah, the driver.
You're understood. You're not part of the party.
There's 5 passengers.
You know, there will be some people that see things like this and go, man, completely out of character. I feel like this is the way this guy lives his life.
Oh, there's not one person
Yeah.
that knows him, inclling his wife. There's not one person that knows him that sees this and goes, now that's surprising.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to him.
They can't believe it took this long.
right.
Can you imagine being coaching one of his kids in Little League?
Oh, my.
I bet that's dandy.
So that happened, I guess, in June of this year, and then he just went to court. so that's why all this footage just came
Not
out.
guilty, he pled.
Not guilty.
I'm not guilty. Really? We got you on camera. Well, still not guilty.
I am not guilty.
Not my fault.
Y'all don't understand my motivation. I think I can win the
didn't
judge. Have you seen that? Who's this guy that does all the traffic court guy, and they put all the reels out there of him sitting there dealing with people on different traffic things? He's a very calm judge.
Yeah, the older guy.
Yeah. I like to see him take over this guy.
Yeah. You know, that one guy got off because you see the old guy that was in
Right,
the court?
yes,
Yeah, I saw that same reel.
Yeah, I did. And for some reason, I found myself pulling for the old guy, too.
Yeah, I did too.
Happy man.
This video Adler continues to show is unbelievable.
I know. Still on the run.
He's just on the run.
What if this is your neighbor?
You saw it coming, I'm sure.
Phone calls are next. Let's talk to the people. America, there's a lot on the table, and you know, we can talk about any of it, or you can bring up your own topics. As we chat with you when the Rick and Bubba show continues, the number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They granted independence to 13 independent countries. It wasn't the United States of America, the East Coast version. They had not decided to join each other yet. Now, they were in talks. They went in and did that later on, but part of the deal to join the party was that each state had certain protections, and part of that was the Electoral College. That kept, basically at that time, New York and Philadelphia from electing every president, and now it protects us from New York and L.A. and Chicago from electing every president.
Yeah, so and that's the design, and really the way that, and really if the Democrats this last time had simply not run such a terrible campaign with a terrible candidate, they would have won, because even in the Electoral College, the Democrats have a huge advantage currently in the current state of our country, and they just blew it and let Trump and them go in there and grab some states from them that they thought were in the bag.
Yep. Took it for granted. Didn't work it.
Of course, they probably won't fall for that this next time.
No, probably not.
So, bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, now, I mean, the dependability of streaming now is fantastic. So anyway, simplysafebubba.com. You install it yourself, so there goes that problem. That's out. And then they will monitor you 24/7 for like $14.99, $15 a month, and then you're not even into a contract. So if you want to find out more about it and put them to work for you, you will love these systems. Go to simplysafebubba.com, and the good news is we give you a 60-day risk-free trial. So if you install this and you start working with it and you don't like it, well, then within 60 days you get your money back. SimplySafeBubba.com, just a better way to secure your property, or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Now,
Rick, who's that with you in that picture?
Rick, every time you do
Simply
that,
Safe.
the Simply Safe photo that is used for Bubba, we get tickled at.
Well, listen,
He's got my haircut. Who is that guy?
Who am I? Well, this
is that another person from France?
Listen, I have to tell you guys one of the weirdest things about being on there for 25 years. So, for instance, like Bubba and I will be, like one of us appearing somewhere, both of us going somewhere, things like this. It is the strangest. I've never been able to follow it, and it's one of these little mysteries. For instance, like there's a little packet that Hamsey has, that Speedy has. You know, we'll send people out, you know, the updated pictures or whatever, and I don't know why. I'll see posters or I'll see something, and there'll be a picture. I don't know why people go and grab these old pictures, where they find them, you know, and you know, I'm like, all right, of all like that picture.
I like that
one. Guys, let me tell you how old that picture is, because I've had a beard since 2009.
Yeah. Oh wow.
So that picture is
at least
10 years old.
Yeah.
At
Wearing
least.
my camel's hair.
Hey, at least. At least, yeah. I got
camel hair.
Oh yeah, that was my go-to.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was going to be a
Nice
picture or a speaking engagement, I'm in.
That was it.
But
I think we all got one. Had that felt feeling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I loved it. But yeah, like it was funny.
Campbell's hair sounds better for some reason.
There's this one, like if I'm speaking somewhere and I don't know where it came from and I don't know who took it, it looks like I'm in the middle of a conversation. I think it's like somebody pulled a video. Look, and so I'll be speaking somewhere, and I've got these things that, you know, they send, Premier Speaker sends, whatever, and for some reason people just completely bypass that, and it's me up on my arms like this with the logo behind me going. And I'm leaning in saying something. I'm like, I don't even know where that picture is. I don't even remember it being taken. And so I don't know how people bypass all the more updated pictures we have to find these old pictures and use
There
them.
it is.
That's it. That's the one. What is that?
You're in mid.
I don't even know what that is.
Rick, that's not supposed to be a picture.
I
Look
know.
at that. Promotion.
By the way, I don't even know what that is. So,
Rick,
that's in here.
You were saying something.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not even a picture. That's a
Rick-
capture of a
Rick-
video.
Rick's showing you how to bite the bullet.
Yeah. So, but what's so funny? I'll go and somebody will send me some. Hey man, look for it. And I'll look, and that'll be the picture they have like on the poster or something.
Unwell.
I'm like, that's just crazy. But anyway, so that's what we were laughing at when I was doing the commercial. The Simply Safe picture is at least 10 years old.
Yeah.
At least, and it may be more. So we were talking about this story.
Rick, I'll send them a new picture here.
Adler's
I mean, I like the picture of us. I wish we still looked like that.
That's great.
We just don't. But who cares?
That's the summer of Bubba.
Yeah, that's the great thing about being in the entertainment business. You can grab a period of time and be that person forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I got to look on
So
Bubba. He's serious.
So we're probably so at least 10 years ago. So that'd make us 44, and we're probably younger than that. We may be in our late 30s, early 40s.
Here we go. 20 minutes past. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. You can join us now. And if you would like to, dial up. The real Greg Burgess is on the phones, and we'll get you lined up and ready to go and chat with you. Looking ahead this week, some opportunities out there. Be in Leeds, Alabama, coming up on Sunday morning. Valley View Church will be speaking there for the 10 a.m. service. And then that evening down in Clanton, Alabama at First Methodist Clanton with Tommy Lenore and the gang, kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. Join us for either one of those. Coming up this Sunday, details at rickandbubba.com under events and also themanchurch.com under events. Let's go to Nick out of Texas. Nick, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. As I watch Joe Biden and the state of our country, I just have a quote that comes to mind, and it's from Richard Nadmeyer.
Yes.
And it's, I'm so embarrassed at the state of this country, I could just crap.
It is.
I could just crap.
It's really the word embarrassing, and I don't like to look at the state of our country and think of embarrassment, but it's hard not to.
Right.
I don't think anybody takes us serious. We're the laughing stock in many places, and we don't seem to learn because we can, the way our constitutional republic is set up, we can fix this. But I think the part that may be more concerning, politicians come and go. But when you look around at your fellow Americans and go, well, these are the people that give them the power.
That's where the concern should be.
The government will always reflect the current state of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And that really is the most concerning thing because the people can fix it. They just have to be willing to.
Right.
Let's go to Randy out of Huntsville. We ain't got no band, Randy. 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Biggins, how ya?
Good.
We're good. We're good.
Hey, you got a video you need to check out. Have Adler pull it up for you. It's Michael Irvin talking about his son is a rapper and does gangster rap stuff about growing up and living in the hood.
Michael Irvin?
Michael Irvin's son. Michael Irvin, the football player, and he's laughing. He's like, boy, you grew up in a gated community your whole life. But it's a good clip.
Yeah. Who do you think he is, Vanilla Ice? We'll continue. Let's go to Daniel in Alabama. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Yes, sir. I just want to give Greg a good old pat on the back. We was riding in the car live when Big Mama Womp Womp got hung up in the aisle, and my kids loved it so much. Our dog is named Big Mama Womp Womp.
Hey, now that's commitment to the show right
I bet
there.
that's hard to call out in the yard somewhere, isn't it?
Big Mama Womp Womp, or you just go Womp Womp, Womp Womp, Womp Womp. Let's go to Tommy in Florida. Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this morning?
Good.
Hey, so this is going to be my fourth call on the same subject. because the answers that have been given, not necessarily from you guys, but they're just not satisfactory. I called when Obama sent all that money overnight. It was like $4 billion or whatever. And we keep sending money to Ukraine with no real receipts. We're now on the table from Biden is a $106 billion request. Most of that going to Ukraine, a little bit of that going to Israel, and then an even smaller amount going to our border security. So I know that the answer has been vote them out, vote them out, vote them out, but that's not seeming to work. So this money that is just going, what is the circuit breaker for American citizens to say, hey, stop flushing my money down the freaking toilet?
I think what it is, honestly, Tommy, and this is going to be another unsatisfactory answer.
I don't know what answer you're wanting that's going to make you happy.
Yeah, but I will tell you this. I don't think any American thinks this really matters. That's the true answer. I think people hear you say that, and they go, yeah, but I don't really see how that impacts me. What do I care? Send all the money you want. If they can keep printing it, just keep printing it. They can't seem to quite grasp that it does come back to you on the cost of everything.
Yeah, well, they don't see it. They don't see it affecting them directly today. You got to remember, we're very short-sighted as Americans. We live in the microwave society.
Right.
How is it going to make my cell phone not work? Is it going to make my car not drive? Can I not get online and post pictures? I mean, that's about the depth of our thought process every day.
Can I still get to the lake? Can I still go to the beach? Can I still go to my kid's ball game? Can I still? They just don't see how it impacts them. Now, you saw they can get scared if they think they're going to die. The pandemic showed you that, even though the logic of it was that the overwhelming majority of the people were not going to die, but they got them convinced that they were. And you saw people giving up all kinds of stuff to make change there. But they don't see this the same way. It is short-sighted, as Bubba pointed out. See, because you could have all the best reasons in the world, things that I truly care about. And if you came to me and I looked into my account and I had $100 and you were asking me for $300, no matter how good the story was, I would say, I just don't have it. That's not possible. And if I give it to you, I'll never recover from this kind of. There's no way to find it unless I steal it from somewhere or just pretend.
Well, normal people can't write that check because they can't float it, and that's what the government does.
But the government says no matter what I need to do to help my. By the way, the Biden disapproval rate today 54%. I just do it because I can get through the day. And to your point, Tommy, the Americans really don't care that much.
Well, let's go back. You just said,
I honestly don't think they do.
I didn't see the numbers. You did. It just flashed up on TV.
Yeah.
What was it?
I think they 54% disapproval.
Of what?
Of Biden's administration right now.
Or handling the Hamas situation?
The Hamas situation. Hamas, yeah.
So that means that almost 46%?
Good point.
Agrees?
Yeah.
With what he's doing?
Yeah.
Who are those are the people we're worried about, our fellow Americans.
Yep. And they live in this fake world where they don't think any of this matters. And somebody told them to put the Ukrainian flag on their social media, so they did. And then once it became mod and trendy to not question Zelensky and to look at him as he's against the great evil Russia. Once that narrative stuck. Now I don't think it's as strong as it was. I think you do have some people now going, I don't know how much longer I want to go down this road. It doesn't appear that this is going to change anytime soon, and we're running out of money. But when you start talking about the national debt to most people, Tommy, I'm so sorry. I honestly don't think any of us really care that much. Because like Bubba said, it doesn't really affect our lives right now. And we basically tell the future generations, good luck.
Yeah, it's sad, but true.
Frank in Alabama. Frank, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, we were talking about having the plays called in on your headset and the helmet, and I was like, how can all I think about is I'd like to have Rick as Gary call the plays in too.
On the headset to the quarterback? Hey, right now, won't we try this? If you see the weak side linebacker, if you see him backing off a little bit, let's go ahead and run that. Remember we talked about that one play, double pass? Let's try that right here. And we'll call this, and
high left. We'll call it the Clanton Peach Special. And look for him now. Immediately look at him. Look out there and see if you see some room. If he backs off, you go to him right here on two.
So, Ed in Alabama. Ed, go ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick, how's it going, man?
Good. Hope you're okay.
Oh yeah, I'm doing great. Hadn't seen you in a while, so I just want to talk about that. Where you were talking about the football players dancing on the sidelines after a big play and all.
Well, not even a big play, any play.
Right. Well, yeah, exactly. And I'm with you and Greg on that because I think I had the same teacher. Because Big Bill Burgess would have told you if you want to be a cheerleader, go up, sit in the stands. If you make a big play, you get up, go back to the huddle like you do it every day.
Yeah. Those, nowadays you say those kind of things to players and they'll go to the transfer portal.
Yeah, I know. What are you going to do?
In those days, we were in a dictatorship. They're not anymore. If you hurt their feelings or they don't like what you do or you don't let them do something, they just go to another school. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know.
Our skin looks fantastic.
What were you down to during the summer of Bubba?
Way down.
I don't know that was at the peak of that. Or the dip.
It was around that.
It was around there.
Yeah.
Your head looks smaller.
Yeah.
I mean, you're thin.
You think the high and tight haircut would make your face look bigger?
It didn't, no.
Well, not that kind of weight off of you. Huh? I mean,
Seriously,
what did you get down to?
I forget, because it was
about 220.
Yeah,
wow.
That's what I thought. I thought so.
Guys, 220 was my junior year of high school.
Did they still have that? Remember, where were you at when they had a poster up of Bubba when he was?
Oh yeah.
And it was like 10 years after he'd done that weight.
Well, look, I like him getting the most out of it. You know what I mean?
No, look.
Oh,
here we go.
That's prior to the summer.
That's pre-summer of Bubba. Yep. And he's got a neck roll on.
Adler's in the
meat neck.
Greg.
Who's that?
Cowboy.
Look, there's Speedy.
Jackson.
Look at Speedy. He aged well.
That's when he had hair.
Look at that little kid. There's
God.
Taylor.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is just weird. Okay.
Weird.
Still clean.
Really love the
Titans.
Titans.
That's right.
Ryan smelled
In
his
a big
own.
handle. Had no handles were ahead for him.
Right.
No.
Selling diapers.
So
One
anyway.
big one.
So anyway, that's there we are in the Nashville step out. Yeah, you remember that? Oh, yeah. That's so funny. But anyway,
Awkward moment with James Gregory.
Yeah, that's where that happened.
Steve Samples.
The memories. 25 years, a lot of memories.
Yep.
They are.
So I don't know how to transition now to D.B. Cooper, but I'll try.
Go ahead and give it a shot.
All right, so
gracious and alive.
do we need to stop?
Do we talk about D.B. Cooper at least every 3 weeks?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
we're there.
It's
Goes
not.
by quick.
It's not like we're digging through looking for DB Cooper stories. I mean, it's like headlines on the Mail Online. I mean, it just won't go away.
It's like we're not obsessed with D.B. Cooper. It appears everybody is, and we get down to this. I don't know why this story lives on, but one of the people that you really have two camps now. I don't know the name of the other camp, but we got the Rickshaw camp,
Right.
And that's the ones that are coming forward again today because Rickshaw has died, right?
Yes, Robert Rackshaw, who was considered by many people
His mama called him Rickshaw.
to be the most likely person to be D.B. Cooper. His family says he has passed away at age 75, potentially taking with him the answers of what really happened back in 1971 on that airliner.
Now, I don't know whether Speedy or Adler who's doing these, if y'all have that side-by-side picture.
With the drawing.
The police sketch and Rackshaw, to me.
Boy, they look alike.
And then the story we did 3 weeks ago, this new guy says they were in the wrong area and they had he named somebody he said.
Right.
Him, right.
And he gave the reason why he thought that guy was. That
does look a lot like
guys,
him.
I mean, look at the police sketch and his actual picture.
I mean, that's pretty close. Wow. If I'm sitting on a jury, that's.
But all they announced was he died. That's it.
Yeah,
he didn't go. Hey, by the way, I was.
No, you know what? I was kind of hoping they would do that. Too. That said that he would say that he did it or not did it, or leave some envelope for us to open a year later that would have the evidence in it, or
So that's what makes me mad about these stories. They're like the Bigfoot TV show. They're never going to show you Bigfoot. So why do I keep watching it?
Right.
These stories come out. They never really have anything new in them. I mean, kind of new, but I need a smoking gun at this point.
Well, and for those of you that don't remember, he jumped out of an airliner. We think it's the only time anyone has parachuted out of a jet airliner after getting $200,000, and that was equivalent to $1.2 million back in 1971. But he parachuted out of the back of it,
which is crazy.
So remember, we're still waiting. This guy says he's going out to find a parachute.
He said they've been looking in the wrong area.
Yeah, in the wrong. We were still waiting on that guy. But the thing about the thing about the DB Coopers and the Bigfoots and all this, it's always who gets to do the last documentary. Because the way you put documentaries together, you leave out what that doesn't help your case, and you only put in what helps it. And by the time you're done with whatever the last documentary is, you go, by gosh, that's the guy right there.
Yeah, that's Rexstrom.
Just like, remember the other day, this guy came out and started pointing to this other guy, and by the time you're done with that story, you're like, well, my goodness, that's got to be
and
it.
I don't remember which one was which.
Whoever sells it last, that's the one you tell yourself.
Why is it that way?
That ain't what they did.
Was it Rackshaw that worked at the plant, and it was one of the Boeing plants or something? He had some evidence on the jacket that he left on the plane, and they've gone back and they tested it and said, well, it's part of that compound from that rocket factory or something.
And didn't this guy, Ricky Rackshaw, didn't he go on to be the drummer for Poison?
Yeah, that's him.
But you know,
you may know him.
The other theory that came out the other day was that Rackshaw actually did it, but he also had helped the CIA with some things, and they covered it up and told him they'd give him a pass on it.
Right now,
we're making
if you had to drop the hammer right now,
that was the last story we had.
If
Rick and Bubba, pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Looky. Here comes Cookie. Cook's Pest Control. If you don't have Cook's Pest Control working for you, you've gone with second class. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the best termite protection out there. But they also handle, the month-to-month on your property. If you're construction and you're, got a contractor situation, you like to get that new home construction, get Cooks come out there, check it out, be sure it gets signed off on. They'll do that for you too. You don't have to use them. They'll give you a free evaluation. Of course, we tell you to use them. It's going to save you a lot of trouble. No matter what you're dealing with, whether it's ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches, bugs, critters, put them to work for you. CooksPest.com, or you can also go to rickandbubba.com and find them right there under the sponsors button. We love them. You'll love them. It'll save you a lot of hassle to go ahead and go with the best. Bubba, some updates. You remember we talked about the gruesome confession of Vandersloot in Alabama. He did come and finally come clean, and how you say his first name? Urine.
Like urine.
But now he has confessed in great detail what he did. And they're saying because of this that Aruba is considering new charges in the Natalie Holloway murder after the suspect confessed everything in the plea deal over here in the United States of America. They're saying,
I was
look,
wondering if that was going to make any difference.
Yeah, now that he's come clean and told everybody in Alabama, they're saying back on the island, they may consider new charges against him.
I could see where that would happen. I think that they probably kind of felt like they had egg on their face for not being able to prosecute this case to begin with.
Right.
And the fact that one of their judges was probably involved in it. His dad.
Yep.
Remember, he had a heart attack shortly after this. I think after he came home, told him what he did.
You're right.
And he may have even helped cover it up at some point. So we don't know. But I would expect that to happen. I think they're always going to be kind of a black cloud. If you're a tourist and you're thinking about going there, do you go, do I want to go there or not?
Yeah, terrible PR. Let's be honest.
That's 18 years ago.
I don't know if you guys are in the same boat, but anytime after that Aruba came up, I had a completely different feeling about it.
Yeah, I did too, because I thought it was a vacation paradise, and now I'm like, well,
I wouldn't even sing the Beach Boys song anymore.
No.
So it had a big impact on them.
Gulf Shores, Jamaica. I changed it.
Rick, also a story out today. I think this is interesting because it seems to go against the liberal mindset that is out there telling us that the planet was overpopulated.
Right.
Hogwash. New study today, and I hate to say it, but Elon had told us this a while back. Falling fertility rates in the United States will trigger a calamitous effect on the economy if it hasn't already,
according to experts from Fox News Digital. According to CDC data, between 2007 and 2022, the birth rate fell by 22%.
Yep.
Not a single state reported an increase in birth rates, although some experienced a slower decline than others. The U.S. birth rate is steeply declining, mimicking the pattern of other developed nations worldwide, causing the global population to stop growing sometime this century. The U.S. and other developed nations dropped below the replacement rates in recent years, meaning we're not producing enough children to maintain the current population, much less grow it.
No.
They said this is going to be a real problem, Rick. You have to think about what does this mean in real effect. You're going to have schools that are going to close because they don't have enough kids in them. You're going to have shrinking college enrollment, fewer workers out there to fill jobs, and you're going to have fewer consumers to buy the products. And the big catch is because all of our entitlement things that we have in the country are based on a pyramid scam, we will not have enough taxes to pay for the entitlements that the government has guaranteed, like Social Security.
Well, China went through this. You know, they did the old everything, we're overpopulated, we're going to limit you to one child per family. Of course, that led to a horrifying deal, triggered all kinds of horrifying events. But then even the government, which, of course, you know, when you live under a government that is tyrannical like that, they all bought in and said, our government's looking after us. They said we're overpopulated, so we'll do what they say.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden they went, every reason that Bubba just named. Of course, they don't have Social Security, but I mean, they had the same issue. They didn't have enough people being born to replace those that were dying, and they got themselves in a bind. And they went back and said, "Hey, we changed your mind. You now have more than one." And I know
the damage is done at that point.
The damage is done. I know that out there it's trendy with some of you that have been terrified by all the attempts to terrify you. I'm not bringing children into this evil world. I'm not. Hey, come on. Look, if
that wasn't the commandment.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, If you're a person of faith, it's actually sinful to have that attitude. If you're married, and but if you don't want to have children because you just don't want to, that certainly is your business. But don't stop having children because of some kind of false fear that I'm not bringing them into this evil world, or worse, that you hear we're overpopulated. That's total hogwash. And if you are a person of faith, we were told the opposite, to be fruitful and to multiply. And one of the reasons we were told that is because if you don't like the evil world, generationally change it by producing followers of Christ. And that is the commandment that we were given. But I hear this sometimes now, people going, well, we're not going to have children. We're not going to bring them into this evil world.
Yeah.
That's such a lie. Don't buy into it. Having kids is the greatest joy of my entire life. And I'm going to repeat some things that people said to me. You're never going to have enough money. It's never going to feel like like we're ready. You're never going to feel ready. But I encourage you, if you're married and if you're in a great relationship, to take that step if you want to, because man, it's hard. I'm actually sick right now. My kids, get me sick all the time, and I spent this past weekend wiping things, noses, a lot of noses, and some other stuff too.
Yep.
I don't get as much sleep, but my life is filled with joy, and they're filled with joy themselves. Like, we can have something terrible happen, and then 2 minutes later, they're dancing and hugging on each other and having fun. It is just one of the greatest joys in life, and I waited probably longer than I should have, and that's just me being honest here on the air. Because it's a scary thing. So I understand being scared, but you're never going to feel like you're ready, and you're never going to have enough money, and it's never going to be perfect. But if you are in a God-centered marriage, I say go for it, do it, and that's just my advice.
Yeah, and it was the advice from God. So and He certainly knows what He's doing.
Yes, sir.
So don't buy. And let me tell you this: the overpopulation thing. Please don't buy into that. That is the biggest load of garbage. We are not overpopulated. And you see now these people that bought into this, and now the CDC is going, hey, we don't have enough people.
I got 3 over the age of 11. I still don't have any money.
Right.
Right. Yeah. You're never gonna. It's never gonna have enough. Just go for it.
Yeah, but none of this going with you.
No.
It's a good investment.
Well, I mean, I hate to go back and put it in this context, but one of the first commandments was be fruitful and multiply. I mean, that's
Well,
and
you
a lot
can-
of us have not multiplied enough.
And you can see the logical.
We're awash it too.
Yeah,
Same here.
Right. So it was, and it's. I'm not. You don't want to be irresponsible, but at the same time, it is this new thing of being terrified and thinking that somehow the children of the world have no future and all that. That's just not true. I mean,
I think it's a cop out for how selfish we are as individuals, and we're just constantly thinking about what can I get out of this life and not worried about everybody else.
Well,
I think that's part of
it's
it.
a little self-centered.
Because I've heard good friends of mine do this very thing, and I'm like, really? Like, you just don't want to give up this, and this, and that's the reason.
It is.
It isn't about you anymore.
It comes to there's a sacrifice, but at the end of it all, I mean, you look at Greg's situation. I mean, he and his wife, they're empty nesters now, and they have grandchildren, and their kids are adults, and there's joy in all that. That's a whole new experience.
Absolutely.
But you also get some of your freedom back. But
Sure.
you kind of get the best of both worlds.
Yeah. You do.
Yep. And but what,
I'm even seeing that in my own life.
Right.
Now that Braden's 18, Caroline's 16,
Yeah.
I'm starting to get we are starting to get pieces of our life back together.
Yeah, but it's
but that doesn't mean it was less joyful.
every stage-
hearing all those stages
every
was
stage-
fantastic.
Yeah, just different chapters.
Yeah, every stage. Yeah, you've got I enjoy, being a party of two and getting a good seat and everything being easier. But do I enjoy that any more than I enjoyed the latest little one standing by the bed and the sound of the diapers and me lifting up the cover and that kid jumping in there and me putting them underneath and they snuggle underneath me? It ain't no better than that.
No, that's
great. They're both good.
Yes.
Yeah. I can't imagine not having those stages in my life.
Yeah. It's and also just it's an honor to do that, and that Bubba, really, we don't have to get past what Bubba said. We're called to do it.
Yeah.
If you're a person of faith, I know not everybody believes what we believe, and you think this is all just a random act, and the decisions you make is all there's ever going to be, and what a sad state that must be. But you may see that differently, but. We'll be back.
I fell in that camp not wanting to give up my life, my old life, that kind of thing. And now at this point, I would give my own life for my kids. No
Of
doubt.
course.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Of course. We'll wrap up phone calls and any headlines we missed. But again, you're into the numbers. There's the factual numbers that all of that was misguided as usual. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The last story was that they dropped the case or they closed it.
Right.
Well,
and
then
then this
they
guy
opened it back up.
Yeah, then this guy said, well, I got new stuff. Y'all got to open it back. And they said,
Right.
if you prove it's enough new stuff, we'll open it back up.
Correct.
So what is the do you think it's Rackshaw? Just based on that picture.
The picture does look like him.
Mm-hmm. Remember, didn't we have one where a guy confronted Ricky Rackshaw and he kind of.
But you would think on his way out he would have cleared it up.
Well, he might have died quicker than he thought he was going to.
Yeah,
You don't always get that. Come in here, I got one more thing to say.
That's true. It's only in the movies.
That's only in the movies. I tell you the things that get me these movies that have the person trying to say it and you can't understand.
Oh,
them.
I know. Then
And everybody's leaning in saying, "Who did he say? We should look out for who?"
A little louder.
I gotta have it a little louder. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, I know that we have a little rumble down on the Gulf Coast that people are concerned about, how it's going to affect their weather, especially if you're traveling to that part of the world. James Spann will join us.
He's the man with the Mayweather plan.
And Bubba.
And that would include the little something we have with Buffalo Wild Wings with the participating locations, and that's the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba Charity Charge. And it's brand new. And here comes another one today.
I love that.
Yeah, I do too. Tim Spencer's back with Buffalo Wild Wings. Tim, how you doing, buddy?
Great.
Toting another big old check today.
Same. I'm really getting used to this, and I'm liking it every time.
Oh, yeah.
It's new, but
we like it, and the charities like it, and the people eating seem to like it.
Yeah, I mean, you ask us to eat to help people. Like, you know what? That's a pretty easy call.
It's not often that
That's the kind of work
everybody
we like.
wins, right?
Yeah,
I know.
all the way around.
The win-win-win-win scenario.
You have somebody comes, I need to talk to you about something. Yeah, so look, you need to really do something today, sacrificial to help other people. Okay, well, I don't know. Let me check my calendar. Well, hang on a minute. We just need you to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and eat. Oh, okay. We're
Got
in.
it.
Yeah, we're
Easy.
in.
Yeah.
Done.
Easy. We were making a little list with my little girl for our summertime checklist and do this and do that. I think this one should have been added. You're out for the summer, you can't figure out what to do, you want to go to a movie, you want to go here, let's go eat buffaloes.
Let's go make it happen.
Put it on the list.
You brought the food again today for our golden ticket seat guest, and the last charity charge is finished, and the check that we're about to talk about today will go to a great organization called Best Buddies, and Ann Hopkins-Jones is here today. Ann, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning. Thank you for having us.
Well, it's our pleasure. You guys do incredible work, and why don't you tell the audience right now, and then we'll tell you what your check is today. If somebody is watching the show or listening to the show today, and they hear the term Best Buddies, what exactly do you guys do?
Sure. So we've actually been around for 30 years.
30 years?
30 years. Wow. This is our anniversary as well.
Wow.
And
anniversary.
Thank you. It's you as well. And so we've been around for 30 years. We're an international organization. We started out as a friendship program, so one-to-one friendships for people with and without intellectual disabilities. And now we've grown into employment support. We are doing job support and helping people get jobs out in the community, people with intellectual disabilities. Now we're doing leadership development, helping people with intellectual disabilities become advocates. And we're also moving into the housing department now, to where we're helping housing for people with intellectual disabilities. So we're in all 50 states. We have programs in all 50 states, and now we're moving into an area where we're trying to get state offices in all 50 states. So I am the regional director for the Southeast region. So my job is to bring state offices to this lovely Southeast area.
Well, you've done a great job talking about the 30 years, and certainly you can go to bestbuddies.org and to look at your area, but also if you're part of the group in Alabama that you're part of as well, you can just do the /Alabama to find out what's going on in our home state.
And I thought I was awake until Ann came in.
Yeah, right. Well, look.
She's very excited. Very perky.
Well, you know what, Bubba? She's a best buddy.
I am.
I mean, who wants a best buddy that doesn't have energy?
I'm actually not a morning person, so this is all a lie.
Well,
oh, my gosh.
Well, look.
I don't know if we could take you at 4 in the afternoon.
Thank you. This is one of those blessings called coffee.
Right.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number. As we work our way back, we'll take your phone calls. Helmsy's there now, and lines are available if you want to get in. Bubba, are you familiar with Panera Bread's Charged Lemonade?
I'm not, Rick.
Got a kick to it?
I'm not either. A large cup of Charged Lemonade, they say, contains more caffeine than a can of Red Bull and Monster energy drinks combined.
Oh, wow.
If you were to eat two of them, drink two of them. And unfortunately, there's a 21-year-old Ivy League student who had a heart condition, died after drinking Panera Bread's Charged Lemonade, and there has been a lawsuit that has been filed that the family of this 21-year-old is holding Panera Bread accountable, saying y'all got a dangerous drink here that people with heart conditions probably shouldn't be drinking, and you need some sort of warning or something. I wasn't familiar with it. I, like I say, try to avoid the. I did. Helmsy said with all the daughters and everything that he ends up there a lot. I did eat with my wife there this week, and one of the things that threw me, I didn't know about the Charged Lemonade. I didn't even see
Charged lemonade.
Yeah, but I will say this.
Look at that caffeine.
Yeah.
Look at that caffeine.
Yeah. Good gracious.
It's charged, all right.
Yeah, that's they need.
That's close to a cup of coffee there.
Well, they said a Red Bull and a Monster combined.
Ooh.
So anyway, but one of the reasons why we've often said that Panera Bread you can't eat there with another man. You have to go there with your wife or or somebody maybe you're interested in. Two women, of course, can go there.
They can.
And one of the things that confirmed that was this past week when my wife on the way home from the farm said, "Hey, let's stop by Panera Bread," and I was like, "Oh boy," and so she began to talk about how we're doing a little better and all that and the new health regimen, and I said, "Well, I need to get something like this." To which she said, "Oh, you mean the Green Goddess salad?" I said, "What?" She goes, "Well, what you just described is the Green Goddess salad. I'll get us those." I said, "You think I'm going to walk in there and order a Green Goddess salad? I'm not ordering that." And she's like, "Well, I'll just order two." I said, "Yeah, I can't be part of that."
No, you can't.
Yeah, add chicken.
I don't like the name of it.
Add chicken. I can't go up there and say that.
No,
and
you can't say that.
so I wouldn't. So those of you that think we exaggerate. We continue 866 We Be Big to Mississippi, where Joe be standing by. Joe, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Hey, thank you for the call, Joe. Go ahead.
So, the last call break, the intro was Kevin Derryberry. I was a young whippersnapper when Kevin Derryberry came to my church. He had some albums obviously for sale. I believe I was an RAs in church there.
The Royal Ambassadors.
Oh, boy.
That's old school.
Yes, sir. And so I was introduced to y'all. Y'all had a little sound bite on one of his records there.
Yeah, remember that?
And that has stuck with me. I'm 34 years old now. That has stuck with me for a long time. I was introduced to you guys then. But my question lies, is Kevin still performing? Is he going to churches? Is he doing stuff?
Uh-huh.
Can you stream his music anywhere? Or
Well, trying to get his music is a nightmare. He went with CD Baby because he didn't think iTunes was going to work out. And if you go to iTunes, I think you can find one album maybe because I've got it on my phone. But CD Baby, I think, has all his stuff. His website, kevinderryberry.com, is helpful. But yeah, he still goes out.
Doesn't he do a live stream every week?
He does a live
studio?
stream. Greg, what's the name of that again? It's a weird name.
The name of his studio.
Seraphin Studio?
Yeah.
Something.
Seraphin.
Seraphin. On YouTube. He's actually part of the Man Church team now. He's starting to do some speaking for us where he actually will do music and speak.
Love Jesus.
So he's still doing a lot, and he's the worship pastor at his church. So he's still out there kicking, yeah. But his music is hard to find. I will say that.
Seraphic.
Yeah, Seraphic.
What is, I know that means something, but I'm not.
It's something out of the Psalms, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm not.
Could he not just go with Selah and be done with it?
Yeah.
Let's take a pause.
Seraphic sound.
What about Kevin's studio?
There you go. Bubba, I saw you give Adler a signal for 6 there.
Well, yeah, I don't know if we have time to get it in. This,
yeah, we do.
I haven't heard it, but I'd love to hear this. It's the El Salvadorian president talking about the demise of the United States.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Listen to what he says, and we've heard this for years, but now to hear another world leader say it, here it is.
The demise of the U.S. has to come from within. Right? The enemies have to be inside. Not really outside. No external enemy can cause so much damage as internal. It's an internal operation. When you're watching internal operations here. You can see them in cities that were pristinely beautiful 30 years ago are wastelands right now. You would see people. I mean, I'm from El Salvador, third world country in Central America, and myself, I can see cities here and say, I want to live here. So that would be unthinkable 3 decades ago. Totally unthinkable. That a Salvadoran wouldn't want to live in a U.S. city, in a U.S. main city. I mean, Los Angeles, San
New York,
Francisco,
Chicago, yeah.
Well, Philadelphia, Baltimore. When you look how the cities are eroding so fast, this has to be by design. I mean, who would make so many stupid decisions? Like, okay, we're gonna give you money for drugs. Really, they're doing that. In some cities, they're giving people drugs. I mean, They're literally giving people drugs in some U.S. cities. Or they say, okay, we're going to give you money if you don't work. Or we're going to, they make all of these laws that make no sense.
Yes, we agree, Mr. President.
That's the president of El Salvador, by the way. Yeah, so that is, and he says even from the outside looking in, it just all looks so stupid.
Yeah, we agree.
And I think he's trying to say, what's the end game here? Because this has to be being done on purpose.
Yeah, because there's no logic, and it certainly is not working. I don't think anybody can say that our American big cities are better off today than they were 30 years ago.
No, and you have to look at who has governed them for all these decades and say, now, why would I want to pitch them the keys to the whole country?
Yeah.
But we do, and we are, and we're about to end up having one as Speaker of the House if the Republicans don't get their act together.
You see people that live in these cities getting fed up more and more. They're speaking out at local, city council events and things like that. But the votes keep coming in over and over Democrat. It's like they complain, but but the votes don't change.
Yeah, so
it's bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's so obvious that they're really to stand and try to defend the result of some of these policies. I think what they normally do is they find some way to say, well, it wasn't our policies or the policies I voted for that did it. Somehow Donald Trump did this to these cities.
Yeah, I don't see how
our people like him.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I don't see how Republicans can be held responsible when they have had no voice in any of this in decades.
No say.
Yeah. Hard to follow that one, boys.
Well, but I promise you that's what you'll hear.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us. If you leave us, have a good day. Catch the archives of anything you missed. If you got more Rick and Bubba content, enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.